streaming. Let me test the studio. Alright, and how do I do this? Go over to the studio. That would help. And there we are. We seem to have, it says excellent connection. And there we go. Alright, so wonderful. Okay, so I need one of you two gentlemen to provide me the link. This is another reason why I need these gentlemen with me, dear lady. I absolutely cannot access the link by myself. I need the other men to fish it out for me. And so let's see if... Great, thank you so much. And both of them responded simultaneously. Excellent, excellent. And so there we have that. And let me cut and paste that. And, or actually hit on it. Just hit it. And then let's test the quality of sound. Fish it out for me. Wonderful, wonderful. Got one thumbs up. Everybody is welcome to put their thumbs up on it. Now, got half a dozen watching already as registered, which means that there's plenty more. And Chris Michael says, hello, Douglas. Hello, Chris Michael. Marcus Grix says, hey, DD, sounding good. Yes, we are very glad to have you with us, Mr. Grix from Australia. Tammy Millar says, hey, from Savannah, Georgia. So a hearty welcome to the Madame Tammy Millar, or Mademoiselle. I'm not quite sure if she was ever married. Brandon Young says, coming in loud and clear. Oh, thank you so much for joining us, sir. And this is a great night for you to be listening because, of course, Crystal River will be covering some very controversial topics that have to do with the investigation of the dark side. Acrolite78 says, hello, my friend, and hello to Acrolite78. Acrolite78 has a flower as an icon, so it may very well be a lady, if such be the case. And with that, I will test the link that I have retrieved from the share box within the video, so people may not understand the reason for the testing of various links in a row, but the share link, so it may very well be a lady, is the share link is the shortest link and therefore the most practical. It's the smallest link, so it takes up the least amount of space on the promotional banners. And with that, going to be going down a bit, remind myself, someone in text, to bring up to Our Lady Crystal River what happened when I entered a comment on her timeline, and how YouTube banned my comment, which was incredibly innocuous. So innocuous, their ban made no sense. I did, of course, appeal it for a stupid comment, which they interpreted as spam. And so let me take care of this. Okay, this is the fun part. I say that, of course, with deepest sarcasm. Both of you gentlemen are welcome now to shoot the shit, so to speak, as my dad would say.
You know what? It's crazy how you say they banned your comment, because I've been getting a lot of strange requests lately, and it's always, a sexy, I know whenever a sexy white girl who's half naked sends me a friend request, I know that 9 times out of 10 it's fake, so I scroll through the profile. I'm not going to accept it anyway, but I'm just looking to see, okay, what angle, because I've got some ladies who are coming to me saying, invest with me, invest your money here and invest in Bitcoin. And then I got some ladies that come look at my nude pics, click here for sex. I love sex. Click here and you get to have sex with me, right? So I got this one friend request from a person who says, click here and look at my sex tapes. So I declined the friend request, and then I reported the thing. It says, help with the thing. You click that, and it says report profile. So I reported the profile, and then they came back and said, well, we looked at your report and found that the profile wasn't fake. I think I think they've piqued me. They know who I am, so I think that's their way of saying, you know what? Whenever you report somebody, fuck you.
Yeah, I agree.
So whenever somebody reports you, we're gonna fucking ban you. But if you report somebody, then fuck you.
I agree. It's I'll be bringing up something similar tonight that happened to Shauna Bando, and so that indicates that kind of attitude towards her. Now yeah, go on,
as
please.
far as Facebook is concerned, I have friends who I've had longer than I've even known yourself. And now there was something that one of my friends had posted on Facebook that I found sort of offensive.
Mm-hmm.
And what they posted was something that said the only good Nazi is a dead one.
Oh my God. Same usual shit.
And so what I had to do was I had to put into context something.
Oh.
Now, for those who don't know, there was the Olympics were held in Germany prior to World War II. Now, during the German Olympics, Jesse Owens was saluted by Adolf Hitler, and Adolf Hitler gave him respect when he gave him the medals.
Yes.
Now, when Jesse Owens returned to America, his very own fucking country, guess what they did? They refused to let him run in another country.
Right.
They retired him.
Yes. Yes.
That's what. So why would I have any hostile feelings towards Nazis?
Thank you. The real ones, the original ones. Yes.
What I wrote down, what I told him was that if anything, the people who I'm against are the Allied forces.
Yes. Thank you.
Because they are all racist.
Yes. And colonialists.
FDR had no problem in turning Japanese Americans and killing them. People who were born here.
Yes.
People who have had been here for generations.
Yes.
And he had no problem with what abuses were being taken out on the black race either.
Right.
So I let him I gave him a piece of my mind with that.
I really appreciate that. And I do want people to know that beyond saluting Jesse Owens, Adolf Hitler actually personally rendezvoused with him to shake his hand, which is something, yes, Franklin Roosevelt refused to do. And Franklin just snubbed him and would not present him, it would not abide his company. It would be the term that it would not suffer his company, essentially. He was turned away from his own president, whose nation he represented. And of course, I want to thank Mr. Jameson Reese for educating myself. Even though I knew this in the case of Mr. Malcolm X, however tangentially, I only knew it peripherally, but in the case of Martin Luther King Jr., I actually looked it up and found out that Jameson Reese was quite correct, that both of these gentlemen actually read Mein Kampf and had nothing against Adolf Hitler either, for the very reason that Jameson articulates and others. So he was also an inspiration to the civil rights movement. So Jameson can take it from there. Again, thank you.
Yes. And I was prompted to share that with Douglas Dietrich because Douglas had shared with me a link where it was a music video with a song from Coldplay.
Yes. Where
they were depicting Adolf Hitler if he were alive in modern times.
Yes.
And I found it quite touching, and I wanted to and I had to bring up the fact that the reason why the United States of America feared Adolf Hitler so much was because this man not only had a mediumship ability, but he had the capacity to connect to the collective unconscious of those around him. And he could sort of channel their feelings and put them into words. And this is something that I suspect that Colonel Michael Aquino was trying to do when he had done the ritual in which he had the many of the people with him when he had the voices, of the many.
Yes.
That night.
Yes.
Of course, his way of doing it was a perversion.
Yes.
And I have to emphasize, it's a perversion of what was something very positive that Adolf Hitler had as a trait.
Thank you. Yes.
And for those, and again, I have to put into context for those who might think that I'm anti-Semitic or anti-Judaic. I am not. In fact, I acknowledge the horrors of the Holocaust, but I also can put into context that what Hitler did was anti-Judaic. It was not anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Judaism is a religion. Now, granted, many of these people can trace their lineage to certain points in certain regions. Nonetheless, we have to realize that there are people of multi-ethnicities, multiple ethnicities and races who are Jewish as well. There are Black Jews, there are Asian Jews, there are Jews amongst all ethnicities of people.
Yes.
So let us not buy into the propaganda that Trump and Netanyahu are spinning that Judaism is a race.
Thank you.
Because it is not.
Thank you. Yes, that's so important. That's incredibly important. And worse yet, they identify this this ethno-nationalism of their interpretation of Judaism as essentially a Caucasian race. That is what is so offensive.
And you see, what we have to then do is we have to identify that as being a sect of Judaism.
Yes.
Rather than Judaism itself. That is a sect of Jewry in which they are more or less white supremacist.
They are.
And,
yes.
And mass breeding to outbreed other races. That's a specific sect of Judaism. That's not Judaism as a whole.
Yes, and at the very
not
least,
see anything in the Talmud that promotes what they do.
Thank you. Very important. And again, obviously we'll get some kind of backlash or flack for that. That's if we had enough listeners at the demographic level that would start coming in. But these articulations are necessary. They're necessitated by the times because of the fact that at this point there's really no stopping the message that I'm giving. So now that this message is being presented to the general public, what we are counting on is, of course, articulating ourselves as clearly as possible and qualifying everything we say as much as we can so that people have a better understanding of what we represent. So thank you very much, Mr. Jameson Reese. That was deeply appreciated and well said.
Add a few more things,
please,
if I may.
Yeah.
One, we have to make a differentiation and distinction between the National Socialists of World War II and the neo-Nazis. They are a different beast altogether.
Yes.
Completely different beast. It has become fashionable and trendy for some reason in white America amongst males to have this anti-Nazi rhetoric. Let's shoot up Nazis. Let's play games to just shoot Nazis. Let's just, I mean, and they have to, and we have to take the dehumanization of the Nazis for what that is as well. That is a form of ethnic racism. In fact, it's a form of ethnic racism against those who are of the Aryan race, those who are of that heritage in Germany.
Yes, very much so. Thank you. And
so this is the open promotion of what we will call genocide.
Yes, it is. It is very much so. Teutophobia. It's the as opposed to Judeophobia or anti-Semitism, which is an incredibly abused and misused term. It's anti-Germanism and Teutophobia, which is a fear of the Teutonic race, ethnos culture, and it's basically self-loathing, since the overwhelming majority of the American population, the white population, is Germanic in their ancestry. And as a result, what you see with all their video games where you kill Nazis wholesale, this is a self-loathing. They hate themselves. And so it shows you just the pathology of the American mindset. So it's, and what is really bizarre about this, to take this to a level where people will truly be offended. I mean, why stop where we're at now? I mean, why not take it all the way? When you take a look at something like, say, Castle Wolfenstein, where you can look up on YouTube all the different ways you can kill Hitler in the video game. And these are, of course, just gore and splatter fests where people can indulge in this basically pseudo-sexual fantasy of killing an old man who's portrayed as Alzheimer's ridden within the game, within the video game. So you're basically killing an Alzheimer's ridden elder. And when here's all these Americans who are grooving off of this, and then you see videos where social critics are saying, "Oh yeah, the right-wingers are all pissed off that we can do this," and this is the perversity of the left-right spectrum in America, is because both the right-wingers, the reactionary white supremacists, use the term Nazi all the time to refer to liberal progressives. And they'll use terms like feminazi. They'll use the swastika when talking about the gay movement. They do anything they can to try and say that the left and the progressive and the state, larger government, is quote-unquote fascistic. And then the left does the same towards the right, and they'll say this is fascism, this is ethno-nationalism taken to the extreme of Nazism. Neither of these people are right, and neither can be right, because National Socialism and fascism are radicalized centrism. They're basically the center line, and so both these people...
Centrism, we wouldn't have the corporate abuses, and we wouldn't have the corporate, corruption that we have if we had a fascist, centrist government.
Thank you, because centrist, and what we mean is political centrism. We're not talking about state centrism as in communism. Yes, but thank you, and he knows that, and Jameson knows that. I'm just clarifying this for the public, the listening public, but in the case of where I said to offend everybody, what you have in this case is literally the Hitler archetype becoming the Christ figure. This is what Christ was to everyone in his time when he went walking with his cross that he was bearing on his back. And by the way, just to give people some context here, to give you an example of a contemporary context, when I was involved with Boyd Rice and Vale, who was this Japanese American whose last name I don't even remember now, but he was a publisher of Research Magazine in San Francisco. Later on changed it to V-Search Magazine, as in Vale Search Magazine, because of his own first name and because he didn't have the copyright to Research Magazine anymore when he broke up with Andrea Juno, who was very Jewish, a young Jewess with, the typically larger nose, but very attractive. I'm compelled to bring up the nose issue only because it was something that, without trying to deliver a pun, it stood out. But she was this wonderful lady who participated in an interview with myself for Research Magazine that was never published. Not because of anything she did. It was literally just, it wasn't fit for publication by the time the interview was delivered. But in terms of Vale himself, he was a friend of mine because as a Japanese American, he was literally born in a concentration camp. He was born in an American concentration camp where they were interning Japanese during World War II. So he was a bit older than myself, by far perhaps, and he was a dear friend of Boyd Rice, and they both were National Socialists, ardent National Socialists, and of course Boyd Rice veered into many other directions after that. And so what my point is, that with Vale and Research Magazine, one of the people that they interviewed, or one of the issues that they published, and these were like telephone book-sized issues. They would publish Research Magazine basically as a book, and the book would be dedicated to an entire subject. And one subject they dwelt on was pranks. And there were all kinds of pranks that I could go on for hours about. some of which people find literally unbelievable, but really happened. But one of these pranks was a man in California decided he was going to emulate the walk of Christ, and he basically bore a cross upon his back, dressed as Christ did with a crown of thorns, and began to walk through the streets of several smaller cities in California. And people automatically began to throw bottles at him, throw stones at him. They began to, just because they felt what he was doing was irreligious, irreverent, disrespectful, heretical, and because of this reason, they took it out on him as if he were the real Christ. They started basically flogging him, would have skinned him alive if police hadn't intervened on several occasions simply to stop a murder. And this is basically the reality of the Christ archetype, is that if you take on that persona, that's what you're in for. And this is what they've turned the Hitler archetype into through Inglourious Bastards, the Castle Wolfenstein video game. Everybody wants a crack at killing my biological father. This is their in thing. And so if that doesn't make him a Christ-like figure, I can't imagine what does. This is ultimately what he has ascended to. And this comes first through that crucible, to use that term, in its proper context of that tribulation that his archetype goes through before, in the Jungian sense, it ascends to something that is recognized as something else, as something apotheistic. In other words, godlike in the Caesarian sense after his death. So, of course, Caesar was murdered before he ascended into godhood in the Roman Empire, and that's when he attained apotheosis. So this is the horror of reality. This is the perversity of the world that we live in. We're almost at the top of the hour, but do come up with any thoughts that might have brought forth, dear Jameson.
Well, what I want to say is, in that respect, you can say that the American empire is a anti-Christ empire.
Thank you.
In and of itself, because it will what made Christ stand out is that he was able to do the same thing Hitler did. He was able to tap into the collective unconscious of the people around him and to try to steer it towards a means of transcendence. And so America is completely opposed to that. America's desire is mob degeneration.
Yes, that's right.
Our culture is one of mob degeneration. So you have to get with the mob. If you're not with the mob, you're fucked. And if you're not with the mob, and the mob are going to degenerate and become dumb, and that's what they're meant to and designed to do. And if you're not part of it, we got to get rid of you. That's the American mindset.
It is, and it's very much the elimination of the identified minority. Whatever is the identified minority is the target of American ire, and they have to have an identified minority. Without the identified minority, there is no American identity, because Americans have no innate cultural identity of their own. So that pretty much says it all. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't able to get Brendan Zogit to get rid of that test run that our lovely manageress Selena Khan had performed earlier. So hopefully everyone ignores that 3.5 minute little black window that is up there on the video. So it's on the video. How would I say that? On the video table of contents, so to speak, what comes up when you go into my channel. Maybe people just link directly to tonight's live stream, so it's not going to be an issue, hopefully. But aside from that, things look very good, or they're progressing much smoother than they normally do. And we will, with 1 minute to the top of the hour, provide both these wonderful gentlemen, Derek Talley, whose call this program is writing on, and Jameson Reese, who provided us that very astute and insightful social commentary. We'll give them both a thanks, and we're going to bring on the lovely Crystal River. And Crystal River will take us throughout the night for a very wild Halloween ride. And I'm very privileged, honored to have her with us, and deeply appreciative of her presence. So, honey, do cut loose. Let us hear your voice.
Here I am.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, she's an angel. So, honey, I want you to understand that we've got a lot of people out there who will be brought in just by your presence. And Sarah Shields says hi. So, love you, Sarah. Mwah. And she wishes us a great transmission. The wonderful lady, the Grandma Dame, Maria Michaela Grigorich, is with us. And she said, I started reading Mein Kampf, but not the 2,000-page one. It's a Ford translation and supposed to be the best one. Looking forward to Crystal. And that's actually the case. And Selena Khan says, oh, no, don't worry, honey. I'm not laughing. Oh, honey. Selena Khan is just saying hello, wishing us the best of transmissions, and so she's a wonderful mistress and manager, and in no way intend to be, riffing on her when I talk about that little test run that she did. Now, my lovely Crystal River, I want you to understand that I'm going to introduce you now, and the way that I will introduce you is to allow people to know everything that you've got going, so to speak, and you've got quite a bit. So Crystal River is a woman of many hats, and she has many pages on Facebook by which you can reach her for her services. I want everyone to know that tonight she will be exposing the death of River Phoenix in context of Hollywood. In fact, we'll be referencing this within the title itself. I've already entered it as the UNHOLYWOOD episode, as in UNHOLYWOOD, a play on words. And she will be doing...
Ooh, I like that.
Oh, thank you, honey. And she'll be doing that in context of the mitigating participation of Johnny Depp and the West Memphis Trio. I refer to them as the West Memphis Trio because I didn't know whether to enter 3 as a written word or as a number, and I just settled for trio as being the most clarifying. But they're known as the West Memphis 3. Now, all of this, of course, will feature herself doing quite a bit of talking, and the young Ma Dame Cartomancer and Fey Wisdom Fairyologist, which you can follow at her timeline, which is basically... Now, the funny thing is, every time that I alter the print on anything to do with your links, there are so many of them, and what happens is Facebook screws up its own links. It makes the links unlinkable, and I'll have to go in there later on and enter the links. So the way you can find or re-enter the links, it's maddening. It's really maddening. But I want people to understand that you can find her at the Fey Wisdom. Could you give us the Fey Wisdom timeline, honey? If you can't, then what I'll do is link directly there and tell people what it is. It's Crystal River, Crystal River, Fey Wisdom, and that is one of the timelines at which you can reach her on Facebook, facebook.com/Crystal, spelled with a K, River, Fey, spelled F-A-E, Wisdom. That's facebook.com/Crystal River, Fey Wisdom. There's a reason why it's important to spell this out, is because people can actually reach her through the private messages on any of these timelines. And of course, she's also a totemic or spirit animal communicator and spiritual psychic life energy healing coach. And you can reach her in that regard at facebook.com/Crystal River Readings. And again, Crystal spelled with a K. That's facebook.com/Crystal River Readings. And all of this is under the umbrella of Crystal River Psychic Readings and Occult Knowledge. So you can like and follow her in all of her general activities at facebook.com/Crystal River Tarot. Tarot being spelled T-A-R-O-T. that, of course, being the cards with which she works. And this, of course, is kind of like her main service page. And, of course, she deals in herbal medicines and holistic healing at Yauguri Apothecary. Apothecary being the medievalist or classical word, the ancient word, actually, for pharmacy. And as in herbal remedies. And this would be at facebook.com/Yauguri Apothecary. I'm going to spell that AUG as in the foreshortening of the month of August, AUG, and URI, and then Apothecary, which is spelled APOTHECARY. And here the Madame Selena Khan steps in to say yay for Crystal River. Thank you. She's very much into the holistic healing, so she appreciates what you do. And finally, Heal Your Water at facebook.com/Heal Your Water, which is energetic healing. And the Fade Lady Crystal River's telephonic number is listed on all her Facebook venue-hosted pages, wherefrom she books readings and energy healings through any of her Facebook pages, whereon her phone number be electronically accessible, that clients may also text her telephonically to schedule psychic readings and or energy healings, or dip mess, as in direct instant private message, any one of her Facebook timelines to schedule a session with herself. Plus, she also does animal and animal spirit readings and energy healings for pets. So all of that is very important. Now, before I segue it over to the lovely Madame Crystal River, I do want to dedicate this program and ask her to participate in any other dedication she feels would be apropos. But I just found out, like an idiot, I hang my head in shame and disgrace. I simply did not know. I was misled by a lot of incoming notifications that Joseph Doc Marquis, I thought, was still with us, and I had every intention of contacting him for some research being conducted by George Knight, and I'll have to explain to him personally and privately why this research was actually relevant, but to the subject that he's working on. But Doc Marquis is dead, and I found out that he died in November of 2018, so close to this period of the year, but 2 years ago by now. And it was of a brain tumor. Very sad. I was confused and honestly thought he was still with us and going strong because of an individual who I do not know, but don't know personally, but his name is Dan Bidondi, and he runs the Truth Radio Show. And he had posted interviews by Doc Marquis that were dated this year. So there were interviews up there that were posted from February through August 2020. But I realize now he was simply posting, had finally gotten around to posting old interviews he had conducted with Doc Marquis onto a sub-channel. So it was just incredibly sad. And when I found that out, it's very. I'm also rather disappointed to see that this Bidondi character is of course a Alex Jones cultist, and so that is exactly the last place where I would want to be affiliated with anything. But Doc Marquis was at least found a ready audience for much of what he had to say. There were differences, of course, between Doc Marquis' perception of the world and my own, but he was very much everything that he said that he was. He had a way of using catchphrases that sell, and he would say, "I'm former Illuminati," because that would appeal immediately to the general public response. That would trigger the response that would get people to pay attention to his message. So he would use terms like that really were inapplicable, but that would take some going into in the future. That's quibbling. It's quibbling. He was a wonderful human being. I'm so sad he's dead. I will segue now to the Lady Crystal River, and we'll take it from here. But just out of curiosity, honey, I know that you've been maintaining some watch over alternative media. Did you ever run across this individual? I'm not going to presume you ever met him personally, as I did.
No, I don't know who you're speaking of. I don't know this person. But okay. I would say that it is appropriate to dedicate the show to all of the dead and anyone that any of us have ever cared about that has passed on, because that's really what this time of year is all about.
Yes, it's so true. It's so true. And educated us a little bit on the Celtic holiday of Samhain, as it is pronounced. It's spelled,
yes.
Samhain, but Celtic, of course, is never pronounced as it's spelled. It's like the Kampuchean or Cambodian language in that regard. So, yes, tell us a bit about Samhain and how, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like Asian Lunar New Year for the Celts. And
yes, and also for us Libras. I would say that in the Western culture, we have narrowed down Halloween to the 31st, which is really the midpoint of the celebration. It starts at the beginning of the Scorpio season, so at the 23rd, 24th of the month, and it goes up to November the 2nd, basically. So it's that time of year, and we're going to be talking about the positives and negatives of it, because a lot of the darker forces use this time of year in a negative way, the inversion, yes. The satanic inversion.
Yeah, I appreciate your clarifying that. And by the way, honey, I will have you continue on that subject. I want to bring this up as well, just to give people a kind of heads up on two things. It reminds me of two things. There's a shout out now I'm going to give, and then later when I do the solicitation, if I ever get around to that. And that's why I want to do this now, because I may not get to the solicitation with Crystal River with us tonight, which is fine. And I want to give a shout out to Shauna Bandow. And Shauna Bandow published a post that linked directly to my website, and because Facebook is using facial recognition technology, and I am officially banned on Facebook under my true name, she was suspended for 30 days. They deactivated her timeline. They went so far as to deactivate her timeline. She appealed, and they rescinded, and they allowed her back on, complete with a link that has my face on it under my true name, linking to the Douglas Dietrich website. So that's pretty incredible. I don't know what's going on with that. So that, of course, is basically concerning what I was discussing with Jameson and Derek Talley earlier about my relationship to Adolf Hitler biologically. So anybody goes on the Sora Aoi timeline or the Shauna Bandow timeline can find that link. And that's on Facebook, and Shauna Bandow's name is spelled SHAWNA for her first name. Bandow spelled BANDOW for her surname or last name. And what happened with myself and the timeline of Crystal River was Crystal River has this wonderful post that is expressing how awkward and out of place people feel after they essentially come into grips with their metaphysical self, their multidimensional self, and it shows Big Bird as, for those of you who are too young to remember Big Bird, this is a big yellow bird that is the size...
Big Bird still hangs out on Sesame Street, so you can't be too young for Big Bird.
I hope not. I hope not. I don't know how many kids watch Sesame Street anymore, but hopefully you know who Big Bird is, but he's basically a big yellow bird the size, like a chicken costume the size of Godzilla. And so she shows him sitting at the head of a table where he's surrounded by normal baseline humans, and that's how awkward a person can feel, or how out of place a person can feel when they've expanded themselves in terms of consciousness. I entered this comment. I said, but I've always felt like that. So there was never a moment of clarity. I just always felt like Big Bird sitting at the table. But this is what I entered was, but I've always felt like that, with 4 periods to trail off, and that's all I entered. And then Facebook said, we're blocking your comment due to community standards that I had yes, that I had violated community standards of all things by saying, but I've always felt like that about Big Bird, that I've always, I mean, I have no idea what algorithm.
I've noticed that Facebook is really protective right now of Hunter Biden and Big Bird.
There you go. There you go. I guess, yeah. And I take it you've entered some comments about Hunter Biden that Facebook.
No, that was my attempt at humor.
Okay, thank you, and it's appreciated. And so I appealed, and then they came back and said they had interpreted it as spam, but they were still not allowing the comment to display, that I would be the only one who could see the comment. And how could that interpret as spam? But I've always felt like that with 4 dots. How is that spamming? It's just bizarre. It's fortunately, I haven't been bothered by Facebook for anything else, thank God. But there we have that. That segues us perfectly back to Crystal River. So you might provide us your thoughts on that, if any. Obviously, there's nothing really to say about that. It's beyond analysis. And
I think Facebook wants to err on the side of censorship.
Yes. It's true. Yeah, I mean, fuck caution. It's not erring on the side of caution. It's actually just censorship for the sake of censorship. It doesn't even make sense. So, now I've just got a big ha-ha from Stacy Burgraff for my response to her on what she had said about the link that was provided by Shauna Bandow. I'm not going to overdwell on this, but I'm just going to bring this to people's attention. Basically, Shauna Bandow linked to a part of my website that is basically Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white male supremacist terrorism. And Shauna Bandow headed it with an editorial, "Hitler's truth has been suppressed for years. You are all being lied to about this man named Hitler, and for one reason, New World Order," which is, accurate enough, I suppose. And then this lady named Stacy Burgraff said, "All of Adolf's kids would be dead by now." And so I answered in a technical manner. Perhaps she found this just laughable, and if she does, oh well. I said, "I'm puzzled by such presumption, Lady Burgraff, and such would certainly not be the case by way of any incepted via artificial insemination as myself, unless you simply be assuming we would all be the targets of assassination to point of extinction per the Hitler bloodline, which in and of itself be not unreasonable in context of current cultural animosity, but still be taken as axiomatic sans evidence of chronic incompetence on part of our enemies and mitigating factors that have obviated such option." To which she just put a ha-ha, like, okay, well, if that doesn't make sense to you, what can I say? At any rate, perhaps she doesn't believe that in vitro fertilization exists, or perhaps, I've run across people when I was in high school who thought that lasers were a fantasy, and this was decades after lasers had been invented for industrial applications, but they simply thought of lasers as this movie fantasy, and therefore this is the problem with the general public. They think that there is forever a fantasy element to something that can only be fantasy, and that it never enters the realm of reality. This is why you have incredibly dislocated and dysfunctional mentation processes on the part of the general public. But to help us overcome that, Crystal River is here, and thank you very much for being here tonight. Thank you for your patience.
I would say that's all a part of the Hollywood spell, right?
Yes! Thank you. As a matter of fact, you're absolutely right. And I want to thank True Jihadi for providing $5 in the super chat. So I encourage others to follow that example. And so True Jihadi says, "Keep it up." And she's speaking on behalf of Crystal River as well as myself. So I'd best turn towards Crystal River and let her keep it up. We're 20 minutes in, and I don't want to, I want the rest of the show to essentially be her with my responses. So, honey, do take over. And tell us about the Hollywood spell, UNHOLYWOOD.
Okay. I want to make an apology in advance because I'm going back and forth between Skype on my phone and my notes, and I have crazy notes that are, I couldn't really decide what order to put things in because we never know how we're going to take it, like according to your response. So I've just got notes all over the place, and I might sound like I'm reading every once in a while because I'm referring back to some of these notes. But for the most part, I've got stuff about Hollywood and the satanic influence there.
Yes.
And I wanted to get your comments on some of the stuff that I have. But before we start, could I just take a moment to appreciate your art, your photographs? And I don't think enough is said about it. It's beautiful. I really love the stuff you did today and every time I'm on. And I wanted to make a comment about last week's transmission, the art on there. I believe it was your son?
Yes.
Okay, so I noticed something about your son that is a fey quality, which if you are drawing an accurate depiction of his ear,
yes,
I noticed that he doesn't have earlobes, and that's how my ears are too. They're connected, like, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, absolutely. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. So I just wanted to, I didn't want to let things go by or get too far without going there and talking about your art. And we could talk some other time about the ears, but that's the first thing I noticed.
Oh my God,
that's beautiful.
No,
yeah.
you're so wonderful because those ears are so important in the sense that for those of you who don't know, Crystal River is going to give us the positive in terms of the fey nature of that kind of ear shape in herself and in my son. In Asia, that's considered unlucky not to have earlobes. It's considered almost like you're lacking life force. So in Asia, that's why you see the ancient sages, they portray them. For those of you who never noticed this, take a look next time and you'll see the ancient Asian or classical Asian, usually on New Year's posters with the 7 gods of luck or something like that. You'll see the gods or the deities in heaven, or the sages as the Caucasians call them so they don't offend their Christian sensibilities, but they're essentially gods. And they have, of course, very long earlobes. And this is meant to reflect their life force, their and all kinds of positive things. And so in the old macrobiotic sensibilities, a person with very short earlobes was somebody who was like short on life force. Now this is simply a ignorance or lack of understanding in China or ancient Asian cultures of the fey nature of certain subspecies of humanity, meaning those that have been bred of some fairy lineage. So do tell us a bit about this, honey.
Well, I've heard them called elven ears, but I would say that it's a sure indicator that there is some fey DNA or genetics, however you would want to call it.
Yes, very much so.
So, yeah. So, can I start out now with go ahead.
Oh yeah,
please.
I just want to say that I want you to feel very comfortable and be spontaneous and go all over the place. We can all draw it together in a web of narrative later. Honestly, just say what pops into your mind, and you've got a lot to go. Just read it out and get it out there. That's what you want to do, is just, without rhyme or reason or order, get it out there. The rhyme, reason, and order will come later. It'll just come.
Okay. So in interest of this show being about honoring the dead, I will bring up some new stuff about Tracy and about Max. I know your audience has responded to that in the past.
Yes.
And I've held back a couple of things, and we've not had time to go over everything. So we certainly have time tonight. Yes. And so I might bring up a story about one of them and then circle back to it later, because a lot of it just leads into all kinds of other stuff. So I want to start out with a public service announcement about children and Halloween and the way we do it in the West. I know that this year, with the craziness in the world going on, we probably won't have as much of the trick-or-treating kind of stuff, but when in the old days they used to warn us that to go through your kids' candy because there would be razors or drugs in it. But trust me, no one's giving away razors. They're too expensive, and nobody's giving away their drugs either.
for the same reason. Yes.
Right. The more concern, the greater concern, I would say, for Halloweens to come as well would be the mask that is worn by both children and adults, because of the fact that with kids disappearing at the rate that they are today, a mask really can conceal who's snatching a kid or what kid's being snatched so that they can follow up on it. So I would suggest face paint over masks. Just putting that out there for safety.
Wow. I mean, thank you. That's very intriguing. I really appreciate your bringing that up. I never would have thought of that.
Well, it's plays into what we're going to talk about with the West Memphis 3 crime and other crimes like that.
Yes.
So basically, I told you that I got inspired to do the Halloween story with you because of River Phoenix, who was snuff murdered in 1994 on Halloween night.
Yeah.
And this was done in the club called the Viper Room, owned by Johnny Depp. And at the time when that happened, I went through a psychic experience, which I'll share tonight. And all these years later, it still keeps playing out. I keep getting validations for what I felt psychically that night when it happened. And it ties in with the West Memphis 3 story. I didn't go into extensive research about that because there are people out there that have done that. One is William Ramsey. He's a Christian researcher, and he's basically covered all about Johnny Gosh and all about the West Memphis 3 and all about the Smiley Face Killers, which I'd also like to go into tonight.
Yes.
But so in 1994, I was pregnant with my son, who is now 25, and I was actually 8 months pregnant, just about to have my child. And I went to a restaurant with our family, and this was November 1st, I think, the day after Halloween. And this restaurant was we went to the bar, like it was a Mexican place. We went into the cantina, and at the bar area, there's a TV up in the corner, like a lot of bars have.
Yeah.
And I looked up at the bar, at the TV above the bar, and it was reporting that River Phoenix had died the night before. And it was turned way down, but I was trying to catch the details. I just zoned in on it because it's like a part of me got sucked into the TV to where that was all I could zone in on, because I immediately felt this connection with the person that died, which was River Phoenix.
Right.
And I wasn't very familiar with his work before this. I went back and, watched everything after that, and now I'm probably his biggest fan. But like it happens with a lot of artists, they don't get noticed till after they die. But
sadly, yes.
He was on a track where he was pretty much set up for failure from the beginning. And it started out with his parents were in the Children of God cults. And if you want to talk about what the Children of God cult has going on, that's fine. I don't know that much about it. I just know that it's common in Hollywood first of all, cults, period, are common in Hollywood.
Yes.
And cults always have occult themes. So it's basically an alternative to a religion, and it's based in the occult. And it's something that, do you want to talk about Children of God?
Please, go ahead.
I mean, do you have anything to say about how they function or what they're about?
Once I get started, I'm not going to stop. I will go into it. I'll give people my own perspective on Children of God. I do want to say that Acrolite78 has contributed what appears to be $200.
Bless you, thank you.
Yes, Goddess bless you, Acrolite78, who does emphasize, I am not a woman, sorry to disappoint, I do love the show. So hugs, 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 and of course, multiple bows. to Acrolite 78 that will go towards by purchasing myself a new laptop, which
because I want to acknowledge that Douglas too, like I just brought up with his art, he is a starving artist, and we really have to spend our money on our artists and on our local businesses, especially right now. They're hurting, they're dying, and we've got to keep that alive. Without art, we're not a people anymore.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, honey. I definitely appreciate that, and of course, I do hope people check into the services of Crystal River as well. And honestly, she does so much for so many people. And I make the joke that she essentially, when I think of psychic service lines, like what she runs at night, throughout the night, and she's up throughout the night like myself, which is one reason why Peter Moon has suggested we'd make a great couple. By the way, Acrolite 78 is Swedish and says, sorry again, that would be $20 roughly. And that makes more sense because we do have a limit on the Super Chat ability to take in money. But he's helping us go towards that ceiling. So everybody, donate a few dollars. And Acrolite 78 did what they could from Sweden, and it was probably misinterpreted by the Swedish currency exchange into the American dollar system via the aggregator that runs the Super Chat. So I'm saying my gratitude beyond expression to Acrolite 78. And also to True Jihadi. I have no idea who they could be, and if they're a member of the Islamic State, I say thank you anyway, and deeply appreciate. The dollars they have donated. By the way, Acrolite 78 says I could not select dollars, or I didn't figure it out. So that was probably the amount in kronen, about 200 kronen, if I have the currency I remember correctly from Sweden, which, if I understand, has switched completely to digital currency. But that leaves me free to go on from this point to having addressed both Acrolite 78 and True Jihadi. I can go on a bit about Children of God. Let me qualify it by saying this. There was a guy whose name I don't even remember, who interviewed me a number of times, that that probably other people will remember instantly, who was a product of the Children of God cult. And he was his name was I don't remember, but I did several shows on Christianity with him, in which I spoke of Christianity, and he was very enthusiastic. He brought me onto an independent radio station where, because of what they termed my potty mouth, they lost their something which they were never able to regain. And so I became persona non grata with that particular station that he had interviewed myself on, which was some weird little indie station, which, whatever. This day and age, I find it hard to believe that a person, that these cuss words have any relevance anymore in the adult spectrum, because most of these people are talking to other adults. If it were a child show he was interviewing me on, which of course I wouldn't ever be interviewed on because there would be no relevance to bringing. It would be like bringing me onto a children's show, or any show accessible to children would be like bringing a porn star onto any show that's accessible to children. It just wouldn't make any sense. So at any rate, whatever his name was, and I might remember it later, he was living in Taiwan for a long while and teaching English, and he had nothing but positive things to say about Children of God. But let's qualify this: he was male. And when I went to Australia at that time with that horrible Nexus conference that where everything was stolen, because I was down there for so long, I had to bring everything with me because I was down there for over 2 weeks. I wound up staying much longer than that, involuntarily. And if it hadn't been for a secret sponsoress who I know but has asked to remain anonymous, who paid thousands of dollars for me to bring Noreen with me. If I hadn't had Noreen help hand with me to use as a battering ram to get home by stealing a wheelchair and putting her on the wheelchair, at which point the Australians said, oh, fuck, we don't want to be stuck with some cripple here to take care of for the, on our welfare state, so let's make certain she gets home, and she can't get home without the dude who's got no record of his even arriving. I would never have gotten home. I would have been a homeless person in Australia and ultimately in jail because I would have been an illegal immigrant. As a matter of fact, I would have wound up on Nauru Island, where they actually stick the illegal immigrants, and probably would have died there. So this is what I escaped narrowly thanks to a convergent chain of events. But while I was down there, a young lady approached me whom everyone, including myself, was convinced was some kind of government agent for some government agency. And she expressed the fact that she was raised by the children of God, which was almost certainly true. Most government agents, like Julian Assange, are raised in cults, and many of them in Australia, like they're herding sheep or something. And in her case, her experience with Children of God was horrific. And she, being a girl, had nothing but negative things to say about the Children of God cult because she grew up essentially being gang raped on a daily basis, exploited by the men in the cult. So it's probably best I don't even remember the name of the man that had interviewed me multiple times who had been a member of that cult because of what I've just said. But this is the difference between what one man who grows up in that cult would interpret as free love, and we're just sharing our love, which was the whole trip of the Children of God, by the way, was sharing the love. And they expanded a lot into Asia because they would pick up young Asian children for part of this free love. And so it was essentially all centered on this dirty old white man who was affiliated with this other guy who called himself Zen something. I vaguely remember that Laura Lee Solomon was reading his columns until she found that out about him, and everything got exposed about his pedophilia. But we're talking about a pedophile ring under cover of religion with religious justification for having sex with kids. Religious rationalization for having sex with kids because, honor thy father, taken to its ultimate extreme. And this is like what you find in, I hate to say it, your average American extended family, where some guy takes that figurehood, that fatherhood, and just basically uses it to sexually exploit everyone around him. This becomes magnified by orders of magnitude in a cult, and the Children of God exemplifies that. And if you've ever taken a look at their propaganda, which you can find online, it is distressing. It is disconcerting, to say the least. It's profoundly disturbing, and shows a lot of kids basically in the company of elders and talking about how basically you're never too young to bear the seed of the father. You can take it from there. So without getting too graphic, because I know Crystal doesn't like it when I do that, I am, of course, a former pornographic author and illustrator, so I have that capability of getting pretty graphic. It's one reason my illustrations look so photographic. We're going to go back to Crystal now. Does that kind of contextualize Children of God enough for you?
That's what I was looking for. Yeah, a little bit of backup on the child predator aspect of cults, basically. I mean, we can all see in the news right now, there's the NXIVM cult and Keith Raniere that just got arrested he's serving 120 years in prison or something like that.
Holy shit.
It was the same type of thing. So Allison Mack was a Hollywood actress. She was getting women who were young Hollywood actresses wanting to break into the business, telling them that they could, it's kind of like a multi-level counseling thing. And
hold on for a second.
Basically were branding these women.
Oh, right!
And,
oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. They were branding them. I want to get a bit into that multi-level counseling bullshit because by the way, I remember the name of the dude. His name was Michael Basham. So his stuff's still on YouTube. You could probably find Michael Basham, Douglas Dietrich interviews out there, and you'll hear me talking to an honest-to-God product of the children of God called who's unabashed about it, and so kind of like talking to a survivor from Jonestown who just says Jim Jones was great. Anyhow, go on, honey. This counseling that leads to a branding. Okay, how did? Okay, I'll let you just take it.
So I was kind of getting off. I was switching to another cult. I'll go back with the Children of God story with River Phoenix first. We'll tackle that first.
Understood.
So what happened was he was raised in a family that did the free love thing, and they lived in a commune setting where everybody, quote, loves everybody.
Yes.
And there were several children in his family, like 5 or 6. And what his parents would do for cash is they would take their kids down to Hollywood Boulevard and where the stars are on the street and stuff, and just have their kids like act out little skits and stuff for money, like little monkeys with the grind organ or whatever.
Right.
And
I thought you were going to tell me they prostituted them.
Well, that's what was going on when they were at home. So the kids were probably glad to be, on the streets performing as opposed to back at the commune.
I'm sorry, that's awful.
but anyway, River Phoenix got discovered this way, and so when he got discovered, he went on that fast track where you see somebody who's too young to have a lot of money, and they start blowing it all on self-destruction. And what River Phoenix did was, he probably has about 10 films, but what he started doing was making his own little recordings where he would have a friend record him while he was like rolling on something with sunglasses on, and his hair looked like he, bedhead and everything. And he was talking about the truth, what we know, like what really goes on in the underworld and the underbelly of Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. And so this was back in the early days before there was any YouTube and before anybody, there were all these whistleblowers and stuff. He was like one of the earliest whistleblowers, and he was getting these tapes distributed, and people were catching on to stuff. And so he needed to be, in their view, gotten rid of, right?
Yes.
So what happened was he attended this club called the Viper Room, owned by Johnny Depp, and he slipped some drugs that night, and the drugs killed him. But what happened was he started going into seizures, and they simply picked up his body, and this was what Johnny Depp wanted. He said, I don't want that motherfucker dying in my club. Put him outside. So they put him out on the street to die. And he basically died with witnesses all around him, and he was seizuring out. And then in subsequent days, inside of the Viper Room, they started a dance called the River Phoenix dance, where they were like seizuring out, making fun of, mocking the way he died.
Oh my God! And there's a few things I have to bring up here. One of them is that my mistress and manageress, Selena Khan, says that she actually was in the Viper Room at some point in many of her travels, and so she just wanted people to know that, and certainly wanted me to know that. I hope she doesn't mind my sharing that. But one of the things that I heard was that, and it seemed pretty compelling, it was a legitimate news source that I heard this from. It was Christina Applegate, who played the young lady on...
There's legitimate news sources?
Yeah, you know what I mean. It was conventional. It was conventional, which at the time would be considered more...
Right.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Thank you. In other words, it wasn't like the National Enquirer at the time, when we had a clearer division between entertainment and information.
Which we no longer have.
Which we no longer have, yes. So in those days, Christina Applegate, who was the comedienne, who was actually an actress who was in a comedy series, Married with Children, as the rather promiscuous daughter. She what was her name? Something Bundy, but Bundy's daughter, and she was dating
Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly Bundy. Yeah, thank you. And she was. This is what I heard. She was dating, at least for that night, River Phoenix, and that she thought he was joking when they brought him outside to die. Obviously, Johnny Depp, who may very well have had a part in the poisoning, knew this guy was dying, and that's why he said, I don't want this fucker dying in my club, because then he would be responsible. So he basically had him kicked out of the club, and Christina Applegate essentially either encountered him outside or was with him when they ejected him, and but was under the impression he was clowning and was laughing all the while he was dying. That was what I heard. Did you hear anything to that effect?
Well, I will say he actually had a legitimate girlfriend for many years. He also had his own band, and he wasn't all about just the Hollywood scene. So he had a girlfriend named Samantha Mathis, and she was in his final film with him, which was called A Thing Called Love. And that was his girlfriend. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kelly Bundy girl was used that way, because that's what you do when if you want to keep getting paid and you want to keep being a star. That was a really big show. That was when Fox first had a network, and I think that was probably their top show.
Yeah.
And those people in those positions do what they're told. Yes. So she was probably doing what she was told. And the reason why I can speak on this with confidence is because I have been given a gift of a psychic intuition. And I'll go back to that day on November 1st when I was watching the newscast. I was pregnant 8 months with my son, who I immediately took on all this River Phoenix pain, and I just could see a dark satanic ritual taking place. I knew that the story was that he took bad drugs, but he was poisoned, and there was a dark ritual that took place. And I'll just say now that I decided in that moment that my son was going to be named River. He was going to be born in a couple of weeks, and I named him River. So he's 25 now, and his name is River.
Wonderful.
But what happened is, now we'll go over to Max. When I met Max, we originally bonded over some Hollywood people because he has a background, an acting background, and he got to know a couple of Hollywood people, and people that I had also met, because I do something which is I tour around with bands, not like a groupie, but like a groupie with an excuse, because I would network and do my business and take it on the road. And one of these people was Scott Weiland. And the day that Scott Weiland died, Max and I first spoke to one another. That's the first time we had a conversation. And it was because I had shared the story of how I had met Scott Weiland, and then he wanted to talk to me in private. So we took our conversation private, and he called me, and he told me that he would tell this story to the public, that he had stayed in the same hotel as Scott Weiland several times, but what really happened was he was in rehab with Scott Weiland several times. So and in AA and all that, you don't reveal that stuff. You don't even use last names, But what happened was we started talking all about his death, and then we started talking about Hollywood and the ritualistic deaths and the way that they make them look like something else and do them on certain dates. And I shared with him the River Phoenix experience. And basically, you could say that I gave him a piece of the puzzle, because he had always wondered what had happened with him with the dark rituals underground with Orlando Bloom. And when I told him what I saw, when I told him what my mind's eye saw that night about what happened with Johnny Depp and River Phoenix, he said, that's what happened to me. And so he basically made this connection that, okay, so this is part of a certain kind of, I guess you could say, cult that does these things this way. So anyway,
that would be an induction, what's called an induction, as opposed to a kind of, it wouldn't be like if someone's being initiated. It's not an initiation.
Well, I'll tell you, what I saw was River Phoenix was on an altar, and the people around him were wearing black robes, and Johnny Depp, I don't want to offend you by saying vampire, but I'm going to say vampire. Johnny Depp leaned into him, and there's a reason I'm bringing up vampire too. He leaned into him and he sucked his life force out of him and took it into himself.
Yes.
And then other characters in the room and carried him out when he was done with his lifeless body. Yes. So I didn't know anything about this stuff just from what I saw in my psychic vision. Right. So, and then Max had gone through that kind of stuff. So
yes,
that was one of our first.
And just to qualify this so people understand the context, when Max encountered Orlando Bloom, they were both inside of the British educational system, which is infamous worldwide for homosexual abuses. There are all kinds of just hazing rituals that are extraordinarily sexual in nature, and the British culture is infamous for producing young boy couples anyway. And when it came to, and to just give you an example of this, some of Britain's most famous people, if you take a look into their biographies, you're going to find out, the headmaster of the academy had to separate him from this other young boy. They felt that it was not healthy that their relationship was so public. I mean, you read shit like that about almost any famous Briton male. That there's this infamous cultivation of homosexual bonding in Britain, especially among the elites. And what happened with the case of Max Spears was that he and Orlando Bloom were taken in the catacombs, if you could call them that, the tunnels beneath the school, and basically were forced to participate in basically a kind of homoerotic gladiatorial combat. So maybe, Crystal, thank you. Please take it from there. Here?
Okay, so the way that all started was Max and Orlando were in middle school age, some middle school age grade, where they had just probably started having puberty. They were that age.
Oh, of course, it's what the British cause. It's what the British say. They start sprouting peach fuzz, is what the British say. So go on. Yes, please.
Okay, so you know the experience of being in school and the teacher turns off all the lights because they're going to watch a movie or whatever. And then,
always bad sign.
Okay. Yeah, bad sign in that school for sure. So what happened was Orlando suggested to Max that during that, when the lights go off, all of the guys should jack off. I mean, I don't know why they had this great idea, but it was basically like he was selling it like, hey, all these girls that were always ogling, now in the dark we can do this weird thing like Pee Wee Herman in the movie theater or whatever, and we can do this. And so what happened was Max was like, hey, that sounds like fun. So Max did it. And while Max was doing it, the lights got flipped on. And the whole class, only Max was the one doing it. They had done that trick to him.
Yes.
Okay, so after that happened, after Max was humiliated, which in and of itself is part of the ritual, then all the guys that sort of participated in it, there were like 6 guys, and they all had to report to the principal or whatever. And they were taken down underground, and they started doing like Fight Club. And yes, that was like their penance for doing this sexual stuff. They had to now do this fighting stuff.
Yes. And
so from there, it just turned into weirder and weirder ritualistic stuff when they would go down there.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That is exactly the way Michael Aquino described it, and very similar to some of what I saw in the tunnels of the Presidio military base. So I want people to understand that none of this is self-indulgent fantasy. When Max Spears was relating these kinds of experiences, he
was very troubled, and he just wanted someone to tell that to. He wanted, it's not something that he wanted to brag about. He was so ashamed. Ashamed.
Right. And it's so sad. It's so sad. And I'm so glad that in his memory, we're able to share this aspect of him so that people understand the kind of trauma that produced his personality, so that he did become prone towards fantasy. And this is what happens to all of these people. And it
blurs the line between fantasy and reality.
Thank you.
And then also these people take drugs to forget about and escape what's happened to them, which further blurs that line.
Yes. A compounding cycle.
And then they make the person like Max or River Phoenix look like they were just some, person who did too many drugs, and that's the end of story.
Yes.
No need to investigate.
Yeah. No, that's the way they work it. And by the way, Selena Khan, of course, brings up that you're doing great, and she says, just curious, and obviously, I'll tell Selena that was part of the narrative.
Thank you, Selena, and Maria too. Thank you, Maria.
Yes.
But go ahead, back to Selena. Has she asked a question?
Oh, she says, please do not interrupt Crystal River. She is doing great. But she was just curious, and this is what she asked naively. She naively asked, I'm curious if Crystal knows about this creepy murder story about Johnny Depp and these 3 children who were ritually murdered. And honey, that's going to be the main point of tonight's arc. Yeah,
that's
so
great.
We'll get there. Yeah.
Do you want me to go there?
No, just go organically.
Okay.
Where?
Okay. Well, so Douglas and I are going to seem like we're interrupting each other because we have to. I mean, we're not being rude, right?
Yeah.
Let's just say that ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay. So the point is to like dovetail our information. So you cut in where you need to, and I will too, and nobody's being rude.
Yes. Agreed. Yes, honey. And this is the way we talk when we're on drugs too, which as far as the audience is concerned, we are, so that's fine. Honestly, this is organic, and this is the way we talk. We're very comfortable with each other. And
yes, my drugs are organic.
There we are. Yes, she's on a natural high, and as am I. And we're both high to be here in each other's company. And this is like in our living room, and we're just going at it and interrupting each other as we do in conversation. So by all means, have at it and go where organically you feel the thread of narrative takes you. Yeah.
What I'd like to do is go to the vampire thing next.
Yes.
Because I have listened to a couple of your transmissions that were recent, and they keep alluding to the vampire stuff, and I want to go back and listen to it, but I want to do it all at a time when I have time to do all the vampire stuff. So if you could send me the link so I'll know exactly how to get to that, that'd be great. But what I'm going to say is there was a movie called Interview with a Vampire, and it had all the cheesy regulars like Brad Pitt and Antonio Banderas and I can't remember. Tom Cruise.
Of course.
The biggest cult of all.
Thank you.
Okay, so it was like the young Hollywood studs at the time that were gonna all be together as hot vampires, right? Who wouldn't love it? Well, River Phoenix was.
But by the way, the woman who wrote that, the novel on which that film was based, I can't resist bringing this up. Anne Rice. She used to write lesbian pornography. Then she decided to go conventional. That's when she hit the bestseller list with this vampire crap that was actually recommended to me by Leanne Prifty, who was the secretary at John O'Connell, who used to be the lap secretary of Mayor Moscone and was in the room with him at City Hall when he was assassinated, along with Harvey Milk. And so she pushed this book on me, which I read. And then I found out Anne Rice, after she had this tremendous success with that, went totally fucking reactionary, religious Mormon or something. She became like a radically militant, sexless, anti-sex, cultist.
She saw something dark, and a lot of times it happened to Tracy Twyman, it happened to Max. A lot of times when people see something really, really dark, they look for anything light, and it's commonly something Christian is in their midst, and they might have even experimented. It's one of the things that happens when we're in extreme trauma is we will say, oh my God, but if you say the word of Jesus in the presence of these demons, they will vanish. So a lot of times that's all a person who's been through something dark needs to go that way.
Yes, thank you. And that's what happens as a defense mechanism. My sister did that. She became a Jehovah's Witness.
Right. Yeah. It's not always the best choice. You think it's just the Christianity is so beautiful, and then you look for whatever church is nearby, and so many religions and churches use the Christianity and do the satanic inversion of it.
Thank you. They abuse it in one way or another, and yeah.
You're just going right back into the belly of the beast. Really.
Yes. Thank you. It's just a different,
You're resonating on that frequency of the satanic stuff, and you're going to church, and you just pull out all the satanic churches too. It's because you're resonating on that frequency still.
Thank you. It's just basically a new form of abuse under a different coloration. So, by the way, I do want to thank you so much for qualifying what you're saying about vampires, understanding my bloodline and my heritage. And
absolutely, I'm going to. But the reason I needed to bring it up is because the final film that River Phoenix was supposed to be in was that. It was, at the time, it was a really sought after thing for all the men of that age.
That's
Hollywood.
right.
They all wanted to get into it.
Yeah.
And so he was selected for the part that ended up being played by Antonio Banderas.
Oh my God.
And if you ever do watch the movie, which I did, you will see at the very last line of the entire credit says that we dedicate this film to River Phoenix. So that's another part of that's the wrap up of the ritual. Is why I had to bring it up, because remember what I saw was something vampiric happening to River Phoenix, and then to close out his whole career by dedicating the vampire movies to him.
Yes, that is chilling. I mean, really spine tingling in the sense of it's so sinister and it's so sleazy. And what we will disambiguate with is that these people they're trying to promote a vampire mystique to sex their Satanism up, but they're really parasitic. And that would be the best term for them. Is they're parasitic on the life force, and
I would say too that what they're doing is more about energy vampires, which is what I saw happening in the ritual was an energy vampirism, and the blood is what they steal from the true vampirism and weave it into their story. They always steal something that's real.
Yes,
that's what makes their whole story even compelling.
Yes, and when it comes to
the best lies are based on a truth.
Yes, absolutely, and of course, part of that lie was the what we got through Interview with a Vampire. I don't know how many people remember this if they were to recall Interview with a Vampire and the entire franchise, which I'm not condemning per se, but it was followed up by the sequel, The Vampire Lestat, which was this, the sequel to Interview with a Vampire. Is one of the supporting characters in the novel Interview with a Vampire was a vampire named Lestat, who then got his own novel by Anne Rice before she went batshit and turned militant, Christian rejectionary and anti-sex league straight out 1984 and shit. He was this homosexual vampire. Now, this is where you get this bizarre conflation of eroticism and sexuality with vampirism, which I've been trying to deconstruct through what vampirism really is, which is basically a primal and brutal form of predation in the sense of a predatory cat, not in the nature of the seductive individual as people tend to fantasize. There's an element of that, but it's all very pragmatic. But what they take it to, the extremes of like the French ancient regime of royalty, where everyone, including the men, are wearing powder and wigs. This is what your West thinks of vampirism because of the conflation that it's come to have with nobility, for reasons I've explained in the past. And when it comes to
is that related to blue blood?
It is in a sense. It mostly. And the blue blood is extraordinarily important. And
that was a psychic hit that I got, that there's a connection because you said, did you say royalty? What was the word you used? Nobility.
Nobility, yeah, and royalty, yes.
Which can be, they're called the blue bloods because they're mostly Rh negative for a reason. They breed that way on purpose.
Yes, that's right. That's very much correct. And they interbreed, what they would call inbreed. They inbreed.
But I'm sure that was also taken into consideration when you were mentally conceived. That idea of you was to have that.
Yes. Thank you.
And that's why what happened to you later that took that away from you was all a part of trying to do something to you that can't be done.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, very much so. Very astute. And you understand exactly what happened. And I deeply appreciate that. So when it comes to what we're discussing, just so people get a general idea of some of this conflation with vampirism and the nobility, much of this, and this is not the sole reason, there are all the reasons that Crystal River has just brought up, but in terms of the when it comes to just the conflation of vampirism and its identification with the nobility, it happened during the Black Plague. And when the Black Plague came down and everybody in Europe effectively started dying, one of the ways that the nobility preserved their lives, because they could afford it, was through the imbibing of silver because of its antibiotic effect. It's the fact that it was a sterilizing metallic. And so they imbibed it in the form of colloidal silver, which is proven that when you imbibe it in very large amounts, and they had no idea how much they could imbibe at a healthy level with the kind of scientific measurement that we have today, but they did know its efficacious effect in warding off the plague. And they imbibed enough of it to make certain that they warded off the plague, where many of them physically turned blue. And this is no longer an effect of colloidal silver, or it shouldn't be. Most colloidal silver, theoretically all of it that is commercially available, is now produced in such a manner that you don't get that effect because you're not going to nearly imbibe that level the royalty was imbibing without the kind of scientific measurement we have today at the industrial production level. So you can take it effectively and safely without worrying about that side effect. Nevertheless, if you do abuse it, and you're drinking bottles every day, there was one man who became known as Papa Smurf because, like the ancient nobility of Europe during the time of the Black Plague, he turned blue. And so because of this, many people assumed the royalty to be the undead. And they said, oh, they're blue like a cadaver because Caucasian people turn blue when they die, and therefore they're undead and they're feeding off all of us who are dying. This is where you got the idea of the peasantry and the nobility ultimately rebelling against, the peasantry rebelling against the nobility with pitchforks and torches to set the castle alight because the nobleman inside of them is feeding on them to point of extirpation, which means regional extermination. And so they would rebel against extirpation. So that's where we get that from. By the way, the rare blood type, which our Lady Crystal River is referencing, is so rare.
Yes.
Rh-Null, as it's known. That
what I wanted to say about the Rh negative is that it has a higher level of copper. So that's interesting that you said that. That's what makes it look more blue.
Yes.
In appearance.
Yes, so the blood itself actually looks blue. And it's so rare, the scientists call it golden. but the name masks of the fact that this type of blood can be dangerous for people living with it. Most people would know the common blood types off the top of their head, but
what's interesting too is that every race of people, every ethnicity has a percentage of people that have Rh negative blood. Some have higher, such as what we were talking about earlier. I won't start the Jewish thing again, but there's a lot of people from that area that have it higher, and but it's in all races.
Yes, thank you. And
so every race has a percentage of people with this blue blood, which also every race has a percentage of people who consider themselves the nobility.
Yes, and just to put this in some context for everyone, when you take a look at the blood type that's the most common, that's what I'm left with now after that transfusion, where they rendered me a commoner in the sense that I had a reverse of polarity, so to speak, of my blood type before this quote-unquote nanoplasma transfusion, and now I have O positive, which is the most common blood type in North America. It is something that is a universal donor, effectively. But the rarest blood type in America would be AB negative, because only 0.6% of Americans have that type of blood. That's what I confirmed with the Stanford Blood Center in Stanford, California. But while that sounds rare, AB negative has nothing on the rarest blood type of all. Golden blood, to put this in context for people, there are fewer than 100 people in the entire world that are known to have it. And that's why scientists have nicknamed it golden blood. And so the scientific name is Rh-Null Blood, and it was discovered in 1961. And since then, there have only been a total number of 43 reported cases last time I checked, which wasn't too long ago. So there's obviously going to be many more than what gets reported. There are going to be many more than what we know of, but that alone should tell you how rare it is and its unique properties.
It's interesting that each one of that you said silver, I said copper, and then this is called golden.
Yes, that's what they call it.
That's interesting that they're all related to
metallic.
Metal.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. And and of course, it's very dangerous should someone with that type of blood ever need a blood transfusion, because it will accept no other transfusion than its own. So and transfusions, of course, can be life-saving. But definitely, we can go more into that later. The blood
I just want to say that old adage of "if what doesn't kill you makes you stronger" was personified with what you went through. That because.
Oh, thank you.
As you said, that there's the frailty that comes along with the Rh negative too. And basically, with what happened to you, you were either going to die, or what happened to you was you got stronger.
Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate your saying that, and you have no idea how much, more than I can express. Honestly, Crystal, you're incredible. And so when you brought up just the barest outline of kind of this incredible bonding you had at the moment that you found out about the death of River Phoenix back around that same year, 1994, I believe it was, you said, right? Around that year, I was working with Rob Nilsson, the movie director who was still riding high off the fact that he had won first prize at two very important film festivals. One was the Cannes Film Festival, and the other was the Sundance Film Festival, which was hosted by Robert Redford. I think they've actually changed the name, or it was changed from something else, but people can look that up and they can find out what I'm talking about. But he had won first prize at both Sundance and the Cannes Film Festival in France, so he was obviously internationally renowned, and the rest of his life was just downhill after that. It was just, nothing came of him, poor son of a bitch. I would not be surprised if he's dead. He's just, but I remember the contempt he had, that when there were several of us around him, when suddenly the subject of River Phoenix came up, and that's when Rob Nilsson said, "Oh yes, the great River Phoenix died." With this sneer. The word would be just sneer. And this is the kind of contempt that people have for popular people, or people that they feel have, he felt he should be recognized, that he was unrecognized to the degree that he should be. But then, of course, basically everything he was turning out was crap. I'm speaking of Rob Nilsson. And but when it comes to
so was Interview with a Vampire, by the way.
Yes, and it
was horrible. If you want to see Brad Pitt, who already looks like he has cotton in his cheeks, like The Godfather, with more cotton stuffed into his cheeks, the guy can barely talk. And then with the having to endure the Tom Cruise with what we know now, who would do it?
Yes, thank you. And then they had Johnny Depp playing Barnabas the Vampire in a remake of Dark Shadows that was a comedy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, which was another piece of shit. And
that's what I'm saying. Evidence showed up all along the way about Johnny Depp being what I saw him to be in my mind's eye, and that's where we're going to go with the West Memphis 3. But Rob, what you were saying up first.
Oh no, that pretty much wraps it up. I mean, honestly, and it's so offensive because basically what Johnny Depp is doing, if you notice with his portraying Barnabas, is he's really satirizing the vampire. Is that he's basically taking the...
Yes, and even the original Barnabas was not, the show was not doing that.
Yes, thank you.
He did it.
Yes, thank you. That's so important to point out so that people understand this. The original Dark Shadows, which I never got to see when I was young, it was simply on channels I could not get, literally channels I could not access through my primitive television sets that we had in our state of abject poverty. But in terms of Dark Shadows, what little fragmentary bits I could see of it, I had always wanted to see more. And they treated the central character, the vampire Barnabas, with great respect as the tragic hero figure. And so when it came to Johnny Depp rebooting that as a comedy, it's beyond offensive. So and I'm sure everyone who was a fan of Dark Shadows felt the same way. There could have been no one who was satisfied with that, or felt
which you call offensive, I call satanic inversion.
Yes,
which I'm going to keep pointing it out through the night.
Please.
Of Hollywood satanic inversion.
Thank you,
okay.
Thank you, and that's so important. So I'll let you take it from here for now. Yeah, and
well, with what you were talking about Sundance and the film festivals, etc., I would say that I have a friend who just graduated film school, and he has had his movie at all the different film festivals, and he's won awards. And I asked him before, like, if you could be at any film festival, what would you want to be? And he's like, well, of course, Sundance is like what everyone would say. But he turned me on to something that I think is important to bring up here, which is that no actor in Hollywood makes it into film without first, and this is like director level, producer level, actor level. They don't make it into, and you don't always see these pictures because they're usually terrible, but they have to go through a part of their career where they do horror flicks. Do you know this?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so like, that's just kind of the way it works. They want to look at what you've done in horror, and that brings it up again, like how you get inducted into a cult. You go through the different, like clicking in, like a gang or whatever. Yes. You know, you go through the different levels. So if you get to know the ropes in Hollywood, you'll know that everybody who's anybody did do something horror back in the day. They aren't always proud of it, and it doesn't ever see the light of day sometime, but that's a big deal. And they have all their own film festivals for the horror and all that.
Yes, and it's I'm not surprised.
Which is basically, normalizing, like getting people into, I mean, I'm not like saying don't watch certain things on TV or whatever, but I'm talking about it's very important to them to take people through the satanic inversion. And there's a show right now, it's called American Horror Story, and it's basically a lot of gore. It has Lady Gaga, and it's I've watched all of it, and there's an actor in there who won awards and shined throughout until toward the last season. I think he decided to sit it out, and he was interviewed about why. And he had been he had played a cult leader in one, he played a ghost in one, he had played all these different monstrous parts, and he was always really gory and violent and twisted in his mind, and like really happy to see horrible stuff happen and feeding off of negative energy. Well, this guy backed out of, like, in the prime of his career, he said he couldn't do the last season, and they got it out of him that it was just too dark.
Yes.
And so
yeah, well, to put some context into this, you have someone like, say, for instance, The Sopranos, and the man who starred in The Sopranos, I don't remember the name of either the character or the actor, and I really don't care. But The Sopranos was something that was at the apex of American popularity. It really was just basically a horror story. It was just basically a slasher series, as opposed to a gangster series. It wasn't really about crime so much as just hideous violence that was performed on different people by various sick, psychotic, and dissociated peoples, and that had the vaguest rationalization of a criminal enterprise. And so it was really just gratuitous violence. And beyond just gratuitous violence, it wasn't random violence. It was specifically violence against one's family in the incestuous sense. That's where the mafia fantasy came in. It was that we're all family. We're all extended family. So everybody you're killing is basically a family member. So it's a form of incestuous violence. And so basically, this was epitomized by the fact that in the conceit of the narrative of that fantasy, this much I know about the series, is that the main character is basically ejected from the offices of his own psychiatrist, who can no longer tolerate his psychosis, and just basically says, you're such a repulsive, dissociated individual who has no remorse or compunction or consciousness about what you did at all, that I'm obligated to maintain secrecy strictly by professional ethics in terms of patient and client privacy, but I'm kicking you out of my office. And so she physically just ejects him from her office. And so this is how repulsive the character is, and yet this is what the Americans were adoring, to give you an example of American pathology. And so he actually was invited to give speeches at children's schools. Now, this is where it gets unbelievable, but it's completely true. So you have this individual who played that level of a psychotic character, and he winds up speaking at schools where the kids are as young as 6 years old. And the kids are asking him questions like, how did it feel when you killed your best friend? These are what the kids are asking him, and there was no response from the actor in terms of any remorse for his role. He reveled in his violence as a fantasy, and the fact that he could get away with it in reality without any repercussions to basically put it into the minds of children and be invited by schools to do this. Now, I'm happy to report he died as soon as that series was over, and as soon as he was going on his school tour to basically indoctrinate young kids in the ways of incestuous violence. He died of cancer, just as his character was dying of cancer in the series. So here you have this guy who's portraying a character who dies of cancer in the series. He winds up dying of cancer in real life because basically he was the series. The series, he was not acting by all his behavior in front of children. He was what he was on camera in real life, and ultimately paid the price for that because he was so wallowing in negativity. This is what happens. You wallow in the mud, you're going to get parasites, you're going to get ringworm, he was in the mud of metaphysical mud of this kind of evil, and this evil overcame him. Cancer is the ultimate form of cannibalism. Your own cells are eating themselves. This is James Gandolfini, is what I was told by Selena Khan. So my thanks to Selena Khan for telling me about this. Probably the same guy we're talking about, James Gandolfini, beyond Tony Soprano.
Yes.
Okay, great. So there we have that. And so there's the object lesson in inhumanity for us all, and take it from there, honey, please, by all means. Oh, to the
that story reminded me.
Yeah, I was going to say take it from there to ultimately the West Memphis 3, but anyhow, go on.
Oh yeah, we'll get to there.
Yeah, take all the steps you need to along the way. Believe me, we're in no hurry. So go on.
That story reminded me of what just happened with the actor who was in House of Cards playing the president. And
oh yes,
it was showing like all the dirty politics,
yes.
and I mean. Kevin Spacey.
Yes.
Well, he came from a family that his dad was super abusive. Like, he raped his sons, he beat his sons, he did really weird stuff to them, like hot and cold water and crazy kinds of abuse. And he was basically, what he's in trouble for right now is on the job soliciting an actor, and I think at least molesting him, maybe rape, but he was, doing the same thing when he got that position of power in Hollywood.
Yes.
They tell the younger ones, this is what we do here. Like, you're about to get in the cult. Do you want to play or not?
It's expected.
If you see them getting the big money, just like in politics, both of them, if you see them getting the big money, then they also got the big D. Okay, they are a part of it. They're a slave to it.
Yes.
There's not like some, people are like, well, are there some shows we can watch? Really, no. Because if it's super popular, then that person went through something to get there. And it goes all the way from like the mind control stuff to like Nicole Kidman. Her dad was big into this pedophile ring in Australia.
Yeah.
And she is like, she played a Stepford wife, which is basically what you become when you're the MK Ultra victim.
Yes, very much so. And that's so important. And was she not persecuted and lambasted when she came out with this, when she became a whistleblower about this? They essentially said how sick she was and how she was seeking attention. And was that not the case?
Absolutely. Well, that's frowned upon, yeah. You're supposed to keep the secret. That's why they do the symbolism of putting their finger over their mouth, like shushing you, because that means we're in this cult that keeps the secrets.
Yeah. And in terms of all of this, when it came to Kevin Spacey or Stacey, I always forget. Spacey, yeah. Spacey. What I couldn't believe was when the younger guy came out and said, basically what the young guy said was something that would just wash off my shoulders like water off a duck's bag. It didn't even register with me that it was anything. Basically I could see why he brought it out, and I could see why it was all part of the hashtag Me Too movement, really. And he was just coming out like many of the women were, and he felt this was the time to do it. So I can see why he did it. But at the same time, it's almost, even I felt a sense of a kind of contempt for him. Not that he should not have done what he did, but even I could feel a kind of...
Same with that Isaac Cappy story. It's like the person was a jerk anyway, and at some point they already sold out. So they're kind of slimy in the first place.
Thank you.
Because they've already done the deal, and now they want to back out of it. It's like, come on, get in or out. Have some honor somewhere.
Yes, thank you. But with him, in his case, it was almost like, whether he went through anything at that level or not, we'll never know. And maybe he didn't, and that's why he never went anywhere till we heard him say that.
Yeah.
Till we heard him say that Kevin Spacey...
Well, it's like those guys that were accusing Michael Jackson after he died. That was horrible. That stuff was... They were just trying to basically make money, and that Oprah was helping them. Did you see all that?
We're not talking about the two guys who made that big documentary, are we? Because I think they were trying to do stuff while he was alive, but it was incredibly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Just to be fair, they were.
Sure.
Yeah, they were trying to do stuff while he was alive, but basically their parents were paid off, and then they really couldn't say anything because their parents said, "Oh, we need this money, so shut up." So it was almost like he was like, I could see why. It
and Michael Jackson's parents were Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yes.
His dad beat the hell out of him. That he was abused. They were all raped and abused by their dad too. And they were another one of those families like River Phoenix with a whole gaggle of kids that they would just force them to pay the rent.
Oh yeah, the
since
kids,
they were born.
Yeah, the kids were just grinder monkeys, which they called them the Jackson 5. you know, bring all the kids everywhere. Here's the Jackson 5. These are like, you know, people dancing in blackface for the whites everywhere across the United States. It was horrific, just reprehensible. And but with the when it came to this kid who came out about Kevin Spacey, basically what he said was, this is what I understand. In fact, I think I remember it fairly distinctly. He said basically that Kevin Spacey made a pass at him. And that was it. It was that Kevin Spacey made a pass at me. And then I was like, okay, and you said no. So,
well, look.
So, like, you know, and then Kevin Spacey, right. This is what fucked it up. And I couldn't understand why Kevin Spacey did this. He said, instead of denying it outright, which effectively would have been the end of it, really, he instead said, oh, if I did, I apologize. And he went for this, I don't remember doing this. But if I did so in a state of inebriation, I apologize. And you really have to wonder, what the hell was he thinking when he did that? Well, so try and put all that into some context for us. And that destroyed his career. What do you think was going on with that?
Okay, so I think that just like with Michael Jackson being a victim that plays it out on others, that Spacey was doing that. And this kid... I do believe it happened to the kid, and I believe the kid tried to jump on the Me Too stuff. And the Me Too stuff is really an actress named Rose McGowan who started it. Right. And if you look into her stuff, I have a level of respect for her. When I say I have a respect for someone, it doesn't mean that I agree with all their opinions. But I will say that what I like about her, or what I resonate with, is that I'm a Libra, and if you look at the stuff last transmission, Douglas was talking about how I make fun of both of the presidential candidates equally, and I don't, you know, I don't think either one of them are qualified, and I think they're both, I think that both of them deserve to be continuously roasted. So I like about Rose McGowan that she doesn't take one side or the other, but she points out the junk on both sides. So, but where were we going with that? I was just trying to stick with Hollywood stuff.
We were talking about how it came down to this kid who just had a pass made at him and said no, and then it was like he destroys.
I think with my psychic sense, I think more happened than a pass, and that the kid didn't want to go into all that and talk about all that, so he just thought that would be enough for Spacey to go, oh God, it was really, you know, like, it was really a rape and simulated murder, and we had to clean up the room. You know? So he was like, okay, I'm really sorry if that happened, but I'm glad you only said that, kind of thing, I think.
Weird, maybe. I mean, I hear you.
I mean, that's just how I feel about it.
I mean,
sometimes I don't have any logic to back my stuff up. I don't have research. I have this vision that I get. Mm-hmm. So,
well, that's fine. That's remote viewing. That's remote viewing. Is this is what remote viewing produced, was people who had a vision without any backup for it, and then it's up to the analyst to do the cross referencing. And but I hear you. I hear you. And and
sometimes I just get like, this is how my intuition works. Sometimes I'll just get a joke because that's what I appreciate, and that part of my mind knows that I'll pay attention to a joke. So it showed me like Kevin Spacey cleaning up the rubber room, like for a joke, so that I would, and that's how it comes out. When I try to say the jokes, nobody laughs because I'm not a comedian. But
well, I laugh.
Oftentimes that's just a picture I get in my mind.
But that, oh no, I hear you.
I try to express it into words, and
this is
awkward.
This is classical remote viewing, and many people who are trying to express what they see in remote viewing, it comes out sounding ridiculous because there's no context. It's only in context later on the insight becomes visible. So I can see exactly what you described. I can picture Kevin Spacey doing exactly what he did in House of Cards, just basically cleaning up after a murder or some simulated murder or something like that. And so, yeah, that's entirely possible. And it makes sense. There's a certain sense to it. It still doesn't make sense that Kevin Spacey would be so stupid as to acknowledge it in any way, but there you have that.
I think it was like, thank God you only said that kind of deal.
I hear you. I hear you. It sounds almost like that. This unthinking relief. This unthinking.
The guy probably didn't even know how to approach him and get him to like put him ahead in his career a little bit for it or something. He probably felt insulted that he went through this, but then he didn't get like to be an Interview with the Vampire 2 or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Which would have been, by the way, The Vampire Lestat, which was made into a film, which,
yes.
yeah, which I never saw, but it's out there, and whether it's worth checking out or not, I have no idea. But you know, how far can you go with a homosexual vampire without turning it into porn?
Well, so saying that, how that works with my mind getting like a certain vision, and then what happens is I don't know if it's true or not. So what I'll do say in a reading is I'll say that to the client, and oftentimes it'll have a lot of significance to them, and then I'll say, oh, okay, that's why that was there. So that's what happened with the Johnny Depp thing. What I originally saw with River Phoenix, I wasn't at the Viper Room, but I saw this, and it really affected me to the point where I named my son after River Phoenix. Like, this was an experience that I had. This was one of the markers that was important to me in my life. It's something that was a big deal. Okay?
By the way,
it was like a milestone.
Yeah, this is important. I want people to understand this. As a psychic, Crystal River is incredibly empathic with certain people that she would have a natural resonance with. And if she's never met these people before and only hears about them through an incident like their murder, then this is entirely natural. There is nothing indulgent about this. I want people to understand this, that this is not some kind of fantasy that she's holding of a kind of yearning, pseudo-necrophiliac desire for an unattainable man. It's rather that this hit her viscerally when it went down. And when she learned of it, the visceral impact was intense enough where it is as if she were there on site. It is, yeah. So.
Thank you for that. It almost felt as if, I'll try to describe it too, it almost felt as if something directed my attention to this story, which I didn't even know him, or I wasn't a fan of him then, which made me say, oh my God, I didn't understand as much then as I do now. But at that point I said, oh my God, this is like a soul that, and it happened on Halloween, which means it was a ritual. And I didn't even understand all the ritual stuff then, but it just, the information came to me. And years later, I started making sense of it. But I said, I've got to give that soul somewhere to go. And I'm about to have a baby, and I'm going to name my son that. It's not nonsensical. It's never happened to me before or since. Since I did have, when Prince died, I want to circle back to that. I did have something very small that had to do with that, but nothing like this ever had happened to me before.
Wow. When
that happened.
And could you describe what happened in the case with Prince, or do you not want to, or up to you?
No, totally. So no, that's just more anecdotal. What happened was when I think I already knew Max, but it's the same address that I lived in Stockton, California, where I met Max. That's where I was living. And it was during that time when Prince died. And Prince is like, I'm not a huge fan of Prince, but I'm a mediocre fan. I mean, I've been a huge fan of Prince when I was younger, and I have still, I think he's a really intelligent person. He was also a Jehovah's Witness for a while, but
yes, that's right. Oh my God.
Philosophy. I mean, I'll listen to a philosopher all night, even if I don't agree with them. I just enjoy that kind of mindset of someone who cares to keep going on and philosophize. So Prince is like that. So I did enjoy Prince later for that. But earlier on, I enjoyed his music, especially a song called "The Beautiful Ones." That's a song of his that's my favorite. But what happened was I had just moved to Stockton, California, with some family that I hadn't been around since I was a little kid. And so we were reacquainting, and they were fascinated with the fact that I had grown up to do my business of being a psychic. And So they were kind of using me like a parlor game, saying, "Tell us something psychic," and which is really annoying.
Don't you hate that?
It doesn't work like that.
But by the way, that's so
It doesn't work
offensive.
like that.
Yeah, could you explain to people? Don't
But,
ever do that. Don't just
Right,
when
I
somebody's.
am not offended, which is like, I wanted to send you this vampire cartoon the other day, but I didn't want to offend you. But I just would like it if people didn't get offended, because I wouldn't care if someone sent me, a fairy one or called me a Mick or whatever. Like,
Understood. I get it.
Humor doesn't offend me. I don't care how far it goes. My brother's a stand-up comedian. He goes too far. Like, he gets up there and talks about our mother and stuff. But
oh my God! Oh, that's such poor
back
taste. That's such poor taste. I hope you rip him a second asshole. By the way, my son's ripping me a second asshole. I need to explain
Oh God, he's
to everyone.
right about my mother.
Okay, well, we don't need to go there, but I need to apologize when I said.
Just kidding, Mom.
Yes, there we are. I need to apologize when I said about the vampire Lestat film that, well, hey, it's a homosexual vampire. Where else can you go but porn, right? Well, yes, he's the member of a rock band. Not my son, but Lestat becomes a member of a rock band. So that there is a backstory, and yes, people can be homosexual, and you can make a film about them that's non-pornographic in the context of that subculture. So I need to qualify what I said so that we. Oh my God. Okay, honey. So of course your brother would take that and run with it, and you just talk about how the arc of learning curve is just too high when it comes to sucking cock or something, and that he just.
I'm gonna cut you off. Okay, so jumping back into me being the parlor game before
Yes.
Douglas becomes the parlor game with his jokes. Okay,
Yes.
so I couldn't do that. Like, I don't perform on demand and think of a psychic thing when a bunch of people I haven't seen in 10 years or 20 years are staring at me. So, but what popped into my head was like something saved me, and my mind said, I go, okay, I'll tell y'all something psychic. The next celebrity that's going to die is going to be Prince.
Oh my
And
God.
they were like, oh, okay, well, that sucks. And they all had like their different little things about it. And they were like, okay, that's it, And I'm like, that's it, show's over, So a few nights later, and if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to check the dates, but this is the room I was staying in when Max and I would talk. So I'm assuming he knew this, but I don't really remember. But anyway, we used to like talk on Skype all night. He would insist that I would stay on Skype with him and watch him sleep. And he would make sure I was staying there asleep. So that's when I originally changed all my sleep schedule, where I was on England time, which is why I still cannot sleep in the day. I still up all night, which is what we're doing now. And I sleep a little bit in the day. But I was asleep, and my cousin, I had dark curtains in my room so I could sleep at any hour of the day. And my cousin starts banging on the door because it's loud. She's like, Christy, you got to let me in. This is important. And that's what my family calls me. And I answered the door. I'm asleep, and I'm like sleepwalking. And she goes, Prince just died.
Oh my God.
And I said, what? Who died? I thought it was somebody like in my family or something. And she goes, Prince just died. Because like a couple days after I said that, he died. And so that's just the little anecdotal story, but that led me to Tracy Twyman. Yes. Because when that happened, it kind of rocked me, because Prince was the kind of person who was already familiar with being multidimensional when he was here in the physical. And so he would be the kind of person that would be easy to reach. Yes. And so I went online and I Googled this weird thing into the space bar. I was like, did any psychics predict Prince's death before it happened? Uh-huh. It was maybe a month after he died or something. And what came up was Tracy Twyman, who I had never heard of before. And it was she and another friend of hers doing the Ouija board trying to contact Prince shortly after he died.
Of course.
And that's when I first became familiar with Tracy.
Of course. Thank you.
Which I've got other Tracy stuff, because it led
into
the Smiley Face Killers and all that. But
yeah, no, all of that's important, and the Smiley Face Killers comes up even in her death. As a matter of fact, that may be the very last message concerning Tracy Twyman, supposedly sourcing from her, but probably not, was the goddamn smiley face, which brings us, of course, to Alan Moore and his fucking Watchmen with his bullshit smiley face trip, and he's a Satanist, for those of you who don't fucking know, and he's the guy who gave us V for Vendetta and the Watchmen and all the shit that's polluted everybody's brain ever since. This British fucking hippie Satanist who's over there in England, basically warping the brains of the world while claiming he's earning nothing for it. And of course, the way he lives, he looks like he's earning nothing for it because he's living the way Howard Hughes lived, despite being a multi-billionaire, basically, you know, collecting jars of his own urine and wallowing in his own filth, and never shaving or bathing any part of his body. So there you go with that little rant. I could go deeper into that, of course, for those who don't understand the smiley face symbolism with the Watchmen, but that's, you know, that after we kind of cover the smiley face killers. And
just like the one you see at Walmart. It's just the typical yellow smiley face, and it's a satanic symbol.
Yes.
And I was going to say that.
Well, involving Tracy Twyman, I mean, it was the last thing you saw on her screen.
So what happened was when I Googled, like, did any psychics predict Prince's death? Because I wanted to know if Prince was, like, trying to do this, like trying to reach psychics to get this across, you know. And what happened was she had not predicted it, but she had contacted him from. You can see the whole. You can decide for yourself if you think she contacted him, but she did have a seance, a Ouija board session with her friend, and Prince did come through, and he said a lot of strange stuff about what we're talking about. Really, he was trying to expose the music industry, and he was saying stuff to her that it wasn't any kind of, I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there about that, but she was getting information that was strange to her, and Prince was trying to explain to her how the music industry is run. It's pretty interesting. It involves politics, where Middle Eastern politics and all kinds of strange information. But so that turned me on to Tracy Twyman's stuff, and I started, you know, in looking into what she had done. And now we're going to get to something. I just tripped on something. Okay, so Tracy Twyman started out, she graduated really young, and she did a newspaper called a zine, Z-I-N-E, short for magazine, because it's like a short magazine.
Right.
And what the magazine was a fantasy in her mind about a secret society that was related to the Merovingian bloodline,
right,
which is the Jesus bloodline.
Right.
The
right. Just so I'll go into this for people so they get a better understanding of this
While
for a
you
second.
do that, I'm going to get some tea. Is that okay?
Oh, by all means, go ahead and do that.
Go ahead.
So what happened is that when Our Lady Crystal River is referring to zines, I'll go into that first. This was a kind of dead-end technology, so to speak, in terms of communications. When it comes to dead-end technology in terms of records and research or reference materials, you had what was called microfiche, which you can look up yourself, micro, and then the word fiche is F-I-C-H-E. And microfiche never went anywhere. It was supposed to be the wave of the future, and people used to write science fiction novels in which people were consulting records on microfiche. Thank God that never went anywhere, because if you've ever tried working with microfiche, it's murder. But aside from that dead-end technology, which you have to be trained to use, zines were this dead-end communicative intermediary development between online intercourse, in which everything was online, and the regular walls of pulp you used to see when you went into a supermarket or a bookstore, and you had real magazines. Then zines came out as independent publications that were, in some cases, simply mimeographed or photocopied sheets of paper stuck together with a staple, literally. And this would be like a kind of fanzine or a very specialized zine. They now call them e-zines, and e-zines are completely online, of course. So there's no zines anymore. Maria Gregorich says, I tried using microfiche and it drove me nuts. Derek Talley says he's a big fan of Prince, and that Aurika Nash, who was a guest here on Critical Omissions, sings Prince cover songs professionally. And Mario Gregorich also says Prince was awesome and Beautiful Ones was one of his best. But when we get to the point from just what I had to say there about zines and we get into the Merovingian bloodline, the Merovingian bloodline was the bloodline of Jesus, in the sense that Jesus, of course, had two very important women that were in his life. One was his mother, and the other was Mary Magdalene, who, by all allusions and record as essentially excised from the Bible, or censored from the Bible, at the Council of Nicaea and by other means, married Jesus. So she was a former prostitute who married him and bore his children. And so the child line was said to have become the root source of the noble houses of Europe. And this provided the kings of Europe with the divine right of kingship. In other words, they had every right to be the kings because they were indirectly the sons of God. And this was their way of rapport with the church, which was extraordinarily important because far more powerful than any king for nigh a millennium, nigh on 1,000 years, was the church. So unless a king had the support of the church, he could not stay king for long. So in order to develop a balance of power between the church and state, between theological and secular administration, the divine right of kingship helped form primogeniture, or the divine right of kingship. It was the law as rendered, how would I say it, legitimate. It was the rule rendered legitimate by the church. So hopefully that puts everything into context for everyone concerning the Merovingian bloodline. And what happened with, if Crystal's back, yeah. So Crystal, if you're there,
yeah, I'm back.
This is where she'll back up what I'm saying about Tracy Twyman. Where Tracy Twyman comes into the Merovingian bloodline trip is through her affiliation, as I understood it. But by the way, this is where we're going to compare notes. The way I understood it was through Boyd Rice.
You knew those people back then, so you have that part of the story better. Yeah.
Yeah. It's through Boyd Rice. Well, remember, maybe I do, maybe I don't, because Boyd Rice, we have to remember, was Boyd Rice, and in Boyd Rice's narrative, the entire world and world history revolves around Boyd Rice. So, so we have to remember that. But keeping that in mind.
Tracy seconds that.
Yeah. Yes. Of course.
She's here.
Oh yeah. No. I mean, Tracy would be the first to verify what I'm saying. That's why she left him. There was never enough attention left for Tracy Twyman because Boyd Rice was too busy fucking himself. Staring in the mirror with gazing love. Love wrapped eyes and shit. But anyhow, Boyd Rice went from being a neo-Nazi into Satanism, into Merovingian bloodline cult status, where because his family had been awarded for participating in a eugenics program in North America, where they were actually awarded the golden medal for breeding true. And this was an actual gold medal you can look up for eugenics in the United States, awarded by the state, where the gold medal would say, yea, I am of goodly heritage, which is what eugenics means, good breeding. And the Americans were trying to breed out criminality and retardation, etc. And so one of the products of that breeding program was Boyd Rice. But he went beyond that and felt that he was a product ultimately of the Merovingian bloodline. In other words, a direct descendant of Christ. And so he and Tracy Twyman got together and they put out a zine, and the zine was Dagobert's Revenge. Yeah, so
right, but let me tell you Tracy's side of it at the same time. You told the Boyd thing, and what was happening with her was she had a fantasy in her mind. She became interested in the subject matter and started thinking that she wanted to put it out like a hook.
Yeah.
I had to mute to cough. She wanted to hook to get the true information. So she created, like you were going to say, Dagobert's Revenge. She created it because she wanted to seem like she was the true secret society, so that was familiar with this information, so that the real people who were the real secret society would stand up and say, "You're fake," because she wanted to find out who the real ones were. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, but it's so foolhardy. It was such a foolhardy thing to do, and was definitively a factor.
She was about 16.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Just so you know, she was really young.
Oh God! Still. Oh my God! That's got to be one of the factors that ultimately led to her death. And by the way, she was also, I don't know if at that point she was.
I'm gonna follow that whole story all the way through, because she really wants me to tell you. And remember, a couple weeks back, I told you there was something that I needed to talk to you about, and we haven't had a chance to do it.
Yeah.
Well, this is it.
Okay.
This is it. This is the research that I recently found out about Tracy that I didn't know when she was alive, or maybe I knew and it didn't seem significant at the time, but now it totally plays into what you've been talking about with Juan Morales.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So so anyway, she created this magazine and she wrote about 10 books. And I was a big fan of Tracy Twyman. At some point, I have every single one of her books. And after you had talked to Juan Morales, I listened to that show.
Yes.
And after that is when this happened. I was looking up stuff about Tracy because she's the one that directed me to the guy who knows all about smiley face killers and the West Memphis 3, which is William Ramsey, because she did an interview with him and turned me on to his stuff. And so when I was preparing to do the show with you about it, I said, let me go quickly find that Tracy Twyman stuff that leads to William Ramsey, because he's already done all this research, and I'll just find out what I need to know really quickly about the West Memphis 3.
Right.
So I went to her website, and this is when Tracy started guiding me. She started telling me what she wanted me to look at. She said, go to my website and buy all my books. And I said, I already have all your books.
Right.
And she said, no, you don't. Go to my website and buy the one you don't have.
Oh, wow.
Well, the only one I don't have is Dagobert's Revenge, which has now been put all together in one big piece, and it's up like $1,000 online.
Holy
and I was like, Tracy,
fuck.
I was like, I said, Tracy, I'm not fucking buying that Dagobert's Revenge for $1,000 something or $2,000, whatever it is on it.
Thank
Amazon.
you. But by the way, to clarify for everyone, this is Tracy while she was alive. This is not Crystal channeling Tracy, okay?
No, this is channeling. This is channeling.
Shit. Okay.
This is why I tried to contact you like in the middle of the night a couple weeks ago, and I told you I had to tell you something.
Okay, now I get it. Okay, my bad.
This is mediumship, okay?
Okay.
This is mediumship.
Right.
So she said, no, you don't have all my books. And I was like, I'm not buying the one I don't have. I thought she was talking about that one.
Yeah.
She said, go buy my book. I want you to go to my website right now and buy that. So I went to the website just to see if maybe there was one I didn't have, because they're all like $8. You know, they're totally affordable, and they all have paperback or an online version that can be like $3 or something, or 99 cents even. So I went to her website, and this is what I found out that has to do with you, that she said, now I want you to tell Douglas. Okay. So what it was the there's a book on there that is supposedly not authored by her. And what happened was she was into this Merovingian stuff, and in fact, with her husband, her first husband, they together were doing all the research of that, and they were both friends with Boyd. But they actually, her first husband would always wear a Mickey Mouse watch, and he did certain. They were into like the esoterica of Disney and the esoterica of Mickey Mouse, and even like they compared the two ears and the circle face as like a Baphomet thing, and so that was one of their things. And he wore this Mickey Mouse watch everywhere. Well, Hollywood ripped off their story and made the movie The Da Vinci Code, which was based on her husband Brian, and the guy was played by that idiot Tom Hanks, which I'd love to go into tonight too.
Please.
Because I got a lot of occult stuff on him.
Yeah.
But so in the movie, the character that Tom Hanks plays is really based on Tracy Twyman's husband, even though they got no credit for this, and he wears that Mickey Mouse watch too.
Holy shit.
So there's a lot of times in her life where she has made videos and blogs, articles, and pointed out all the parts that Brian knew, everyone knew about Brian, that also was showing up in the Da Vinci movie. Mm-hmm. Okay, so after the Da Vinci movie, before she got all the Merovingian stuff sort of out of her system for a while, she wrote a book that was a small paperback about that subject matter, and she was going to kind of not put it to rest forever, but she had everything that she knew about it out of her system. So she, at the time, took her book, she shopped it to an acquaintance, who I'm going to name in a minute, and he said, "This is great. Let me take it to my publisher."
Was this Clyde Lewis?
If I'm not mistaken, I don't want to make a mistake and say the wrong publisher. It might have been Simon & Schuster or something, but the reason why I say that is because the when I went to her website, there's a book called The Papal Magic. And she said, yes, it explains how, this is why I got this psychic kit. It explains how Tracy Twyman wrote a book, but it was stolen by none other than who she calls the other Simon, which is this Necronomicon Simon, which is Peter Levenda.
Yes.
And she wrote on her website something I never knew in her life when she was alive, and it said, "Yes, I do mean Peter Levenda when I say the other Simon. He stole my book." And she's like, "I've done a whole series. I'm going to show you my manuscript, and then I'm going to show you his book and see how he stole it from me." So that's on her website. Like, she went to her grave with that going on with Peter Levenda.
Oh my God. And is their website still up?
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
You can go see that article. So I'll send it to you but I didn't want to send it to you because I wanted to tell you the whole story of it. But basically, she explains how Peter Levenda stole it. Now, right there is a good enemy, right?
Yes, yes.
Especially when you post that article and it's still up on our website.
Yeah.
But because you know why it's still up, I feel, is because when a Satanist does something, they want you to know. They're not trying to hide it. It's the more in your face, the better to them. That is the nature of the Satanic Inversion. They want it so unbelievable that you don't believe it.
It's true. It's the impunity factor. They want everyone to see how they can act with total impunity, including intellectual property theft. Which is Peter Levenda his whole career is based on that, and definitely appreciate your bringing this up beyond my ability to express, and now it makes sense because I have been meaning to ask you about that, and we didn't have time by the time that the show approached. I really appreciate you having the courage to bring that up publicly and openly. And could you put that in context of the Dragon Legacy, which of course was subtitled The Secret History of an Ancient Bloodline, which was written by a man named Nicolas de Vere, and Tracy Twyman wrote the introduction for it. And this was part of her obsession with blood lineage, was she felt that, exactly like this guy said, and this is why she keyed into him, was because he said that the dragon bloodline is the only bloodline that can practice magic, and that this, of course, went into, of course, the Dracula bloodline. This went into, of course, the Merovingian bloodline, and basically, so Tracy believed that only people of a certain bloodline, or at least at the point the time that she wrote the introduction for that book, could even practice magic, that everyone else who attempted to do so would simply crash and burn. And so it's almost like the Peter Levinda putting out the landmine-filled, shall we say, broken volume of the Necronomicon that he's distributing so people can blow themselves up, and which, by the way, is very dangerous. So in no way, shape, or form to add any mystique to it like it's the real Necronomicon. Far from it. It's that if you're dumb enough to take that book and try and practice spells with it, it's like taking the Anarchist Cookbook, which gives you recipes for both explosives and drugs that are both incomplete. So whatever you do with that, you're going to wind up fucking yourself over one way or the other. And with the Levinda spell book, obviously it has impact. So magic can be employed by people who are not of a particular bloodline, and to great detriment to themselves, is what I would argue. I don't know whether Tracy ever kind of got over that phase she was at, but I think it adds more.
She did. Yeah. I'm going to cut in here and say that
please,
it probably wasn't even written by Peter Levinda. Now that we know what we know about him, probably everything he writes is written by some 20-year-old he ripped it off from.
I agree. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, with Peter Levinda, it's like I won't give him credit for wiping his ass. But you know. So I want to thank you for your adding that context. But beyond that, we're going to go into the death of Tracy Twyman and the West Memphis 3, whichever one Crystal wants to go into first. But this is going to take us to, she obviously has been contacting you yourself from the other side. She obviously wanted to get a message through to myself. Do you get any impression or feeling that she has any resentment towards myself, because I've been very hard on her? And
no.
Okay.
Not at all. So she's coming from a place now where she, and let me just say that I do occasionally do the mediumship. At first I wasn't comfortable with it till a friend asked, her father passed away, and she asked me to try to contact him, and I said I've never done that, but I'll try to do it for you. And what happened was I just took out my tarot cards to kind of give me like some reference point, because I was going to use that for any messages that came through. And so I was just kind of flipping around, and I asked her, I showed her a card, and I said, this is significant in this deck. And I said, because of, I'm not going to go into what this card actually really means. I'm just going to show you that the roses in this card stand out to me, as that's the reason we're supposed to look at this card. It's not really about what the traditional archetype of this card. It's just for you to look at the roses. And she's like, that's exactly what I was looking for. That's the sign I was looking for, because her dad and mom had planted these roses so that he knew he was going to pass away. He was going through chemo for like the 5th time or something, and he was not going to survive the chemo. He could have survived the cancer, was the message I got, but he couldn't survive the chemo.
Holy shit.
So what happened was, yeah, don't get me started on the medical field. Okay, so then I realized, okay, this is something that I can do for someone if they're sincere and they need it, you know. So if someone comes to me and I believe like if they had an evil intent behind it, I don't think I'd be able to do it. I've only been able to do it on what I see as sacred occasions, which is why I can remember every single time I've ever done that. But with the Tracy thing, it's definitely had a rapport. I had a daughter who died years ago, and I have a rapport with her. I've had a rapport with the 3 days after she died. She had came to me and said, everything's okay. And
wow.
The way she said it was just a really strange dream. It was all the little girls in our family were lined up wearing like what I would call Easter dresses. They were all like dressed in their best, and they were like in a line marching and showing their dresses and like getting their Easter bunny or something like that. And she stepped out of line out of all the girls in our family, and she said, this is okay. So she was telling me that I'm not walking with all of them in the physical world anymore, but this, what I came here to do is done, and what's happening is okay. Like, we'll all be back. We'll all be a martyr sometimes, like Tracy was. We'll all be this or that. So Tracy wanted you to know that, in defense of how you feel about her, that she feels that she came here with a mission and something that was forcing her to pursue certain avenues, and that she took one for the team because she knew that it was always going to end up not easy for her, and she was willing to accept that.
Oh my God.
But the thing is, you know, I don't want to go here, please, but the thing is what it ended up doing to her child. But you see, we all come here with, you know, I'm not saying necessarily reincarnation. It could also be that we're multidimensional and we're on many different, living out many different lifetimes, or what you could call timelines at once. And, you know, we all play these archetypes. Sometimes we're the Messiah one, sometimes we're the augur, sometimes we're the pauper or the royalty or whatever. And we get to see the problems of every side of everything. And so she doesn't feel that judgment, but she understands why anyone here would. And she understands too that you're coming at it from a place of love and Christianity, which is where she was in her final days. She had turned her heart to Christianity. So that's her message.
By the way, I don't remember, but I was just curious, because you and I were talking about how sad it is that when some of these people, they see something really dark and they retreat into the first, you know, basically the first church that's open on the corner. And in the case of, you know, what you had with, what we were talking about with Anne Rice, it was this kind of reactionary Mormonism, an extremist version thereof. And with someone like my sister became a Jehovah's Witness, and people are more than welcome to correct me on this. If anyone wants to inform me what religion Anne Rice joined in, it might have been the Jehovah's Witnesses as opposed to the Mormons. If I'm misremembering, let me know. Either way, it's
they're really big about. They would be a religion that would not go for eating blood because they don't go for blood transfusions or anything. They have a big deal about blood transfusions. Like they'll die first.
Yes,
right?
yes. Jehovah's Witnesses will die rather than take a blood transfusion. That is true. As a matter of fact, one thing we could do is we can look up Anne Rice religion. Not that it overly matters, but at the same time, it's just out of curiosity.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, they're
and
saying.
What Tracy went to was some type of Mormon. That's what she was investigating at the end. And, and through her investigations, she came to believe in
Mormonism.
I mean, she already believed in Jesus Christ. Like, she was doing the Merovingian mythos stuff. That's what she was driven to. But it really, if you look at what her work went through, it came back full circle. It started with Jesus and it ended with Jesus. And in between, you know, she did go all the way dark.
Right.
And she worked with these three men that all screwed her over. Simon is the one I couldn't remember, but it was on the tip of my tongue. I was like, I told you before in another transmission that several guys did this. Boyd Rice did it, and Nicholas DeVere did it. They would work with her and then take all the credit. But I would say Lavinda did it the dirtiest.
The dirtiest, yes. No, that makes sense. Well, with Boyd Rice, I mean, it's kind of like you'd be silly not to expect anything else. I mean, you know, I mean, and I'm not saying that in any offensive way towards Boyd Rice. It's just what he does, right? I mean, it's his, as far as he's concerned, it's his world. We just live on it. But with someone like you know, Peter Lavinda and all the rest of these guys, they're total slime, and they basically try to portray themselves for something they're not, which is like honest men. Now the other man that was in her life.
Now remember, he hangs out with John Podesta, and John Podesta was in those leaked. I don't know what you think about WikiLeaks, but I'm just saying that in all those leaked documents around 2016, where John Podesta was in the extreme kind of satanic cult and spirit cooking, and you know, the Marina Abramovich spirit cooking, and doing art with your own like sperm and blood and all this stuff, and like eating all these crazy things. And she would do art installations where she's just lying with weapons, and everyone's in a line that are the guests, and they're all supposed to do something violent to her body. Like, this woman's a satanic witch, and she's very high up in the Hollywood scene right now. But back to John Podesta, she and John Podesta were in those Hillary Clinton emails with all about that kind of stuff, and he hangs out with Peter Levenda, like they're buds.
Oh, that figures. Well, Peter Levenda's also hanging out with that punk rocker Tom DeLonge, and they're doing that alien exposition shit, and it just goes on and on. These fuckers all deserve each other, and it's really almost predictable. And I think that the sinister nature of it becomes so incestuous that when you take a look at these names and how they all coagulate together, then you just like realize who the bad guys are. They've just presented themselves in a lineup, and this is kind of what I'm getting in terms of Doc Marquis, who I dedicated the show to because I 2 years too late, but the least I could do, because I simply found out he was dead today, really, and no one ever contacted me. Not that I'm saying this in some way to relieve myself of responsibility, but no one ever contacted me to tell me this guy was even sick when he was sick, which is kind of surprising to me. But it goes to show, I've had some friends lately, I'm bringing this up for Crystal, so as a sensitive, she might give me some input on this, such as, oh my God, who was this one wonderful woman that was brought to my attention by Miguel Andahar, who is a friend of mine, who's very much a part of the Hollywood scene, and of course he plays the role of extra. And he's no big Satanist, which is why he's never made it beyond really being an extra, though he's been involved in a lot of films and, portrayed a lot of celebrities like the Toxic Avenger, where, of course, he got dressed up in a lot of makeup. But when it comes to what he brought to my attention was this one lady I used to know. I'm trying to look up her name. He gave me her photograph here, and she died. And she used to be a fan of mine on the, on the internet. And she got chased away by Laura Lee Solomon. And I never followed up on her. I always thought she'd always be around and check into her at some point. Lotta Andrews was her name. And then Miguel brings it to my attention that she died. And I felt so bad. I felt so bad because she had been such a big fan and I had never gotten back to her. And then I found out about Doc Marquis. I've got another good friend I haven't contacted in forever named Keith Call. I feel now I'm obligated. I better get in contact with him as soon as possible because I'd hate to find him dead too. I don't know if you got a reading on that. Whether he was on my show a few times. If you don't get a reading on that, don't even worry. It's I'll find out when I find out. When I check around and see if I can find.
So you're asking me if that person is dead?
Kind of, I'm asking this lightheartedly. I don't suspect he would be because he's comparatively young, but hell, with what I found out about everybody else, comparative is a relative term. Lotta Andrews and Doc Marquis weren't exactly ancient people to me. Right.
Well, the thing that the only hit I got was that River Phoenix came through saying that he wants you to dedicate this to Doc.
Okay, thank you. Well, that reaffirms what I did, and I tell them it's, as far as I'm concerned, as it's like you said, it's dedicated to River Phoenix too, and to all the dead on the other side who are still very much with us, including Tracy Twyman. And Daniel Arola says Keith Call is good people. Yes, thank you, Daniel. And so, honey, what about? There's so much else to go on with here. We're going to get to the point where what happened was very frightening, very sinister. When Tracy Twyman died,
chilling.
I'm sorry, chilling. Yeah,
chilling.
Yeah, thank you. The goddamn smiley face. So build up to that. Tell us a bit about this. What happened with that?
Okay, so I think before we go there, I'll tell you that I learned about the smiley face killers through Tracy Twyman, who had interviewed this man named William Ramsey, who when I there's a really good short video that shows, I think William Ramsey did it. It's like 4 minutes long, and it's on Johnny Depp and the West Memphis 3. And I'd like to just send you that clip so you can review it. And anybody that wants to see it can ask me. I'll send it to you through Messenger. But the clip was done by William Ramsey, because he's done all this research on not only the smiley face killers, but the West Memphis 3. So when he, and the reason he does it is because he's Christian and he's investigating occult murders and why they're not labeled as such. And so he's putting together a huge case about the smiley face killers and how these deaths are satanic ritual murders, but they're never labeled that. They're always labeled, correct me if I'm wrong, Douglas, because you have your own information about it and I just remember parts, but these men are found floating in water after they've been killed. They were killed before they were put in the water, but they're labeled as drownings, and they're found usually in suspicious, like, say, I live in the Bayou City, Houston, Texas. They probably show up in a bayou. If they haven't before, I haven't checked the stories on this, but that would be like here. So in different states, whatever their body of water is, it would be, that's where they would have it. So it's all over America, not just one certain place. And there's also, I don't know if you want me to say the name of a YouTube channel. I don't even remember the name, but there is a channel that is all about how serial killings that are reported in the news and by the police as such is because they don't realize, or they're not allowed, and you can go into that, to label it as a satanic killing. But really all these serial killings couldn't have possibly be committed by the one serial killer that they're blamed on, because a lot of times you can see discrepancies in the date where this guy couldn't have been two places at once, but they label it that they were all Ted Bundy, or that they were all this, all the famous ones that we all know about. And they put this out into like the collective conscious about, and like the Zodiac killer, that'd be a Hollywood themed one, and then the Manson murders and all that. But these are done by cults, and you could say hitmen of the cults do these things, and they're all to gain energy for your cults. This is what Satanists do, is when you take the life of someone, you can take on their life force. So they collect that, and I don't know if this is just the philosophy that they're doing it to collect souls to give to their master or whatever, but in the 3D world, what they're actually physically getting satisfaction of is they're feeding off that person's energy. And it a lot of times it keeps them looking younger, where I know Hollywood actors have all this other stuff they can do now too. But, they put baby foreskins on their face and stuff like that. But they, if you're a famous actor, you're probably also an agent, an asset, because they'd rather use an actor to be a good asset than just Hollywood.
Yeah,
so most of these people double as both.
That's right. Let me put some perspective into this. That so when it comes to the serial killing, of course, and why this is never exposed for what it is, a part of a very large and ongoing satanic crusade to basically continuously terrorize the body politic. Like wolves continually circling a herd of sheep and narrowing them down, taking them off one by one, picking them off, is because of mainly the impact of Michael Aquino and his co-religionist Colonel Cheney, what the fuck was his name? I've done such a good job of purging my memory of these idiots, but he's portrayed, of course, in the Men Who Stare at Goats, and he's the organizer of the First Earth Battalion and the Channing. And so Colonel Channing was the man who basically tore apart all that was achieved by Sandy Gallant, and we have to thank Lena Shea for recovering the occult crimes manual that was becoming a standard part of police enforcement manuals throughout the United States, thanks to Officer Sandy Gallant, Inspector Sandy Gallant of the San Francisco Police Department. And Inspector Sandy Gallant was this very tall, blonde, Nordic female, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, Nordic Aryan lady with a very well-defined chin, not mannish in an unpleasant sense, but definitely attractive, kind of tomboyish, pixie-ish would be the word for it, kind of look, but sterner. And similar to the security officer on Star Trek The Next Generation, the blonde who ultimately was phased out of the series when she was killed to write her out of the script. Very similar to that, and though in my opinion a little more attractive and well-defined. She basically was the person who was responsible as a researcher into occult crime. She could have retired from her active duty police position and spent her career as a consultant had it not been for Michael Aquino's counterattack with Colonel Channing, who went all over the United States to convince all of the departments that were beginning to accept Sandy Gallant's occult investigative doctrine as standard operational procedure, as SOP. They all listened to Colonel Channing, who convinced them that they didn't have to do all this extra work. That's basically what it comes down to. All of us, no matter who we're working for, the overwhelming majority of us are trying to avoid work while we're at work. We're trying to do as little work as possible while at work. And so when it comes to the what Sandy Gallant was presenting, she was presenting basically too much work. And so when Channing came along and he says, look, anybody who's a member of a conventional religion, or what we deem to be an acceptable religion, and he made the argument, of course, that all faiths are cults, that all churches are cults, and I've heard law enforcement agents actually reiterate this verbatim, that all faiths are cultic. And by the way, that is not the case. That is not the fucking case. Cultic would imply, of course, that there's a centralized figure or cabal that is truly taking advantage of the followers to the point where they're
mind
fucking
control.
Yes, thank you.
Marker.
Thank you. It's Satire. There are multiple factors that factor into the definition of a cult, and so a cult is something that you cannot freely walk away from. That's probably one of the primary definitions. It's
you go.
Yeah, and when
that goes. I mean, that goes for Scientology and all of it. Like,
yeah,
that's where you say, that's where you ask yourself, is this a religion that should be paying taxes, or is it a cult? Well, it behaves like a cult if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck.
Thank you, very much so. And in the case of Channing, so what he told everybody was, since all faiths are cults, and let's take a look at the Roman Catholic cult. He says, what if someone's carrying a religious medallion of the Virgin Mother, and they're robbing a bank, and they happen to drop that religious medallion while running away from robbing a bank, and that's found on the crime scene? Is that to be considered evidence that implicates the Roman Catholic Church, which contains 1 billion people? And of course all the cops, oh no, of course not. Most cops, of course, still demographically at that time being Roman Catholic Irish, men, and etc.
Yeah.
And then he'd say, well, then in that case, when you find a beheaded cadaver in the middle of a pentagram drawn in blood, that cannot implicate the Satanic Church. And they all said, oh, you're right. And so from that point forward, just as if they were at a bank robbery and they found a religious medallion, would just chuck it in the trash to basically say, well, that's not going to implicate the Catholic Church. What good does this do? It would not be taken as part of the evidence as implicating further parties. That's what they do with all of the occult evidence at crime scenes, of which there is voluminous evidence at multiple crime scenes at any given time of occult involvement. And all of it, the evidence is dismissed. In fact, it's quite literally destroyed, which makes the police forces essentially, they're essentially aiding and abetting the Satanic crusade against yourselves, against your children, against the thousands of children who go missing every year, against the thousands of adults, particularly female, who go missing every year. This is where the police come in and cooperate on behalf of the Satanists, is they will literally go out of their way to destroy the evidence, because if they did not, if they followed the Sandy Gallant doctrine, as they were going to do, as they were on the cusp of doing at the time of the so-called Satanic Panic, when they were nationally being demanded by the public to do this, had they followed that route, you would have none of the problems you have today. Thousands of lives would be saved. Thousands of children would not be missing. In fact, millions of people would be still around, and children would still be around that are otherwise dead, missing, tortured to death. But no, the police chose the other way, because this would have made a full-time job. It would have also drew the line. It would have drawn the line, and people would have realized there's a war going on. And they would have realized that there was a war going on between us and those who are not us, those who are antithetical to life itself, anti-life forces, forces of entropy, forces of chaos. Then people would have taken of necessity, an understandably medievalist turn. And this is why the quote-unquote Dark Ages lasted so long, because people at that time were painfully cognizant of this reality. This is not to defend or rationalize the persecution of witches and the decline of witchcraft with the rise of the church. Rather, it's to contextualize it, because all that energy was misdirected, and was misdirected against the pagan and heathen cultures, as opposed to the satanic cults, because so many of the satanic cults infiltrated the church itself and the persecutors and the royalty. And this is what's happened with the police departments. Yes, many of your police forces are Satanists, because many of them are veterans, and the overwhelming majority of veterans are Satanists. That is the reality of the military. And because so much of the military transfers laterally into the police department, there's your enemy. And that's your fucking problem. When I bring up Colonel Channing, as he was at that time, he retired a full colonel, Colonel Channing and the 1st Earth Battalion, that's just the tip of the iceberg. They're simply the satanic warrior monk elite of the U.S. military, which is overwhelmingly satanic. And they're all in denial, and they'll all tell you, oh, no, Douglas Dietrich's crazy. Until you realize or accept the reality of what I expose, you're going to have children disappear and all your loved ones murdered and sacrificed. And some of us have felt that painfully and quite personally. But when we go into the situation as it stands with the man who wrote the book, The Ultimate Evil, the author of the book, The Ultimate Evil, killed himself because of this reality he was confronting. He was connecting the Son of Sam murders with the Charles Manson murders. And let me look up the author of that book, The Ultimate Evil, Maury Terry. And Maury Terry drank himself to death. He effectively committed suicide. He drank himself to death because what he uncovered with The Ultimate Evil, an investigation into a dangerous satanic cult, that's the subtitle of his book, that connected the Charles Manson murders on the West Coast to the Son of Sam murders on the East Coast. And when he basically uncovered this and exposed it, the reality thereof, and was responded to with total ambiguity, and he got a total non-response. Basically, you got people, especially the cops, who did everything to discredit him. That's when he realized that, well, the cops are part of the problem. And then he went into the despair. What's the solution? And because there was no solution that he could see or conceptualize, he drank himself to death to escape this world. This world was no longer fit for him to live in. And this is why I have the solution. As I said, you've got to stop hiring veterans as cops, for one thing. Another thing you've got to do is ultimately abolish police forces as we understand them and start a nationwide draft of exclusively younger females to create a national police force. This way we will get much more of a training of women to defend themselves, a training of women in arms and self-defense, and also a sense of unit identity and organization and cohesion where they can defend themselves as teams and this will help them in civilian life immeasurably. And beyond that, they will pay much more attention to victimization of women and children, which male cops do not do. They don't have the biological imperative to do that. They don't have the biological imperative to care. As a matter of fact, they have a biological imperative to fucking kill. And this is what we see today that everyone's protesting. This is part of the problem we're dealing with. This is, again, part of the Satanism. Now what we're paying for is the price of tolerating the satanic police forces. And so that's why we don't have the satanic crimes being recognized. As I said, Lena Shea uncovered that volume, and bigger and shit, even though she found the PDF of the actual police manual on satanic crime, the part about ritual satanic murder and abuse within that was removed from the PDF. And then,
Wow.
yeah, the other individual, Sammy Romero, was able to find a police manual on satanic crime, a PDF thereof, which he swears to God he had been looking for online forever, and never did it appear online until after Aquino died. Like they had been keeping it scrubbed from the internet until Aquino died, and after he was dead, okay, well, now we can release it. Like it was some kind of dead man's release. So he gave me the PDF link to that, which I can share with Crystal River if she wants it, if she has a morbid interest in that. But there you have it. So we've got the reason why satanic crime is not acknowledged, and this is why no one is out to solve the smiley face killer's mystery, which is
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's what
because it's treated as if the people who know about smiley face killers are the conspiracy theorists, because none of these murders are framed that way. Otherwise we would have solved it faster, but that's not the point. So there are a faction of the police who are overtly, they're satanic too. They're in a satanic cult too. So they're helping this agenda. But then I agree completely with what you say about everyone serving on doing their little stint on the police force. Can you go further with that part of what you said, like if they object to doing it, that they should at least do the civil? Can you roll out all the way with that idea? Because I love that idea.
Oh, yes. You're talking about the idea that I've had of a national police force, an actual United States police force that would be based on a national draft of the young female population coming into legal age. And I'm talking about literally between 16 to 18 years of age, with, of course, room for conscientious objectors that can go into a civil service program where they could participate in Meals on Wheels and helping the disabled. We need a national draft, a reinstatement of the national draft in three ways. First, for the military, so that young men can serve in universal suffrage in the military, accepting conscientious objectors, and that would enable them to do away with the mystique of the military. Our biggest problem with the military is they have this quote-unquote professional mystique. There's nothing professional about it. The people who are going into the military are totally unemployable in any place in the world outside of prison. And so they go into the military as basically an alternative to prison that provides us with a military of people who really belong in prison. And this is why you've got a military good at nothing that loses every battle, every war it fights in, and basically is good for nothing but rape and killing women and children, which is all your military is good for. If you tell yourself anything else that the American military is good for, you're lying to yourself. And so when you get these fuckers out there saying, well, we're professional, quote unquote, no, they're a mafia. That's a mafia. Break up the military mafia, do away with the so-called professionalism, and reinstitute the goddamn draft. Then there's no mystique. Then when Bubba and Joe and everybody's been in the military, nobody can say, oh, military top secret clearance, you're not supposed to know all this shit, which, is just all crap to build a wall between what they're doing, which is basically running a satanic cult, and what you're doing, which is worshiping these assholes because they're quote-unquote defending your freedom. Fuck that shit. Let's get the draft going. And for the females, everyone coming to legal age of between 16 to 18, then you're drafted into the United States Police Force, where These women will be trained in the use of arms, in the martial arts. They will learn to work in teams. Let me put it this way. One woman alone cannot take on a big bad man criminal. But 5 women operating as a team, a womaniple is what that would be called in the Latin, as opposed to a maniple, which is a group of 5 men. A womaniple would be the feminine version thereof, can easily take down any man of any size. Unless it's the fucking Hulk on steroids and crack and everything else, PCB. Honestly, 5 women coordinating with the right takedown methods, nets, the electric prods, the cattle prods, can take a man down, no sweat. And so they would be trained to do this non-lethally, where possible, with the need to resort to lethal force if necessary. Women would be far more, I guarantee you, far more better about that than men. Men are just chicken shit, and they panic like that. The first thing a man does, and you see these cops do it, is they go from, there's no graduated escalation of force from your baton to tear gas to the electric prod.
There's no intuition. There's no intuition.
Thank you. Because there's no empathy.
It's all left brain.
Yes. It's just kill, kill, kill. I mean, they just go straight to the goddamn gun.
See everything as a threat because you have a gun.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Like, see everything as a nail because you have a hammer.
True, it's true. No, she's absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, and I would go further to say that every woman should, like, in junior high, they should learn the, like, martial arts self-defense. And by high school, they should have their concealed weapon license. I'm from Texas,
agree.
So.
Yes, and this would make it legal. This would make it even mandatory in the sense that those who are not conscientious objectors would ultimately get to the point where, by the way...
It would stop the Me Too movement, I'll tell you that, if everybody was packing.
Yes, yeah, you wouldn't need it. I mean, this is one thing people don't understand is that the police, and they've changed this because it was just too much of a burden, but literally for the longest period of time, it was mandatory for a policeman to be armed wherever they went. It was mandatory for a cop to always be armed at all times, including when they were in civilian clothes and off duty. That would be applied to females who were part of this draft program, that they would have the right, not mandatory, but they would have the right to be armed, including in civilian clothes, with a concealed weapon for the rest of their lives. That would be part of the result of their quote-unquote graduating or passing muster out of service, severing from service from their national suffrage, which would be the draft into the United States police force. An all-female police force would do wonders towards basically eliminating crimes against women, which is the major problem in the United States, is crimes against women and children. And an all-female police force would end that. It would end crimes against women and children because the woman would actually fucking care. And the reason you need an all-female police force is because you can't just integrate it, because what happens with what they're trying to do now, let's bring women onto the police force. It's like women who join the army. There's no sane woman who would join the army because all you're saying is, I'm offering... It's like a woman voluntarily interning herself in an all-male prison. That is the equivalent of a female joining the military. It's someone, you're just begging to be raped. That you cannot join the military with any, and this is...
And abused in every way.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is the woman who was gang raped in Iraq. She was a fighter pilot who was shot down. And honestly, they made a series of porno films about this. And I thought it was just a pornographic fantasy. It turned out it was true. It was all based on a true story. There was a female pilot who was shot down over Iraq. She was taken prisoner. She was raped repeatedly. And her story of survival was that it was no worse than what she suffered becoming a female pilot in the United States military. Was that all the way along to become a female pilot, she was raped repeatedly, and that was how she got the position of being a female pilot. And when she actually complained about it, as happens with many of these women who complain, then there's females at the higher up who are at the general status. There are now females in the general officer status who are female generals, and they just say, well, suck it up, cunt. That's what I had to do to become a general, and that's what you got to do too. It's the Hollywood mystique, the Hollywood abuse syndrome. It's I had to do that to get here. So what are you bitching about? And so this is what you've got now. You can't do these things half-ass. You have to have an all-female force, or this is what you're going to get. And this is what happens with a woman in the police force these days. They're in local constabularies, and all of them are bull dykes. These are all bull dykes who are wannabe men. They are so masculine, you can't even rightly call them women. They're so up on steroids and they're so stitched together with muscle. You say, oh man, this chick must not even have a clit anymore. She's got to have a dick, or at least a clit that's the size of a small penis, because of all the steroids she's on. She practically has to shave her face, not the other part. I mean, this is where we're at. You don't want to just try to integrate women into these male-dominated professions. You make it all female, so then they remain feminine and then can identify with women, because the women who are in the military, the women who are in the police forces cannot identify with human women. They're no longer female.
And if they do, then the other cops shun them.
Yes.
So their whole thing is to be there and act like we're no different than anybody else.
Yeah, they
can't show their compassion, even if they get a glimmer of it.
Yes, they have to become one of the boys. That's the whole point. If you don't swing with us, you're not one of the boys. And I remember when we were being trained at the San Francisco Police Department, one of the people training us in the martial arts was a woman. And she showed up to train us in the martial arts, pig-faced drunk. We were at the other end of the gym. And as soon as the door opened and she walked in, at the other end of the gym, we're talking basketball court size, people, I could smell the alcohol. And she did that every day. She came in that drunk to teach us the martial arts, because that was the only way she could get through life, was pig-faced drunk. And I'm sure she went on duty like that, just to inebriate herself and blot out her miserable existence of being one of the boys who has no sense of empathy with anything they're dealing with. We want to eliminate that. We want police forces that are female, because they will have empathy, because what they're really going to be are uniformed and armed social workers. That's what they're really going to be, and that's what we really want. That's what we want, instead of men.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
That is such a beautiful idea.
Oh,
that's one of the reasons why you're silenced, because you have those ideas that really would solve like a big chunk of the problem, and that's not the what's supposed to be. That's not what they want right now.
Thank you.
So
and that brings us back to the smiley face.
That.
Yo, bless you, honey. Bless you. Thank you for giving me a chance to bring that up. But that definitely brings us back to Tracy Twyman's own suffering and the smiley face.
Ruling deaths, not being able to rule them. I want to just go back to what you said about that I'm cool with it if a Catholic commits a murder in the name of their religion and leaves a cross on the scene. I'm okay with knowing that, as long as I can also know when it's a satanically indicated crime.
Thank you.
So that if you what's it called, reverse engineer that logic, there is no logic. It's that satanic inversion again. It's not even a thing. That doesn't happen. People don't go around committing a crime and then leaving this Lucky Charms there to say that it was an Irish Catholic that did it,
Yes.
It's the Satanists that do that.
Yes.
The rest of the crimes are crimes of passion. I mean, let's look at it. When a murder happens on this planet, I'm going to be esoteric and say, in that moment, Satan is there. So murder is satanic more than it's not. And then you got your husband cheated on your neighbor, so the lady shoots the other lady or something. I mean, those, you can see what those are, and with the rest are satanic.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
It's the majority.
Yeah, I definitely, thank you, and I agree. And by the way, just so people understand, and I set the record straight here, so I've been looking it up online. Anne Rice, what she converted to was militant fundamentalist Roman Catholicism, which she had initially rejected as a child, then went into writing about the vampires and the homosexuals, and then in 2010, 10 years ago, she again renounced the Roman Catholic Church. She decided that she had had enough is enough because her son is gay, and she felt that the church, at least at that time in 2010, was not acknowledging the civil rights of homosexuals. And so so her son Christopher is a gay rights activist and a best-selling author in his own right, apparently, though I've never heard of him, Christopher Rice, so whoever. But she says that his sexuality was not necessarily instrumental to her decision to forego Catholicism, but it's hard to imagine anything else. It obviously was a factor. So there you have that. So just to update to everyone, Anne Rice is secular again. So it goes.
She's looking for a new home.
There we are.
Religion, send her your pamphlets.
There we are. Well, hopefully she finds some centeredness in herself. And by the way, I'm not antithetical to people being part of a religion. And also, just to clarify, we use the term cult usually in a negative sense, understandably, but do remember that it's kind of like the term. How do I say this? It's somewhat of a misunderstood term in, yes, all of these things we're mentioning about cults, they're bad, and these cults are bad. But then there are, historically, whether we can argue whether or not this is a good thing, we do give respect to the warrior cults, and the warrior cults would be like the Vikings, particularly the Berserker cult, which is basically a werewolf cult, and also the ninja cult, or the cult of the Hashishin, or assassins. I mean, we make fucking video games about them, like Assassin's Creed, and so there are various warrior cults that demand a kind of respect, and that is to be considered at a level of what I would call ethical cult building. Some would argue that, and we can get into the philosophical hither and thither at some other time, but just to put that out there. And with that in mind, what we are obviously dealing with is a cult when it comes to the smiley face killers, and that'll bring us back to, not that Tom Hanks is a member, though it wouldn't surprise me if he was. But
he's probably just like an honorary member. But he's definitely, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh gosh, I think we could spend half of the show on his sleeves.
He makes me sick. He makes me sick. Well,
that's your intuition making your stomach turn because of what's going on behind the scenes with that guy.
Oh, right, and let me
and in front of the scenes.
Thank you, and let me put this in some perspective. I'll add a little gossip here, and I'm sure our dear friend Crystal River has heard this, and if you haven't, let me know. This might be a new story to you, but what happened was when I can't remember. Yeah, I would have to look through my own resume, because honestly, I've done so many drugs intentionally to forget the majority of my life. I can't remember the exact year when I entered John Robert Powers acting and modeling school. Of course, I was a graduate of John O'Connell Vocational Institute through a GED, get out early clause. But in terms of the John Robert Powers, I was one of the people who attended there, and I was an alumni with Cynthia Siegel, who was, and I say this respectfully and affectionately, the Jewish American princess who was an alma mater of mine, who actually helped out me as a public informant, as a whistleblower to the world concerning Roswell and everything else, and World War II and all that. But Cynthia Siegel went to the John Robert Powers School in New York, whereas I went to the one in San Francisco. So she was sent by her parents to attend John Robert Powers as a kind of finishing school. And in my case, I was there for the same thing, really, because I had grown up with what was effectively what I call a feral childhood. Not in the sense that I was growing up raised by wolves or on the street per se, even though I was on the streets a lot and effectively did grow up on the street. I had very loving parents and had a home to go home to, despite being streetwise and very familiar with the ways of the street. And just this side of homeless in my own right, with the horrors that we grew up with in the Tenderloin Ghetto, my parents raised me as best as they could in circumstances. And so what happened was when I went to John Robert Powers, it was to get myself some polish, some finish, some etiquette that I otherwise would not have gotten in the Western tradition, in the Western sense of the word. My teacher was Sylvie Michel Coigenbaum, a French lady born in the French, what did they call them? Departements. In the Department of New Caledonia, which is an big island in the middle of the Pacific. So she had grown up on a Pacific island that was legally part of France, but very much its own world. She was white, but grew up in that island culture. And she was, of course, like you would expect, very exotic and basically a kind of a dominatrix. And she had a big pet boa constrictor that was, trust me on this, it was big enough to eat people. And she used to feed it live bunny rabbits, which gives you an idea of what kind of a hard woman she was. So she was really proud of me when I got flown down to Los Angeles by a talent scout who realized, he said, Doug, you're perfect. We're looking for someone to be Amerasian. You know, white Asian. He says, here's the problem. You know, Asian men are fucking ugly. They're just by Western aesthetic. Most Asian men are just fucking ugly. They're either, in the movies, they play the 3 Gs. Geeks, gooks, and gangsters. And he says, that's your typical ethnic Asian. But you're half white. And we can say you're Asian and you're appealing to the white population, and therefore you cross that barrier. We can cross the color barrier and say that we're racially, integrating Beverly Hills 9210. Now, for those of you who don't know, Beverly Hills 9210, at the time I was attending, this will date when I went to John Robert Powers, it was the big series. It was the In television series, produced by Aaron Spelling, the big Jewish guy. Who gave you a bunch of other shit. I think he gave you the Love
Everything.
Boat. Yeah, everything you grew up with, essentially.
90210.
Thank you. So Beverly Hills 90210, she's right. That was the correct pronunciation, was 90210. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, that is where Monica Lewinsky lived, where Bill Clinton was going to fuck her. She lived in Beverly Hills 90210. That's where she lived, was in that hotel.
That's where the blue dress was hanging. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. With the mayonnaise stains. No, the Seminole stains. Anyhow, Bill Clinton tried to say it was mayonnaise, but he was spreading his secret sauce everywhere. So what happens is that they flew me down to Los Angeles, where I met the ultimate, we're going to say sub-producer. It was not Aaron Spelling. It was the sub-producer. I'm not going to name him because he was very, very nice to me. And honestly, I have a deep affection for him. But he was telling me that I had to have sex with him. And I said, look, he was nothing but kind to me, by the way. I want everyone to know that this was not like he threw me down and tried to strip me. He treated me to dinner and everything, and he paid for flying me back home. There was nothing this guy did not do to make things comfortable for me. So this was nothing that, if I had had sex with him...
He didn't pull a Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, no, nothing like that. No, he was nothing but a gentleman. So for what it's worth, it was simply I couldn't get it up for him. And so he tried to... But there were several things he did to try to get me in the mood to appeal to me. And this is relevant. This actually has bearing, so do bear with me. Be patient. He tried to first, of course, get me in the mood with just porn. And, of course, he's a man. So he was showing me gay porn. And I was telling him, I'm sorry, there's no stirring of the loins. It's not really doing anything for me other than making me mildly queasy once I was honest with him. And he says, okay, let's try it this way. He says, look, you like all these big action heroes, right? And I says, well, I guess. So what do you mean? Do you mean like I'm not lusting after them? And he says, no. I mean like you would like to be in their condition, in the sense that they're basically admired by everyone as big machos, and then everybody looks at them as heroes. And I was saying, to be in that position of public reception and acceptance, of course, that would be great. And he says, look, all of those guys, they've all taken it up the ass. or they never would have gotten to where they are, and I'll show you physical evidence. And so he brought out photographs of himself fucking Danny Glover and Mel Gibson and Arnold Schwarzenegger. So he was literally, not all at once, mind you. And of course, I always get the same stupid question from people, whether they're gay or straight. Who's on top? Who's on top? Look, this guy is the guy.
Are you sure Mel Gibson?
Oh, fuck yeah, Mel Gibson. Oh, Mel
All right,
Gibson.
I just had to check.
Oh, God, he's the biggest fucking cocksucker. Oh, man, he was like, there was so much male sperm ejaculate all over him, he looked like a glazed donut. And so this guy was saying, but this, by the way, this is why Mel Gibson became a rabid homophobe. This was why he became a militant fundamentalist Roman Catholic, because when he got to the point where he could say no, then that was his psychological way of coping with it. That was his way of like denying him.
Okay, because his grandparents and my grandparents go way back. You remember that?
Actually, I don't. But okay, I don't. I'm not surprised.
That's
I'm not
why
surprised.
I had to just check.
Yeah, but
I believe you.
Yeah.
I know this. That's the whole point of this Hollywood cult. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and so what he showed me was that. And by the way, I will say this just to further qualify this. It might have been ultimately involved with the cult, but it just struck me almost as just he was in a position of advantage and he took it, and it didn't strike me as anything particularly sinister in that sense. Obviously, this is not something to be never to be condoned professionally. I'm not saying this is how things should operate. I'm just saying that he was part of a privileged cast.
Well, it's called the casting couch.
Yeah, thank you.
That's not a name for nothing.
Thank you. And anyhow, so he was pointing out that he didn't have photographs of it, but he didn't need them. He told me, Tom Cruise in particular, he was saying, oh God, Tom Cruise is like, he said, he didn't even need to present me with photographs. He said, if you look hard enough, you'll find them. It's like, but at any rate, all of these big action stars that everyone admires, and that goes up to Clint Eastwood. That goes up to include Clint Eastwood. These are just like, they're all just cocksucking, butt-fucking, faggots who just sucked and fucked their way to the top. I mean, that was it. But the stupid question that, like I said, gay or straight, that people ask me, who was on top? Who was on... I mean, look, take a look at the guy. He's the guy who's the key to their careers. It doesn't matter physically what position he's in. He's always on top, okay? So for that to even be a question is beyond me. Why people even bother to ask is beyond me. But so it was. He was definitely. This was shortly around the time Lethal Weapon was being made. That whole franchise. That's why he had pictures of him with Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. Though, like I said, it wasn't at the same time. It was at the same time they were becoming famous. And
right.
And so with Schwarzenegger it was the same time as well. So he was like one of the men who was key to their careers. So he said, I can make you like them. And so why don't you concentrate on that while we do it? And by the way, this just shows you how attractive he found me, was that he was going all out and he was trying to accommodate me and appeal to a more pragmatic side. And we experimented a little bit, and I just couldn't couldn't get it up. I just said, I'm sorry. I said,
I would say that like those guys that did that even if they didn't see it at the time as a cult, that they were being used that way. I mean, that's the environment. So they don't all just like put on a black robe or meet the devil at the crossroads necessarily. Sometimes you're in the game before you realize it. And I will tell you, probably, I don't know if Mr. Talley knows this, but I know he appreciates music, and he's he and I both, like, I've met Scarface. That's a Houston rapper, and I can tell you that they all have a gay side. Like, that's part of you can't really get into that until you've done that, even if you're not that naturally. Like, that's part of, and so they don't necessarily know that. You know what I'm saying? But it's still, the Hollywood itself is a cult. And then there are cults within it, like Nexium and like Children of God. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, by the way.
So it's still like a cult atmosphere. And then it also breeds these other little mushrooms of cults within
Yes.
it, you know?
Yes. Yeah. And by the way, Pac One Morales was talking with Jameson Reese privately, and he was saying that the rappers these days, they're not even fucking hiding it. I mean, they're going around wearing dresses and in makeup, and at this point, it's almost like de rigueur. You know, it's almost like requisite that you're going to show off that you're gay, or you're not even going to make it in rap. It's almost like that. Like, even if you're not, you'll pretend you are. And it was the way Pac One has pretty much seen it as going in that direction, if not there already. But just to kind of finish off this anecdote, this experience with this individual. So when I couldn't perform, then what happened was that, and Jameson Reese brings up, yes, it's normalized. At this point, it's been normalized. The entire gay trip with the as part of this super culture. And but when it came to this individual, then he very kindly paid for everything and paid for the ticket to send me home. But here's the funny part. The funny part was when I got back, and what happened was Sylvie Michelle Quagenbaum, who was so proud of me for being flown down there by a talent scout, and she was prepping me before I went, essentially warning me about what was going to happen and telling me, you know, that no matter what I did, she was going to consider me a man. She was trying to insinuate no matter what I did, as far as she was concerned, was that I was a man. When I came back and I was like, told her what happened and said, oh man, she kicked my ass. She was like, oh man, you know, the fact that you couldn't suck cock or take it up the ass, I mean, you no longer have my respect. It's just part of this world, and if you can't do that, get out of here. Oh, she kicked me out. It was she did everything but feed me to her boa constrictor, and so it was probably because there wasn't enough left to do that that was worth feeding to the boa constrictor. She tore me down till I was nothing, and yeah, by the time I was out on the street, it was just all skin and bone. Yeah, she chewed me up and spat me out, and but there you have it. It was to the point where I was actually a failed man for not being able to do that. By the way, Daniel LaRolla says many male strippers aspire to become actors in Hollywood. About half or more of the honey-looking dudes. Oh, then he retracted his message before I could read it. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Whatever the rest of it said, I don't know. But to kind of what else was it that was brought to my mind? What Our Lady Crystal River was saying about you don't have to meet the devil at the crossroads. Well, many would argue that that was what I meant. That in a very real sense, that was the devil at the crossroads, and I failed the test. I didn't pass, so I didn't get that. I didn't get that to sell my soul for the.
You didn't sell out.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you know, not that just so people understand, we're not condemning. If I were able to perform homosexual sex, then that doesn't mean that that's bad.
Anything you want to do is fine. We're just talking about trading your soul
Thank
for
you.
things
Thank
or
you.
your career.
Thank you. Yeah, that's basically, this was something that was very seductive in its own right, in the sense that the man was so kind. But yes, it very much would have been a compromise. It would have been a compromise in the sense that that's just not where I swing. And so it's one of those things that it's one of those what if moments. By the way, he's re-entered his comment. Daniel Arola says many male strippers aspire to become actors in motion pictures. Most of the hunky-looking dudes you see have danced before and are probably gay for pay. And this is true. And so there we have that. And Arnold Schwarzenegger is definitely one of them. So if we're crushing any bubbles here, you know, life is tough, right? The great action heroes, they're really all bottom guys to these effete-looking old, dudes who run the show. And so that brings us back now to some of our main points. Prince, who was obviously part of the music side of this, was actually one of the more well adapted, because Prince was basically, for all intents and purposes, openly, you don't know how to.
I mean, Prince was a fucking genius, and he wasn't to be put in a class with anyone else. Like, he was a one of a kind.
Right, he was what he was, and so it was his sexuality.
It was more like the music industry had to adjust to him than the other way around.
Your point's well taken. Yeah, your point's well taken. So there we have that. And can you tell us a bit about your family's history with Mel Gibson? Oh shit!
Sorry, I had gone mute.
Oh, thank God! I thought they got you. I said, "Oh shit! They got her before she could talk about Mel Gibson."
No, I listened. Peter Levenda got me right before I could finish. But or the Scientologists, or any number of people that I've lambasted today, right? But
yes.
Anyway, the what was I going to say? What was the question?
Were you going to talk about your family's history with Mel Gibson?
Oh, yes, yeah. Well, really, it's just that my grandparents and his were very extreme Catholics, in that there was you could say what you know about this, but there was a Vatican I where everything was done in Latin, and then there was a Vatican II, which were it's still very pomp and circumstance and ritual, but some of that was pulled back, kind of like to make it more inviting to the public and get more people. Well, the Catholic Church always does that. They will just say, "Oh, you won't give up Christmas, then we'll do Christmas too," or whatever it is. Like they'll do. That's why they incorporate every pagan holiday into their own, because they'll either kill you or they'll do that or whatever it is to get you to come on board, because
well, that's how they survived 2,000 years. Just to give an example of what Crystal River is describing, when the conquistadors invaded the Western Hemisphere, I believe it was Pizarro invaded Peru. At the time, Pizarro became essentially the admiral of the invasion fleet of the Spaniards on the western side of Latin America. He was not originally the admiral. He basically held a mutiny of officers. It was like an officers' mutiny against the higher officers, and he took over the fleet. And what happened was he consummated it, legitimated it, by forcing the admiral's daughter to marry him. And the admiral was basically like tied up and forced to watch, and demanded the Roman Catholic priest to cease the wedding ceremony, and said, "How can you do this?" And that's when the Roman Catholic priest said to the admiral of the fleet, "Sir, the Roman Catholic Church has always gone to accommodate the most powerful." The most powerful right now is Pizarro, because he's taken the guns and he now holds the fleet. And as a representative of the Roman Catholic Church, I will side with him by force majeure, our divine right of force. So that brings us back to Crystal. So please go on, just to back up everything you say.
And just to ask you, does this have anything to do with, I know you do the Christmas in July, and I wanted to know if that had anything to do with Jesus wasn't really born on this winter solstice, but that the Catholic Church incorporated that date because to mesh those two things. I was wondering if you knew about that, or if I was wondering if that was the purpose of Christmas in July. But
Jameson Reese brings up June 17th to be more specific. It's one of the elements of it, but it's almost unconscious. Really, I can't really consciously at the moment.
Right, I thought you had said something about it. I don't know why.
Oh, I'm sure I did at one point, and then I drank enough and drugged enough where I don't consciously recall it right now.
Right.
But I'll recall it at some point come Christmas time, because I do it both. I do it at the Christmas in July, and also and mostly what I try to emphasize to people is, yes, you're absolutely right. The Roman Catholic Church did indeed just rearrange the calendar for the sake of accommodating the heathen or the pagan holidays. So really, there's the true Christian
And
calendar, and then there's the one we have. So
and so you see, I am pagan in
yes,
my heart. So I that's just naturally what I've always been. Even
yes,
when my parents weren't and my grandparents weren't, I was telling them what I believed. When I was a little kid, I was making potions and all this stuff and explaining to them how witchcraft worked. You know, when I didn't have any way of knowing it, I just came here knowing it.
yeah,
So I came here pagan, and I was raised this strict Catholic way, which basically there was no switch. Like when I moved more into what I am, it's really very much the same as the Catholic Church, but without some things. But I mean, it's so similar.
that's
It
incredible.
wasn't a big shift.
Yeah, that's incredible, and it's really so important to emphasize this. So, I want people to understand, of course, that I've always been pro-pagan, even though I'm a Christian, because really so much of Christianity is simply an extension of paganism. And if you are in denial of that, you're really silly, and also ignorant of what Christ himself was saying, or rather, more importantly, his true manifestation as the star child when the wise men followed him from Bethlehem, which is what Jameson Rees very wisely points out to us is what happens with the summer date. June 17th, most specifically, corresponds to when the star that guided the men from the east was present according to the astronomers. So Jameson Rees is able to vocalize what is somewhere in the back of the attic of my brain that gets recalled when, I do the right kind of drugs. And so thank you, Jameson, very much for that. He's now acting as my data, as I used to for Michael Aquino. So there's a vicious cycle to things as in life. But with the paganism...
That's funny.
It is actually...
I like that. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that, but that's great. Oh my gosh, that's good. Good stuff.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I feel comfortable inside of the Catholic Church. There's a kind of...
Thank you.
With the stained glass and the candles and the cloths and everything, I get a sense of peace there that I don't get anywhere else.
I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you saying that. And that is so important. This is one of the reasons why I act as kind of an apologist for Roman Catholicism, is on the basis of those kinds of that kind of resonance, the basis of that kind of resonance. And this is, of course, why many Christians denounce the Roman Catholic Church for just those reasons that you and I are comfortable with, because we really recognize it as an extension of paganism in the most positive sense. And and Jameson chimes in again by saying the Catholicism...
Yeah, I like what he said.
Yeah, he says Catholicism preserves the natural magical aspect of religion that is omitted in the Protestant faith. Thank you, Jameson. Very important and very astute. And this is why this is why we think of the Roman Catholics when we think of exorcism, as opposed to your average Protestant. The average Protestants, of course, it's a very different trip. And honestly, I've pointed out before, their idea of exorcism is basically a rebuking, and all they're doing is they're
a faith healing.
Yeah, and it's not like, whereas the Roman Catholics are performing a real self-sacrifice. The idea is offering your soul for eternal damnation, that the demon takes you instead of the victim. That is the true Christ coming forth or that's theoretically how it's supposed to be done. That's what you see in the movie The Exorcist, is both those men die to save that young girl. It's that level of self-sacrifice, that level of commitment, not some bullshit which you've got some guy just saying, I rebuke thee, and basically, okay, let's go for a drink. And so with that, we go back to Crystal River, and wonderful angel that she is, she's going to go as far as she can with the West Memphis 3. And by the way, to get you started, to whet your appetite for that, there was a lovely lady that I knew, and I'm going to use that in the past tense. I'm happy to say that her blonde-haired, blue-eyed Egyptian girlfriend, Govender Ronel, is still a friend of mine on Facebook, and sometimes even checks in. And this is very important to me because Tony Leslie no longer does, sadly. And this is Tony Leslie was a good friend of mine in the past. I hope she still is, because she's no longer friends with myself on Facebook. And so at some point, I feel that she just, either because of the change that had to be made to the Sora Aoi timeline, maybe just didn't want to bother, but at the same time I told her why we had to change to that, and she accepted my friendship then, and then was a friend of mine on the Sora Aoi timeline for a while, and then checked out. So she may have been offended ultimately at some point hearing myself coming out with the I am the son of Hitler news, and that may have just, maybe she just felt that that was something she could not abide, and or maybe she felt it was negative in the sense that it was fraudulent, as many people just jumped to that conclusion, and which would be sad, but it was the risk that I took, and understood that many people would respond that way. But her full name is Antonia Tony Leslie, and she was the hostess of the Irish radio program called Mad World, and so she broadcast out of Dublin by internet radio, and she interviewed me a number of times on that radio program. And she was very much, for whatever reason, there's two things that stand out about her that come to mind right now. One was that she was the only person I knew who actually had a positive experience with Sean David Morton and genuinely liked him. And she may have defriended me because of my attitude towards Sean David Morton, which was, just put it this way, I'm not supportive. And I don't hate him, but Sean David Morton is a criminal, and Sean David Morton is in jail because he earned his place there. And but she feels she owes her life to Sean David Morton. She felt that she was dying. Sean David Morton insisted she had been poisoned, sent her a bunch of organic meds that apparently cured her. So she very much feels she owes his life to him. So I told her I appreciated the fact she felt positive towards him, because she was the only person I knew who did. But that aside...
Well, that good act is going to get him to spend like his last months out of jail, I think. So if he ever did do some good things, then he's obviously lived off the karma for the bad, and he's probably going to die at home.
Pretty much
very
out of
ill.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. I think you're seeing it. I think you're seeing it, because that's what he's claiming. That if you heard what I was when I had Noreen Helpand on, she was basically saying he's in very bad shape, and so they're trying to get him out of jail for just that reason. So I believe you're. I'll bet the farm on it that you're right. And so the other thing that stood out about Antonia Leslie that was very strange to me, and that will segue us into the West Memphis 3, was, for whatever reason that I cannot fathom, she was a vociferous defender of the West Memphis 3. And she basically said they were innocent, that they were framed, and that the bodies of the boys were torn apart by turtles, which I've never in my life I've ever heard before, that the bodies of the boys were thrown in a place where the wild turtles started ripping at the bodies. Okay, this is something that, oh my God.
The boys were hogtied.
Thank you.
And there were 3 boys, and they were all elementary school age.
Yeah.
So.
Tell us what happened. Yeah, let's go into it. Take it away.
Okay, so I mean, I would look to William Ramsey if you want the full research on it, and I know you're not cool with Ed Opperman, but he interviewed him a few times about it, and they do some pretty good interviews. That's where I got my information about it, but yet I fall asleep on the Ed Opperman part, so I never get to hear it.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's going on is this was maybe 20 years ago, but these 3 teenage boys who were trying to create their own little satanic thing. They were drawing pentagrams and reading Anton LaVey and just the typical stuff, right? Okay, so when it happened, a lot of the parents in the neighborhood automatically thought of these boys. And so if you look up, and this conflicts with any research, now I'm sort of psychically getting into it. So this is what I see happen. The parents were immediately turned to these kids because they were doing that kind of stuff when the boys were killed. This what looked like a satanic ritual killing of these 3 little boys. And so the parents started getting the police to try to question these kids, which was not their first go-to. They didn't they had to be prompted by the parents. Okay, so then it was found out that the 3 boys were taken apart to be questioned, and they all 3 admitted to it. And one of them took his admission back a couple of times, but then always went back to saying he did do it again. So years later, after it happened, so it sounds like it is satanic to me, but what happened is Netflix, which I think Netflix is owned at least in part, but I think a big part, by Obama, just to put that out there. So when he went out of politics, he went into media. And so even if, I don't know if he's going back again by Barry Soetoro, but he is a big part of the censorship that's going on with, and that's not because I listen to right-wing news or anything. You won't see that out there. That's just my own intuition. I heard you on the last transmission saying that me and Maureen listen to right-wing stuff and we get the wrong ideas. But I am not, I am not right-wing or left-wing, really. I'm Libra, so I see, and I have psychic ability, so I can see bullshit. I can see through, snow jaw. Sometimes, not always.
You did you did hear where I said that you attacked all the politicians equally, both sides, I hope.
Yes,
thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you. But what happened was these kids were murdered in a satanic ritual way, and these other older kids in their neighborhood admitted to doing it and to being into all of that stuff. And then 20 years later, about-ish, Netflix put out a documentary about it, sympathizing with these kids, saying that they didn't really do it and they weren't even interested in that kind of stuff. It just got played up kind of blaming it on the satanic panic, saying that's why it got labeled that way or whatever.
Holy
which
shit.
Is really
and
which is really the opposite.
Right. And who was behind this?
We know that because
yeah,
who was behind what?
The Netflix production trying to
I don't know. I didn't find out, but what I found out from this little clip that I told you I would send to anybody, that it's like a 4-minute clip, and I'll send it to you, but it shows that Johnny Depp watched, he comes on, this is like, he's lying, okay, but he's a bad actor, but he comes to a Barnes and Nobles and he says, I was watching Netflix, the Netflix story, and by the way, this is he's satanic as hell, and he follows this Hunter S. Thompson guy, and he basically tries to be him, like David Wilcox tries to be Edgar Casey, but this guy tries to. His idol is Hunter Thompson, who's basically Hunter S. Thompson is he discusses openly getting the energy of little kids and getting their adrenochrome and using it for a drug and just, crazy stuff. He has crazy, it's kind of like that Philip K. Dick type of genre.
Yeah.
Do you know who he is?
Absolutely. I think.
Am I describing it right?
Oh, fuck yeah. But he's dead, isn't he? Isn't Hunter S. Thompson
Johnny Depp did The Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and lived in his basement for a while at the end of his life. And so in this clip, you'll see, the clip I have, you'll see David and what was his name? Letterman at the time when he interviewed everyone. Okay, so David Letterman's interviewing Hunter S. Thompson, and then you can see in the movie Johnny Depp really does a good Hunter S. Thompson. He took it on basically.
Yeah. And
so he's living out this stuff to the fullest by looking for other people in Hollywood that resonate with that. So he's down with these people, Marilyn Manson, which I have nothing against. I had nothing against Marilyn Manson. I thought that the makeup and all that stuff was his act, and I always thought, that he was making fun of being a Satanist, if anything. But recently he's come out with like that he believes that kind of Anton LaVey Satan philosophy, and he's saying it doesn't mean the devil or whatever. So that's his take on it. But he is friends with Johnny Depp, and long story short, all these guys. Okay, so now we're back to Johnny Depp, the one who I saw in my psychic hit years ago,
Right.
that he did that to River Phoenix, and then here we are with him coming to the rescue of the West Memphis Three because he watched the Netflix show. Really?
I mean, oh my God.
You should do that thing when you go, really?
Yes, that's right. Really? Really?
Yeah.
Really? Yes, oh my God. It is. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. And the Netflix shit is crazy. And I really want to find out who the hell is behind that Netflix bullshit.
Well, let's find out. But now the Netflix is in real trouble because they did something called Cuties. Do you know about that?
Oh, yeah. That was some weird shit about the young girls. And yeah,
right,
tell us about that.
They lost like 800,000 subscriptions in 1 week or something because everybody was saying Netflix is pushing pedophilia.
Yeah, tell us what you know about that, because I brought that up vaguely and I didn't even really get what that was about, but apparently there's some very young girls.
Okay, so I've never seen it, and I don't read right or left-wing news, but I get whiffs of it from, like, most of my friends list had some kind of an opinion on it, so I knew what it was, and I knew that I wouldn't want to see it. So from there, what happened next was I got the vision of what happened with JonBenet Ramsey, and it told me that's all the same thing. So if you know what JonBenet Ramsey stuff was about, then you know what that cutie stuff is about. Right. So it was just it, and that was something that was also some kind of a weird satanic ritual murder. It was definitely a pedophilia thing. It was definitely trying to get the kid into Hollywood. Same thing happened with the little girl that was on Poltergeist with Steven Spielberg. This little girl died with her like internal organs coming out because she had been molested so bad, and they rushed her to the hospital from a movie set or something.
Yes.
And she died.
Yes. Oh my God. You're right. Yeah,
so those all are on the same vibration when I think of what it is. So I haven't looked at it, but
And don't forget, Steven Spielberg directed the Twilight Zone movie that had 2 kids die in that film, as well as an adult, when they blew up a helicopter and the adult carrying the 2 children in the stunt was supposed to safely escape. They set up so many explosives in the helicopter that the blast radius was such that it killed them by sheer concussion and killed the adult carrying both the children. Disgusting. And Steven Spielberg covered his ass, and nobody was arrested for that. Nobody went to jail for the murder of 3 people, an adult male and 2 children.
Those aren't always just cover-ups. Sometimes those are sacrificial deaths. And I don't mean to be a conspiracy theorist, but that's what tonight is about, looking at Hollywood under the microscope and seeing if there's some kind of pattern with all this stuff.
Actually, I was going to say the same thing, that was a child sacrifice on the part of Steven Spielberg, who then did it with Poltergeist. I mean, this has been this guy's career is based on child sacrifice, and they think he's kid-friendly. Please come on.
Do you know an adult, an actor named Crispin Glover?
Heard of him? He's
a really good actor, and he came out in his adult life and said that when he was younger that, he made this long letter that you can find on the internet where he's basically writing it to his molester and kind of keeping it anonymous all the way till the end, and then he reveals that it's Steven Spielberg or something of that nature. I might have some of the details wrong, but it's freely, you can see it online. And he's not the only one. So the Isaac Cappy guy was also they like to call him a B actor, but I guess he was. But anyway, he was really a much better musician, but he was an entertainer, and he kind of played the fool in the tarot archetype. Okay, so he's another one that came here he wanted to break into Hollywood, and he basically would have done probably casting couch stuff to get there. You could just tell, and those are the kind of parts he got because they were true to form. That's why he didn't really have to be a good actor for the parts he did, because he was playing Isaac Cappy, which was that kind of guy. And so he all of a sudden went on YouTube one day saying that the actors that he was, and I think he was saying Claire Bronfman and her husband. So whoever that guy is, I don't know, and I don't even know who Claire Bronfman is, but he came out saying that these actors and Tom Hanks and certain other actors were in a satanic cult, and that they did stuff to kids and all that. And Steven Spielberg, he named him too, and so he's another one that named Steven Spielberg. And then I don't know if I should go to the Tom Hanks stuff with that, or...
Oh, please, whatever you feel organically.
Well, I feel like I need to get the Tom Hanks stuff out because, first of all, it'll wrap up how he started out with, he was in that movie that ripped off Tracy's husband's story, for one thing, and then, allegedly. And then after, and she does a lot of good research on Mickey Mouse, and it's under her blog called Minnie's Moose. If anybody wants to read that, it's pretty interesting, and it explains a lot about how the watch that was Mickey Mouse is a big deal, to prove, that she was ripped off by these three men. Like her work got ripped off a lot. She was like a child. What do you call it when the child is advanced for their age? They graduate early.
Oh,
or
prodigy.
Like that.
Prodigy.
Yeah, she was a prodigy with research and writing. So, I mean, not what's the word when it's not non-biographical. That she wasn't good at her last book was not what I'm talking about. But all her research books are really, really good.
Okay.
And ahead of her time.
Right,
and it will be referred to from occultists will be referring to her work for ages. I mean, she's now, in my opinion, she's way better if you want to learn the occult than Crowley or definitely this Necronomicon stuff.
Oh,
and
right.
She's a female.
Yeah.
She's coming at it all organically, and she's a female, and she's just got a mind it's just amazing.
Well, she had a remarkable mind, and honestly, I'll try and be far more respectful to her now, since you brought her up tonight as essentially joining us. And the one thing I will say is that I feel that, and I don't mean this in any offense, I think she developed her mind a lot because she was essentially kind of homely, right? I mean, obviously you're female, so I'm not asking you to make that judgment from a position of lust, but
no, I'm just gonna say I thought Tracy was beautiful because
okay.
I mean I'm not gonna qualify it by I thought Tracy was beautiful even though she always wore jeans or something. I just thought Tracy was beautiful, and when I saw Tracy, her hair and glasses and all that sort of seemed like a disguise, like the Peppermint Patty character on Charlie Brown.
Okay, I get it.
But really it was sort of like a defense for the things that happen to you when you look like Jessica Rabbit.
Okay, all right, I get it. So
it was like, let's move past the fact that I'm a woman, and let's get down to some research. That's what I'm here to do.
Okay, all right, that's quite a sacrifice.
But I can send you some pictures of when she was very beautiful and feminine.
Okay, I'd be interested in seeing those, and I appreciate that. And so we have this situation as you're describing, which is, believe me, I'm behind you 100% of the way, and it's what we're here for tonight. We're exposing that aspect of Hollywood. We've brought up the West Memphis 3 and Johnny Depp. I think people now should have a real perspective on Johnny Depp as a real sleaze bucket.
Right now, I don't know if the court case has been won or lost, but his wife is suing him for divorce, and she is claiming all kinds of abuse, and he did chop off his pinky finger.
Holy shit!
He chopped off his pinky finger, and the story on the street, what Marilyn Manson would want you to think, is that he chopped it off so that he could sacrifice it or something. They did some kind of stuff like that. But what he actually did was he was mad at his wife, Amber Heard, and he chopped off his pinky finger and wrote on the wall something to the effect of, "You fucked Billy Bob Thornton."
Oh my God. He sounds totally
But
insane.
he has kidnapped her, and she's suing him for like the kind of abuse where he wouldn't let her leave. Like he had kidnapped her and stuff. So
Yeah, that's he's obviously mad. He's and Jameson joins in by saying Johnny Depp is beyond dumb. He was married to Winona Ryder, whom I have a real crush on, and he blew it. It sounds like Johnny Depp is blowing everything. This guy is like, he's at the point of obviously.
there have been times when he has like shriveled up and looked like he was gonna die, and then he kind of came back to life. There's a lot of weird stuff going on there too.
Well, that's that
Like
parasite.
at one point, he looked like he was just like a ghost, and he wasn't gonna be there anymore. And now he's like got back in the swing of things.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know what's up with that.
that's his parasitization. He's
Right.
parasitizing off others, and that's how he basically recluses himself. There's that's the true vampirism in the most negative sense. I try not to dignify it with the title of vampirism. It's something else. What Jameson says, I believe completely. Johnny Depp is probably doing too much necromancy, the magic involving the dead, of course, and so that is probably why he looks like the Walking Dead, and he actually and his sense of impunity. He got up there, it was not too long after Trump became president, and said, "How long has it been since an actor last assassinated a president?" Which, of course, he was referencing John Wilkes Booth and Abraham Lincoln. And Booth, of course, for people who don't know, was an actor, was a stage actor, and the Confederate state soldier who blew Lincoln's head off. So he was referencing himself like, is it time for that again? As if insinuating that he would assassinate President Trump. And he got nothing for it in terms of any flack or repercussions. Of course, Jameson saying that was like the only smart thing he ever said, laugh out loud. Aside from that, what we're confronted with is a man who can say something like that without the Secret Service giving him hell on earth. If somebody else says something like that, they're going to wish they were never born with the kind of interrogation that they go through. So he obviously has a kind of privilege. He's given a sense of privilege. It's aside from all of that, when you were bringing up everyone else, it does make me wonder. When it came to Tony Leslie, she was of Irish background and is honestly, she's actually in real life an Irish princess. She inherited a castle which she couldn't actually live in until she worked in it because of the regulations of Ireland concerning public properties, which is all the castles are public property in Ireland, and therefore the royalty that has a kind of titled right to them has to go through a working process, like literally working in the kitchen and other places to earn the right to live in them. And she was working, what she was saying, and I believe her, she was working so hard, she was right in the kitchen next to a microwave oven that she felt was impacting her so severely by being near the microwave oven all the while that she was working next to it, that her hair began to fall out, which I thought, that's really extreme. I mean, if she's exposed to that level of radiation, I mean, that's horrific. I mean, that would mean the microwave oven is broken and leaking, essentially, and that, if you're losing your hair, I think that's the point where you're going to die, right? I mean, in terms of radiation exposure, that sounds like chemotherapy shit. This was just, it was just, I was aghast at what she was suffering. So God knows, maybe she's no longer with us. I don't know, but she was of bona fide Irish royalty, but she was also Jewish. So I could understand why. That's why I was saying maybe it was the Hitler factor that caused her to just respond by totally blocking myself or something. But of course, if anyone can give me any information on what's going on with Tony Leslie, that would be appreciated. But the reason I'm bringing her up is because I'm asking you, what would possess this Jewish-Irish princess, in the very literal sense of the term, a JIP, J-I-P, what would possess her to feel the need to be compelled to defend the West Memphis Three. And what puzzles me is, what do these people then say?
Netflix.
It may have been it. Yeah, maybe that was it.
Some people watch the news every night, and that's all BS. Like, it's just sometimes it's like a level of comfort. You grew up when, your parents were watching something that was semi-safe, so you still think that's safe. But Netflix, probably, I haven't seen that documentary, but maybe somebody who's, not wide awake would watch it and get convinced. But they sure did rally, like, protests and everything, and they actually got these guys free.
Did they really? Yeah, according to, this is what Jameson Reese is saying. He said he looked up on the Wikipedia, the bathroom wall of information intercourse, and he says, according to Wiki, they were wrongfully accused. Oh my fucking God.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's the mainstream line of it, But if they were, so that's like the last bastion of something that was ruled as a satanic crime in our society, and now they're removing that.
Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. This is what it is. It's the normalization of satanic ritual sacrifice. This is what that is. I am appalled. And then Jameson writes needlessly. Eccles says he didn't do anything. I mean, you didn't even need to write that, Jameson. I mean, of course he's going to say that, right?
Well, now he's hanging out he's on a daily basis with Satanists,
yeah.
And that's what he wants to do still. So, if you wanted to be not identified with that anymore, but that is what he resonated with before and after. And I don't know to what extent those people do it, but we're talking about Satanism in Hollywood, so that's a part of it. And these actors, basically, like I said, they're assets. So if they're all told to rally people to believe the Netflix and go to it, then their fans will do it. And so that's what happens. Like, once you make it big, either in the movie industry or whatever, you're expected to, like, use that influence to tout whatever the party line is. Like, I remember going to concerts when all of a sudden they were telling everyone to support Greenpeace, or telling everyone to, because that's like since I snuck out of the house at age 14, I've been going to concerts, and that's where I got to be so familiar with that environment that I basically turned it into, like, being able to do my business by networking using that environment. So it's the music industry is just as much a part of it.
Yes. And Jameson also brings up that Eccles promotes himself as being a ceremonial magician rather than a Satanist, which is strange. There are holes in a few things he does share nonetheless, which I can also go into later. Thank you, Jameson. Deeply appreciated. And it's all par for the course.
Part of satanic inversion is getting people to believe the lie. Like, yeah. Michael Aquino never told what he really does either.
Oh, well, and he went beyond that to say, I'm a former Satanist, because
right.
What he was doing was so dark and repulsive,
right.
Even the devils and demons wouldn't have nothing to do with him. And so it's basically, this is where we're at. And these are the cults of the anti-gods, the kings of Edom. And for this to have been normalized, for these people to have been, quote-unquote, vindicated, so they can go out and then parade themselves as I stand shoulder to shoulder with Crystal River. He's hanging out with Satanists, and the only ceremonial magic is
his name is Damien.
Yeah. There you are.
Interesting, right? Max
yes.
would have clicked on that first thing,
Mm-hmm.
But his name was Damien Eccles,
and
I don't recall the other two's name.
Yeah, Damien Eccles.
None of them are worth remembering.
It's true. And so Jameson is saying, fucked up thing is I believed him until I came across yourself, Douglas, and it is something I am ashamed of. And he put Aquino in the parentheses. It's definitely something that, thank you, Jameson, for expressing that. I appreciate your courage in expressing that. But so how is William Ramsey handling this? Do you have any idea how William Ramsey is dealing with the fact that these guys have been released?
Well, I think he started investigating it probably after the Netflix surge, because what he does is what's something that's like a big deal that looks satanic, and then he'll get on the case. But I just recently tried to listen to, I just like put William Ramsey at YouTube and tried to listen to all different clips that had anything to do with like Smiley Face Killers or Johnny Gosh, and because Derek and I talked about that, so I got re-interested in that. But and what Smiley Face Killers. So I'll go into Smiley Face Killers.
Yeah, but before you do,
Yeah.
this now we all need to ask the question, because this is something that nobody ever answers. This is what I never fucking get. Whether it is Tony Leslie or Johnny Depp or anybody who's defending these people, if they weren't the killers, who the fuck was? that's
There you go.
yeah. I mean,
Right.
nobody ever brings up. Okay, then who was it? This is madness. If it wasn't,
Yeah, it'd be different if somebody else confessed or if they found other evidence, right? Yeah. Well, I haven't seen I don't know what they're claiming because I haven't seen the documentary. But I mean, who's to say the documentary isn't lies too? Like, that's what they do.
Yes, no, it's true. And beyond that, for those of you who don't remember, one reason these guys were put away was because of their attitude towards everything. When these people were brought in, they were laughing, they were smiling, they were flipping the bird at everybody, the judge and everybody.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's what William Ramsey said, that they in the he watched the documentary, and he said that they leave out the parts about them taking their confession back and then making it again 3 times and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So he found all the different points of what's not congruent with the actual case. He investigated like the records. So.
Right. And the other question to ask, aside from if they didn't conduct the murder, who did? The other question to ask yourselves is, which celebrities advocated for the release of the West Memphis 3? And I'll tell you who I know of besides Johnny Depp. Peter fucking Jackson. That's who. Peter Jackson is, of course, the director of Lord of the Rings. But before Peter Jackson did Lord of the Rings...
And remember, that's Orlando Bloom.
Thank you! Thank you! And tell us more about that. There must be something that brings out of the memory banks concerning...
So when Max lived in New Zealand, we started this out saying he was involved in a ritual like that. So when he was an actor and he auditioned for the same part that Orlando Bloom got in the movie called, help me, was it Lord of the Rings? Yeah, right?
Yeah, Lord of the Rings, yeah.
And so when I told Max all about the River Phoenix, he was like, okay, so then that's what the ritual was. It was Orlando Bloom getting all of my consciousness so that he could do this acting career. So he saw it as like a vampirism kind of ritual too, where he was stole. I think Jameson put it a certain way last time I told this story about him stealing his even past lifetime experiences and stuff so that he would have all the talent or whatever. Max kind of got that from extrapolating from the River Phoenix Johnny Depp kind of thing. So Peter Jackson's the one that did the Lord of the Rings, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you could say when these younger guys are lower in the movie and then these higher guys are higher in the movie, you could look at it like it's not just actor, director, producer, it's also like people higher in the cult because they all want to be the producer. You know what I'm saying? So they're basically on that levels, those multi-levels again of who's in power, and it all comes from like what you've done at the crossroads to get higher and higher. And Peter Jackson, I didn't know who he was, but you educated me that he was the guy that did Lord of the Rings, right?
But beyond that, before he did Lord of the Rings, which is what everybody remembers him for, Peter Jackson started off doing Gorno, which a lot of people aren't familiar with that term. That's gore pornography. And if you look up Peter Jackson's movies like Bad Taste, literally, he's got a movie where a man has an incestuous relationship with his mother, who he keeps locked in the basement and feeds people to. This is the kind of film that Peter Jackson was directing, and it's not a psychological thriller. This is like you get to see the mother eating the bodies and cleaning them to the bone. That's what the film is. And people being put through blenders. This is gore pornography. This is what Peter Jackson started off doing. And nobody remembers this. And I can't understand it. I shake my head. Like, how is this not...
The feeling I get from him is like a Miles Johnson-y kind of feeling.
Yes. Yes, I say that's an apt comparison. And then there's two other people whose names are coming up when I search for celebrities that advocated for the release of the West Memphis 3, and I don't know who these fuckers are. Eddie Vedder and Natalie Maines. Who the hell?
Eddie Vedder is Pearl Jam, and Natalie Maines is another band called 10,000 Maniacs.
Oh my God. Oh my God. And Natalie Maines is not the 10,000 Maniacs main singer, is she? Not her.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me that. Oh my
Unless
God.
I'm mistaken, I believe so. I mean, we could look it up, but I think so.
Oh my God. I'm sure you're right. I'm in denial now. Oh my God. Oh, why?
Yeah, because, I didn't want it to be Eddie Vedder either, but now I'm totally turned off to Pearl Jam. Like, I don't see them the same way anymore.
Oh, no, it's not Natalie Maines. Oh, thank God. She's the lead.
Well, everybody's first album is the best, and Pearl Jam had a great first album, but that was before he got turned to whatever. I mean, who knows, but...
Oh, my God. Well, before Natalie Maines
It's okay, people. We can all like their first album only. Let's make a deal.
Well, I'm happy to report Natalie Maines is not 10,000 Maniacs. No, Natalie Maines
who is it?
No, she's the lead vocalist for an all-female country band, The Chicks. Oh, the Dixie Chicks.
Dixie Chicks.
Oh, my
they got in
fucking
trouble
God.
too before with George Bush or something.
Yeah. I mean, that was basically the poor dude.
Oh, I see. Okay, so she was already like advocating. She was that type of person, and then when they were like, "What kind of actors can we get on this bandwagon? Get that chick to do it because she's likes to be an activist or whatever. She'll bite,
I guess so.
And they're all just assets, really. I'm serious. They're talking heads.
Well, to put this into some perspective, you bring up an important point. One of the things that people tend to forget about is that in the golden age of Hollywood, before Hollywood was even Hollywood, when it came to celebrities, as a matter of fact, this is really pre-Hollywood, back in the golden age of spying, of intelligence, glamour, spies used to be famous. And this is something people would have a hard time getting, but that's what's echoed in what people appreciate in what they think is the fantasy of James Bond. Now, there's much about James Bond that is fantastical, but what people don't appreciate is the fact that the man who wrote the James Bond novels, which brought us the films, was Ian Fleming, who was himself a master spy. And that is an example of what, until that point in history, was considered the norm, which seems completely paradoxical to people today, the celebrity spy. And another man was Sidney Riley, who was world famous as a spy. He used to travel the world, and people would say, "Hey, there's Sidney Riley, the famous spy." This is what you see reflected in James Bond. You actually see in the James Bond films where the character of James Bond goes all over the world, and people say,
right,
"Hey, that's James Bond, the famous spy." And people are, say, "Well, how can this guy be famous and be a spy?" But that's the way it worked. And in the old days, one famous spy was, of course, Harry Houdini. And Harry Houdini was a celebrity spy. And Mata Hari, it helped, actually, to be an actor or an actress because it gave you an excuse as an entertainer to be a traveler, kind of like a one-person traveling circus. And wherever you went, you were given an enormous leeway normal people were not given. You could do something only royalty could do, which is basically kind of check into hotels without paying and various other things. Because of this, nations would pay for your services, in the sense that different nations would hire these international actors, and they were viewed as citizens of the world, to just basically kind of on the spot give us some information where you're at, and whoever paid them the most would get the most immediate information. So these people became kind of like double, triple agents. So that is what we have an echo of in Hollywood today, but it's all been twisted and perverted, and the glamour's all taken out, and what you're left with are these used husks, like super soldiers. They're super victims. But you see it come out when you see these famous actors and actresses and singers, and they start talking in different accents, and they go into their altar. And so you saw that sometimes with say, for instance, Pink, or some of the other famous singers or actors or
Britney,
actresses.
when she had her breakdown, she went into like her British altar. They all have a British altar, first of all.
Yes,
that's
tell us about that.
One.
Yeah,
it's number one to MK Ultra.
It's true.
Like, if you ever break out into your British accent, you might be a victim.
There we are. And as a matter of fact, they even lampoon this to extent. It was a serious series, but it wasn't a comedy. But nevertheless, it was a spy series starring Sean Bean. Now, Sean Bean, of course, for those of you who don't know, is a very famous actor out of Britain, and he played in Game of Thrones and, everything you can imagine. But Sean Bean, they always say he always dies in his films. That's not true. He played Sharp, which was the name of a special forces soldier during the Napoleonic War eras, and after that into the era of colonial expansion. And surname was spelled Sharpe. You can look up that character and find clips from his series all over YouTube. And so Sean Bean is obviously a British actor, and he was in a series where he played a spy. I don't remember the name of the series, and it probably lasted only one episode as a pilot, maybe a few episodes after that, but he played one of these classic bullshit type of roles. I shouldn't say that, but it's become hackneyed and cliched, where you've got a regular Family Guy, and it turns out he's a spy. This is what they were lampooning in Family Guy, when Family Guy got the chicken call and they would go out and kill somebody because it turned out he was a trained secret
American
agent.
Dad.
Yes, thank you, American Dad.
American Dad, yeah.
Thank you. Not Family Guy. Okay, American Dad. Though I can easily imagine Family Guy doing that. And so in terms of Sean Bean, because he's British, there's a scene where his altar starts coming out and he's speaking in an American accent. And then his kids are saying, "Hey, you just changed your accent." And he's like, "What? Yeah, you just changed your accent," and shit like that. And it's supposed to be this moment where he's coming to grips with something inside of him that is not him as he recognizes himself. So this is now, for lack of a better word, this is like become universally recognized. We all know it's out there. And yet people will laugh when someone like Max Spears is desperately trying to share with them the reality of his experience. And they think he's just somebody who's trying to grab onto a myth, like urban legend archetype, and somehow cleave himself an identity with it, or at least a market. And but this is real. You see it in those actors and actresses who flip into, as Crystal River said, Britney Spears, when she had her meltdown and flipped into a British accent, which is just bizarre. And everybody just thought it was part of her being crazy, but it's really part of her programming. And this is something that needs to be taken into account. So, again, we could probably...
Thank you for that, yes.
Oh, please, yeah. It's all thanks to you. You helped bring this out. And, by the way, Derek Talley says, excellent show tonight. And, of course, I agree with him. And this is all thanks to your gifting us your presence just prior Halloween. So Maria Grigorich is saying, "Eddie Vedder, wow!" and she was agreeing with Derek. Yes, an excellent show tonight. And so Sarah Shields reminds us Natalie Merchant is the singer of the 10,000 Maniacs. Thank you, honey. Deeply appreciate it. And something you would know. You're familiar with Pearl Jam. So
I am familiar with Pearl Jam, but I don't.
Oh, okay.
I think he's talking about, yeah.
Yo, Yama Jama Ding.
No, I think there's like a rope across the top of a warehouse, and he's climbing across it over his fans that are moshing below him or something. Is that it?
Probably. I never. Yeah.
Well, anyway, we're spending too much time on him. You know, he really let me down because I liked him before I realized he was like getting the West Memphis 3 out of jail.
Oh my God! Thank you for. We all have to go through these.
He was also very close with Chris Cornell, who was another one of these people that was suicided in like within a few months of time. There was a rash of these actors and actresses that were killed with red handkerchiefs, and they were tied to their own doorknobs.
Holy shit.
He was really close with Chris Cornell, and both of their wives were like the kind of vultures that do this thing called yachting, where they get young actresses like Brittany Murphy, who died too. She wants to get her airtime, so let's get her some time in here. But so Brittany Murphy was one of these young actresses that would do a thing called yachting. So while they're in between acting jobs, the way they don't starve and keep going to their stores or whatever is, first of all the designers and artists are in on the cult. So they will send them clothes and they'll have clothes to wear, but to make money to like survive and live in their mansions in between films, they prostitute themselves, but like the high class call girl kind, where they go on these yachts with men from sometimes Middle Eastern countries or different countries, like, and also politicians from other countries and stuff like that. And they get to like have fantasy weekends with these actresses. So that's also a higher level of the casting couch. But back to Eddie Vedder was close with Chris Cornell, and he was trying to write a documentary with the illegitimate son, allegedly, of John Podesta, who looks exactly like him. And he's the head of a band called, his name is Chester Benningfield. And he was, Chris Cornell was the mentor to Chester Benningfield. And the two of them bonded over having been molested as children. And Chester came out, he looks exactly the spitting image of John Podesta. And he came out saying that he lived with a stepfather and never knew his real father. Well, we can see his real father. I mean, the picture of the two of them together is uncanny. But he said that his mother used to let this uncle come over, who was probably Peter Levita's old buddy there in the picture with Tom DeLonge, right? And have his way with him, and brutally, like, you know, and John Podesta has all this art that he's very proud of hanging in his home. He and his brother both are a fan of this children's art that is like kids with their pants down and their hands tied behind their back, and they're crying, and there's like blood on the floor draining into a bathtub, and all this weird like they have huge murals of this kind of stuff in their homes. So Chester Benningfield and Chris Cornell were going to put together a documentary, and they told their friend Eddie Vedder about it, and he was like pretending to be on board, but he ran back and told his wife and Chris Cornell's wife all about it, and they are like a part of this yachting stuff. Now the yachting stuff connects to Ghislaine Maxwell, so this goes into the Epstein stuff. So basically what happened was, when the word got out that Chester Benningfield and Chris Cornell wanted to like out all this child abuse that had happened to them as kids, they both got killed by their doorknob hanging. That was around the same time that it happened to Kate Spade with a red handkerchief, and it happened to Anthony Bourdain with a red handkerchief. And all the while, this is when Isaac Cappy is saying that watch out for Tom Hanks and his red handkerchief, and he starts saying all this stuff about the most sinister thing that Tom Hanks has done, in my opinion, is all the Toy Story stuff, because it makes like sexual cracks when it's supposed to be toys that are talking to their kids. It has all this weird stuff in it, and they have like Toy Story 1 through 4, and then they have all these little side ones. But Tom Hanks does the character of Woody, and so, you know, there's
well let me get you started in that direction. I mean, you've got literally scenes where who gets to sleep with Tommy? It's like, who gets to be in bed with Tommy? Yeah, that's what they're all fighting for, is which one of these guys gets to be in bed with the boy. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
It's gross. It's like totally,
Right.
you can't even stomach it once you got it in context.
Once you figure it out, you're like, oh God.
Yes.
What was I doing? Yeah, it's kind of like when you sing a song when you're a little kid, and when you're an adult, you're like, I can't believe I was singing that when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I didn't know it meant that.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
yeah, so that's not all that Tom Hanks has done that's weird, as you know. Like he
Yeah,
did
Polar
recently
Express. Polar Express.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that
so
stupid
there.
cartoon where he did everybody. He did every character except maybe the young boy because his voice wasn't high enough. And he was like saying, all they need is a great actor to bring.
Okay, so the other actress was the little girl, and she was black. So if he would have tried to do blackface, that would have been me. So that's why he didn't do that part.
Okay, well, there you go.
He did everything else.
Thank you. And I kept saying, too bad there wasn't an adult Caucasian female, because then he could have played that role, and then he could have fucked himself. Inside of the
with
plot.
Woody.
Yes, with Woody. Yes. Oh God. So yeah, please. So do go on. I mean, it's. By the way, this is like I can't believe what I'm seeing. The more that I try to follow up on what happened with these 3 young Cub Scouts that got murdered in 1993. Yeah. Now I'm getting exactly what you said, because I said I was wondering to myself, could Tony Leslie have been turned by this Netflix documentary? But I'm finding out that the original documentary, which cast doubt on their conviction, was released in 1996. So yes, she could very well have been swayed by this documentary long before she started speaking to myself. And that was entitled Paradise Lost and subtitled The Child Murders at Robin Hood Hills. And it was the first of a trilogy of HBO documentaries that its entire purpose was to cast doubt on the investigation. And it says, as a result of Paradise Lost, that's when you had many Hollywood elite performers taking up the cause of the West Memphis Three. And one of them apparently is punk rock musician Henry Rollins, who basically went on record to say, I saw my younger self in this trio, and and he did organize benefit shows to support the West Memphis Three. I mean, there's kids out there in need of fucking heart transplants, and this is what they're doing benefits for? This is where you get my, really? Really?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh my fucking God. And the guy raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for these assholes. Oh my fucking God. People are going to condemn you and I, and they're going to say that we're anachronistic and that we're like hammering a dead horse violently or something. But no, we're not. This is actually, I think, this is the crossing of the line in the normalization of ritual sacrifice of children, because no one has bothered to reopen the case.
It's almost like a satanic version of going back and scrubbing. It's like, well, going forward, we want to normalize this. So that's one of the crimes that sticks out. Let's just change the narrative on it years later.
Thank you. And ask yourself, why is the case then not reopened? There's no statute of limitations on murder. Then and nobody's asking, well, if these guys didn't kill them,
who did do it?
Yes, who did do it? Nobody's bothering. Nobody's checking in. And and tell us a bit about David Copperfield, please, by all means.
Oh, that was kind of going off to the side because you mentioned a magician, and I just wanted to say that David Copperfield is he was married to Claudia Schiffer, a supermodel. So that's another thing, is that the supermodel stuff is basically a front for like the yachting stuff. You can look at it that way. So
but by the way, David Copperfield is infamous for sexual harassment. You do know this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know this? Okay.
No, I don't know that much about him. I have a cousin who this is the family member that I was living with when I was in Stockton, remember? So she had an experience where her father was he used to work for Tower Records, the old Tower Records, and then later he became like top 40 DJ and in California for it. So she used to get, long story short, she used to get to go to every concert, and like while we were all little girls, like maybe we liked Eddie Van Halen or something, she actually got to meet Eddie Van Halen or whatever, even though I met Eddie Van Halen too. But the point is, she got to meet all of her and get everything signed and the record and all this stuff. And so her parents took her to a magic show because she used to get to see all these concerts front row and then meet the people because of her dad's connections with the music. And so she, David Copperfield, she saw him front row with her parents. And he sent a note down to her parents after the show. And he said, I want to date your daughter. Is that cool with you? And she was 15 at the time. And they said yes. And so they went and bought her a bunch of like gowns, evening gowns and stuff, and like invested money in this production where she would go stay with this guy for 4 days, which was David Copperfield.
Oh my fucking God.
And she did. And everything happened.
I bet David Copperfield was forced to pay the price for multiple sexual assaults against girls that were underage. One was, at the oldest, 17 years of age. Another one might have been as young as 14. But he was drugging and assaulting underage girls. And this is what ended his career for a very long period of time. People may not remember this, but there was a time when David Copperfield was everywhere. I mean, David Copperfield was it. He was like the Harry Houdini of his time. And then all of that suddenly changed, and he was nowhere. This is what happened, was basically all these young girls suddenly came out and said, hey, this guy drugged and raped me. And that's when he was like, oh shit. And as a matter of fact, he was charged with at least 3 felony counts of child sexual abuse. And he was suspended without pay from what was it, the Magicians Union or something.
Right.
But he's definitely, you know, he's
by
one
Claudia Schiffer, probably.
Yeah. There you go.
I said that's the end of that.
Yeah, she was probably the breadwinner. The breadwinner. Yeah, and he was suspended without pay by Claudia Schiffer. I like that. And so I mean, what a scumbag. And so I obviously what you say is totally true. This is not just hearsay or anecdote. This is in context. It's like, but what is so shocking is the parental permission. As a matter of fact, there was a Marvel comic. I'm trying to remember the name of that country singer. There was some country singer that became the subject of a Marvel comic book of a few issues, where I remember quite distinctly. This was a real life country singer who was very famous.
Was it Garth Brooks?
Yeah, it may have been him.
He had an alter ego. I know that. I'm trying to think what it was, though. But he has multiple personality stuff going on.
Okay, let me look that up. Garth Brooks Marvel comic and see if there is something that comes up. It was Garth Brooks Marvel comic, and he's definitely had some involvement. Garth Brooks had some kind of involvement with Marvel comic. It may not be the country star that I'm thinking
There's
of.
something significant about the satanic stuff that goes on in Nashville, too, if you want to go there.
Please. Oh, by all means. And to just finish up with the comic book that I remember seeing, and there used to be this gay guy on YouTube who was really funny. He used to take these comics and he would read through them, and it was the funniest thing in the world because he'd point out all these sexual perversions in these various comics that are for kids. And one of them was this country singer in these comics, and he was like, they have this scene in the comics where first off, there's some of those, what they would call the cells or the squares of the comic, meaning the panels of illustration, where he looked like he was getting a blowjob from these young kids. One was a boy and one was a girl, and they're supposed to be like twin brother and sister. And but there's like it's only like suggested. It's just a weird position of his crotch, and they're bending forward.
Right, they have it on Donald Duck and everything too, way back.
Yeah, and but beyond that, there's actually a part where he says, oh yeah, you guys can spend overnight with me out in some camping, let's go camping. And he says, I called your parents and asked them for permission for you to come with me. This isn't a Marvel comic. And this guy is like a established entertainer at the time. To have that come out in a comic where an established entertainer is saying, I called your parents for permission and you can camp out with me, and you just look at that as an adult and say, that doesn't make any sense. But after what you told me about David Copperfield, oh my fucking God, I'm in the wrong business. So there you go. So Garth Ennis, that's who it is, Garth Ennis.
That's weird that I said Garth. I don't know who that is.
Oh yeah, there you go. That may be the. Is he a singer or a country singer? Or is he an artist? But
Garth Brooks is a country singer.
Oh,
but,
okay. So Garth Ennis might be the illustrator, but it was.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was something very similar. Garth Ennis. Let me see. Yeah, he's just the comics writer. All right, so that poor bastard. At any rate, so let's go on to Nashville for a bit because after all, we might as well pick on the country folk too. And
yeah. So I will say that. Okay, so Urban Cowboy, way back in the day, was filmed here, I think, in Houston at Gillies was the place where it was filmed, and that he's like real high up in the cult of in the Scientology, right? He's
probably. I mean, but
he is. He's very high up in that.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so there are writing camps. We needed to go at some point over how, like you said, the Boy Scouts, these boys probably became victims by being in the Boy Scouts.
Yes.
Because a lot of that's where these people find their victims, and that's where predators work, right? With kids. Let's drive a school bus because I'm a weirdo,
Yeah.
So.
Well, for those of you who don't know, both Anton Zandor LaVey and Michael Aquino were Eagle Scouts, meaning that they were Boy Scouts that were top of the line to the point where they became quote-unquote Eagle Scouts, meaning Super Scouts. So if you have any doubt that that's the last place you want to send your kids, hopefully that puts it in perspective. So by all means, go on, honey.
Yeah, and camps of all kinds are suspect.
Yes.
So I know there's a NASA space camp, and a friend of mine, two people close to me were involved with parents who worked for NASA, and the children who went to NASA space camp ended up dead with really tragic stuff surrounding their death. But they also have a lot of my friend, I think I've talked about her on your show before, but her father worked for NASA, and she went to space camp, and they had a lot of kids, like 6 kids. They were Catholic and Italian Catholic, and her mother was in this movie called The Little Rascals, and I mean that show called The Little Rascals way back in black and white. But the reason why she was much older than the father is because the mother, as a much older, mature woman, married this really young guy, which was her father, and her father worked at NASA, and the father was really weird. He would come home and make the kids do rituals where the kids had to marry each other, and even like a ceremonial marriage, and like the parents made the kids do weird stuff with each other and with him.
Oh my God.
So that was then another story I have about NASA space camp, but we won't go there right now. But I know that when, like I said, when I tour around with bands, one of the big things for them when they come to this city is to go to Clear Lake, which is where NASA is. So it's part of the ritual. Touring in itself is part of the ritual. So what touring does is it takes these starving artists and it puts 5 guys in 4 conditions where they're barely eating, barely sleeping. They're getting MK Ultra because they don't get sleep, and they can't calm down after the high of the show. So then they take something to try to sleep, and it's kind of a whole MK Ultra thing. You can see this movie that was about Joan Jett, and that kind of depicts what's really still going on. The whole thing of this pandemic slowed down the touring, which actually has helped the artists a lot because they go through this really grueling stuff which is touring.
Right.
And they also go to writing camps, and one of them is in Nashville. And Nashville is there's concentrated satanic stuff where you would think of country music as not, you would think of maybe rock or something as being what's satanic, because we're told like Metallica or something, they're the ones. But the real satanic inversion is when it's like a real happy face on something like Dolly Parton or something, but it's really sinister. So there's real deep satanic stuff going on there. And these camps to help them, like, supposedly to help them write music that's marketable. So they take kids that have good skills, like they have good lyrics or good music, and then they try to polish it into something that they can market. And what they send them through is like songwriting camp that has them reading Crowley and stuff. That's basically, it's to get them their mind in an occult point of view before they write.
Yeah.
Before they write stuff for the public.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. And this is all very sinister. And what you've said about the NASA camp, the space camp, is just shocking. And believe me, we've only touched the tip of that iceberg, and we won't go deeper until, the future. But definitely these camps, as Crystal River says, you've got to be really careful about this. I remember that when they had these various field trips with police officers to Yosemite from urban places to take inner city ghetto kids out into the countryside, which otherwise these city kids are never going to see. Cops were part of this program, and you try to look at these things in the most benevolent possible way, and it's not always benevolent. Young ladies were coming home pregnant. It was, of course, the cops that were impregnating them. So this is like the horror of letting your children go in the care of adults. I mean, really, honestly, the most of the time, you've got adults who work with children, whether they're authority figures or otherwise, they simply cannot be trusted. I'm sorry, the world is a horrible place, and people have to become aware that you can't trust you can trust almost nobody. So when you're confronted with that reality, it's tough being a parent, and it's definitely, I think that this pandemic has given everyone a chance to kind of recoup themselves to a degree. And it's one reason why, like Crystal River said, it's kind of a break for everybody. But I definitely think that when it comes to one of the things that's brought up in the chat room, when I go into the super chat, we've got people like Travis Moss brings up that Tom Hanks is beyond creepy. His Twitter is just taking pictures of kids' shoes next to train tracks. And
I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
I wanted to go there. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah. And yeah, please. It's by the way, Travis Moss also says, I went to one of Copperfield's shows back in 2014. It was pretty corny. Makes sense. He's a perv, I guess. I had the impression he was a slick swinger type, but he has that kind of greasy look to him, in the sense of, like, I hate to say it, but Mediterranean olive kind of kind of dude who's like he's hypersexualized, and
Gold chains around his neck or something.
Yeah, thank you.
Fake silk shirt.
Yes, thank you. That's just that it's just what, dare I say it, a lot of Mediterranean guys on either side of the Christian-Muslim divide have this kind of sleazy air about them, and they're hypersexualized, and they're just predatory, and you give them that kind of position of privilege, and they're just they'll go all the way with it as far as they can go. So in terms of what this shoe thing, now what's interesting is that, of course, a lot of the shoes. It's a big thing with missing children, and there was one cave that was found. You can look it up on YouTube. Just people going around. But by the way, I can't understand why people do this. It is people go into caves, which to me is incredibly stupid, and why anyone would go quote unquote caving is beyond me. But there are people who are just more casually going into caves that you can stand up in, and these are usually abandoned mines and shit. And so there's one video on YouTube where these people walk into an abandoned mine and found all of these children's shoes, piles of children's shoes. And then they said they reported it to the police, who did absolutely nothing. By the way, this is extraordinarily common. You can look this up on YouTube too, where there's guys who are just like travelers by profession, where they just kind of, or avocation really, as a hobby, where they just go all over abandoned ghost towns in the American Southwest. And there's people who do things like this. And they put this stuff up on YouTube, like, oh God, I went inside this abandoned home in this abandoned town, and there's all these women's panties that were obviously stolen from a series of rapes that were pinned up on the wall, various women's clothes in different homes that are abandoned, and obviously a serial killer's been through here and just posting up their trophies. And, you know, they'll report this to the police, but what people just don't understand is that, having worked with the police, myself, having been a sworn officer of the law, police will do absolutely nothing unless someone is pressing charges. There's just too much to do. There is some validity in saying there is just too much to pursue without going out of your way to pursue something no one is pressing charges on. So unless someone is actively pressing charges, when people come and report, I found these abandoned panties, which are very much, almost certainly part of some serial rape campaign, or I found these abandoned child shoes, the police are not going to look into it unless parents are rallying. So if nothing's happening in that regard...
And that goes for suicides too. A lot of
Yes.
suicides, that's how they make it an open and shut case.
Yes. That they'll just say that. They'll just say that in order to eliminate the investigation. And if nobody is really involved with the person, if the person doesn't have enough connections with people who care, and therefore no cries go out to advocate for a further investigation, then that helps the police save the taxpayer a lot of money, as the way they look at it. It helps them do less work, helps them save the taxpayer a lot of money. Okay, so this is the sad reality of our world. And so if you're someone who cares about yourself, make certain that you have a network that will advocate for you if you're murdered.
Yeah. Or at least even say, you know, I'll tell you, Max and Tracy both put it out there in the public domain that neither one of them are suicidal before they committed suicide, you know, kind of thing. Like, people say, you know, say that, especially like, look at all this stuff we're talking about. You just have to say that.
Yeah, but beyond that...
I know I'm not suicidal.
Yeah, yes, please say that out there. I'm not suicidal. Crystal River's not suicidal.
I fucking love life.
Thank you.
I'm here on a mission.
Thank you. We want to be here as long as we can physically, yes. But then again, it brings to my mind the sad aspect of Tracy was that she was here on a mission. I'm going to try and appreciate more and more what she did while she was here. The fact that she kind of visited us through you while we were doing this tonight touches me deeply. At the same time, I cannot help but bring up again the fact that she something was wrong with her sense of judgment, in the sense that I think that she had gotten so deep into the forest she could no longer see through the trees, but she was ultimately got to the point where she was exploited by Stephen Outrim in Death, where, you know, when she dies, he comes out and says he's the guy who gets the dead man. This is the last person. Stephen Outrim is the last person on earth anyone would ever want to give anything to or trust anything with. And those of you who are even remotely, forget anything I say. Go look at his stupid Burning Man bullshit and what he says about me, and just for thousands of pages, and just looking through that, you're going to see, just scanning down, you're going to say, wow, this Stephen Outrim guy is batshit fucking crazy. And beyond that, you're going to see he's pure raw evil. And at that point, you're going to say, yeah, I wouldn't trust this guy with anything. So how...
and what he released wasn't written. It was Tracy's talking in her voice, but it could have been him recording her when she was talking, and it could have been, he's the one. She didn't say, this is going to be my dead man switch, but she was basically telling what she thought was going on at the time, but he's the one that showed up with it, which is what's suspect. Like, why do you have it?
Thank you. And it's this is the guy who quite likely she was saying that he was part of what happened to that resulted in her death. Then he probably took everything out for a computer. Remember, the guy was an IT guy.
Well,
yeah.
What happened was he introduced Tracy to Isaac Cappy. So a couple weeks before both of them died, they met. They talked to each other on the phone and compared notes. And she sent Isaac Cappy out to. She gave him the address of where she was being harassed from electronically. She had gotten some information. We talked about that creepy campground, and he went out there and basically supposedly threw himself off a short cliff. That, I mean, I don't know if people could. I think I could survive that fall. I mean, it's like a real weird thing. But as soon as he threw himself off, supposedly on Route 66, Tom Hanks on his Twitter a few seconds later said, I hear there's roadkill on Route 66.
Holy
he posted
shit.
that.
Holy shit. I mean, that's almost like an admission of guilt. I mean, really, it's that's appalling. It's like Crystal River said, it's one of those things where, the guy jumps off a street curb, essentially, and winds up breaking his neck. He obviously had a lot of help on the way. This is just... it's literally offensive that this kind of murder happens, and we just let it happen.
And Outrim was right in the middle of all that. He's the one that introduced them, and he orchestrated all that stuff, and then they both conveniently end up suicided.
Well, there we go. What does that tell us about Stephen Outrim? Honestly, people, my enemies are your enemies, and think about it this way. And of course, Crystal River is welcome to put her own perspective on this. But let's be honest. If I were saying something that were truly just dismissible on the face of it, where I was saying something so outrageous, which is basically what I'm saying per conventional standards, basically, oh yes, I'm the son of Adolf Hitler. Oh yes, the Japanese won World War II. You would think that, okay, these statements are so outrageous that people can just dismiss it out of hand and just walk away. And yet these people are running this enormous campaign to discredit me. Why is that even needed? You would think that they could just say, well, look, it's obvious on the face of it. In fact, it would be so obvious on the face of it, you wouldn't even need to dignify it with an acknowledgement. You wouldn't even need to dignify it with a moment of your time. But these people are investing thousands and thousands of man-hours attacking my character. And it definitely validates and verifies everything I say. That in and of itself validates and verifies everything I say. And it goes back to, of all things, that Chuck Norris film, where Chuck Norris had a series of god-awful films, the MIA or Missing in Action films. But there was one that I have a special affinity for, because he was rescuing kids who were Amerasian, the products of GIs who had basically copulated with Vietnamese women during the Vietnam War and then abandoned their children. And the communists, of course, treated these bastard children of American GIs with total contempt and social pariah status, and so as well as their mothers. And so Chuck Norris rescues basically a school bus full of these kids, and but one of them is his son, whom he had abandoned in Vietnam, and he basically is keyed off to the reality of his son's existence, first by a Russian Orthodox priest who approaches him and says, you know, you have a child in Vietnam that you abandoned the woman that you were having sex with regularly, and she produced a child, and he was just, oh, piss off, you old fuck, you're trying to rip me off of money or something, I don't know what your game is. And then he's approached by the CIA, which says, hey, there's this crazy old Russian Orthodox priest who's, you know, going around scamming veterans, telling them they got children in Vietnam. We want you to ignore them. We don't want you to be victimized. And that's when Chuck Norris, essentially in the film, says, whoa, did you make a mistake? Now I know everything he said is true. That's the kind of attitude you have to have towards someone like Stephen Outrim and Richard K. Cole Jr., because they represent themselves exactly the way Michael Aquino did, as positions and advocates of authority. This is what's so funny, is they say, oh yeah, that they advocate the conspiracy perspective where don't trust the government, but everything they're telling you about me is trust us, we got documents on Dietrich and we represent the government. I mean, wrap your brain around that. This is where Aquino was coming from when he wrapped himself in his Special Forces uniform like he was Colonel Kurtz and shit. Or what was the one from Rambo? I'm trying to remember. Colonel Trotman. Colonel Trotman. He put himself in the Colonel Trotman uniform and said, yes, the guy who was played by Richard McKenna. He says, yeah, I'm a total authority. You got to believe what I say. The funny thing was, as Jameson Reese was pointing out, when E.A. Coetting, the Satanist, came in Aquino's last interview and said, what about that crazy Dietrich guy who says he's the son of Adolf Hitler? And stop pursuing that angle. Aquino just went for the angle, yeah, I never knew him. I didn't know him. He says, I knew him, but I didn't know him. Instead of going for a far easier angle of attack. All of this really betrays the reality of everything I say. So I had to get that out there and vent that. We're going to go back to Crystal River now. And honestly, we've been having a ball with this. And, you know, it's about, let me see, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30 where you're at. And, of course, Crystal River's a night owl like myself, and she can last as long as she can last. So we'll make this last as long as it can. But honestly, honey, everybody appreciates what you're saying. Everybody knows something is deadly wrong with what happened with the West Memphis 3 and their release. And honestly, it's one of those things where the other guys that you couldn't remember, aside from Damien Eccles, were Jason Baldwin and Jesse Ms. Kelly Jr. All three of these guys are released and on the loose now. It's, you know, people... I'm also rather surprised.
And being protected by Hollywood.
Yes, thank you. It's like these people.
Like the most famous people are just befriended these guys, and they literally hang out with them, like stay over at their house and stuff. Like,
yeah. I mean, and it's like they are being rewarded for their ritual sacrifice. This is what's going on. And as a matter of fact, Jameson Reese points out that Damien Eccles got an acting role on and that just says it all, doesn't it? Let me Netflix's Midnight Express. Holy shit. So Damien Eccles was made into a movie star. This is like what he committed the satanic ritual sacrifice for. He was a guest. It was a cool cartoon, he says. Of course, Jameson, I presume, is not advocating. But this is disgusting. It's appalling. I'm left speechless. I've seen quite a bit during my time, but this is the end times of our civilization. We've reached the bottom of the barrel. Jameson says, but I had seen it from the angle of not knowing who he was at the time. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So this is, there you have it. That's disturbing in and of itself. So now that we've kind of, we haven't beat that to death by a long shot.
Putting it in a cartoon is like, even if it's an adult cartoon, it's making it okay with your kids. It's like coming full circle where this guy is still influencing kids, like doing something bad to kids.
Yeah, that's right. No, you're right. It really is about that. This is this is where we're at. He says it was a mature cartoon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but still, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Like if it's in an animated form, that's what the kids will check it out, you know.
Yes, no, I agree. I agree.
And it's a way to soft sell anything.
Yeah, it's true.
But yeah.
It's true. Fuck the bullshit about, you know, quote unquote adult cartoons. All the kids watch the 9 Lives of Fritz the Cat, and that ain't X-rated for nothing. I mean, that's the kids have. There's no way you can deny kids access to anything. The kids are seeing everything. The moment you give kids a cell phone, they are downloading porn without even asking for it. It just comes to them. It just like you're giving them the basically overexposure to everything out there you're trying to protect them from. So it's a horrible world, and people have to remind themselves of that. Now, in terms of one thing that I'd like to ask, a little more input from James and Reese says, but then what does that do? Let me see here what he's asking. But then what does that do for the artist who is trying to present something to adults? Who are we forced to censor things for that reason?
No, it's more about protecting your kids from things. It's not about the other end. I don't believe in any kind of censorship. Do you, Douglas?
No, I mean,
God, no.
no, I mean, but then again, it's one of those things where I have a very qualified, by that I mean...
It's the idea behind it of a Netflix. Netflix lets everyone look at everything. Sure, I mean, you can put the kid thing on it, but many people don't know that, and then some people still, you know, if you put everything just on a menu, then it's the parents aren't always home. I mean, maybe right now they are, but the idea is to get people so poor that both parents have to work, and then the kids used to get babysat by the television, but now it's the internet.
Yes, that's right, which is infinitely worse. And whatever guards you put on, the kids usually break through it anyway. It's like child-proof bottles. Nobody can open them but children. Like Jameson says, well, shit, when I was a kid, I was watching porn behind my parents' backs. Well, no fucking shit. And gore. Yet this is what all the kids do, right? So what are you saying?
But you had to probably go through a lot more hoops than you do nowadays.
It depends. Basically, he's going, whoop. Yeah. By the way, I grew up overexposed to sex, but that my case is so exceptional. I don't know if it even counts. It's really not. It's really not a case to be taken as exemplary. He said just had to stay home when they went somewhere. So Jameson was basically exploring using various media. He's younger than I am, but when I grew up, it was. Yeah, go on. Honey.
I was just going to talk about the ElsaGate stuff, where
Please.
YouTube will, the AI, the artificial intelligence of YouTube, will suggest shows to you based on what you watch. So when kids watch this, they look up, you know, their favorite Disney character on YouTube because they maybe can't afford, you know, $14 a month for Disney Channel. So they look up this stuff on YouTube for free, and YouTube will start sending them anything that has, say, Spider-Man or Elsa from Frozen or whatever, and then the kids start getting suggested these videos that aren't even, some of them aren't made by humans. It's just an AI that'll put all these images together. So they have really horrible stuff there. It's called ElsaGate, where they'll have Spider-Man like screwing Elsa at the, you know, she's like, hi, I'm just here to go to my doctor's appointment, and the next thing you know, like, Elsa's having her baby, and all these different weird, like, everything, like, it's just crazy stuff. And that was what Tracy was looking into, that when she stumbled upon that really dark stuff too.
Thank you. And just so people understand, ElsaGate is a neologism referring to the controversy surrounding the videos on YouTube and YouTube Kids that are categorized as quote-unquote child-friendly, but they contain...
But with the heavily censoring all kinds of other stuff for adults. You know what I'm saying? That's strange that they don't let adults watch what they want, but then they're pushing this content to kids. It's crazy. It's this satanic inversion again. Yes,
very much so. And and it definitely, you can look it up. You can look up ElsaGate, and it'll tell you more than you ever wanted to know. That's self-mutilation and everything you're going to see they're encouraging the kids to do, and it's just basically this includes child porn and various other porn that that is going to be pushed upon your children through just these random searches. Honestly, it's I've said this before that it's like driving. It's like driving, literally driving a physical car, the information superhighway, and therefore children should not be allowed on the internet without adult supervision until they're 18 years of age. Think carefully on what I just said. Children should not be allowed on the internet without the presence of an adult until they're 18 years of age. And until then, that's the only way you're going to get healthy development in a child. In my case, of course, I grew up in the Tenderloin district of San Francisco, where the adult women were generally prostitutes, and the pornography was everywhere. The adult entertainment centers were everywhere. I grew up hypersexualized because that was the environment, and in those days nobody cared. They had porn everywhere. You would go to a Lucky franchise store, which is like Safeway or these various kinds of grocery supermarkets, and they would have this section where the magazines were, and including porn magazines, all kinds of magazines and porn magazines, paperback novels, including porn novels as well as romance novels. They'd be in different sections, but I could peruse through those for hours. So there you have that. I just grew up really hypersexualized by being just exposed to the world around me. Nobody has displays like that anymore. So in a sense, people are actually safer than the world that I grew up in from overexposure. But, well, no, they're not. Now they've got the internet. So it's actually worse. And so there you have that. And with that, of course, one of the things that I'd like to ask is, yeah, I will, of course, provide you the links to the 2 or 3 episodes in which, there's 2 episodes in which I went very deeply into the vampire subject. And there's a few where I just touched upon it in an important way. But I'll give you all the links, especially the 2 most relevant ones. But what I'm curious about is, so far from what you've heard, what is the general impression that you get that you can share with us about what I exposed? That and what do you think made it so dangerous that the book that I published was totally scrubbed from the internet and basically destroyed in all of its physical forms? There's not a single extant physical copy. So it'd be interesting what you read. I think
right now I would say that, without having read it yet, I would say that the truth that was in it about the subject matter is what they don't want out there, because as long as they can portray it a certain way, then they can control it. The narrative. But you're talking about the vampire material, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're going to send it all to me.
Yeah. Oh, do you want the kind of the manuscript as well?
Yet.
Oh! I wasn't going to send it right now. I was going, but I can send it. You want the manuscript as well, then?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I'll send it to you.
So you still have it?
The majority of it. Yeah, I got the majority of it. Yeah, I mean the rest of it was fluff. That could easily be put back together. Be warned, though, there's a lot of it you're going to have to skip because it's mostly Russian history. The way Laura Lee Solomon described it was, Laura Lee Solomon said it's very turgid, and the historical parts are very turgid, and it's like reading a textbook about various diseases where the bacilli each have exotic names. That's where the Russian names were. It was just really getting her down because of all the mass murder. Here's this Russian guy. But really, if you scan through it, then you just pass through much of the history. You'll get into what people would consider the more interesting part, which is that's basically a lot of the physiology of vampirism. That was essentially this was the problem with the book, was that you will notice that the book had David J. West as the author, and David J. West participated, but it was like what he put in the book was really all ripped out by Lorien M. Fenton, and she felt the quote unquote problem was that David J. West has been writing novels all of his life, and that he was trying to put the narrative into kind of like a story thematic, almost like you would have a novel. But not that he was fictionalizing it. It was simply he was trying to put it in such a way where it would read kind of like a novel, where it started off with say for instance, the person I met in the Balkans, who was most certainly a product of the Soviet attempt to try and produce female vampires. So he was trying to start from that angle, and then it just didn't. The problem is you're basically taking a series of medical notes and then a series of historical context, and then if you try to put that in some kind of more legible format in the sense that he was used to working with, it just didn't work well. It's like trying to novelize Grey's Anatomy, the textbook, the actual textbook. And so it was, I could see why she did what she did, but his name, because of all the work he put in it, was credited as the co-author status. But you can ask him as well, and he does not have a single extant physical copy. He does have the manuscript to a great extent, but I do as well, and I'll send that to Crystal River. I'm just not going to do it at the moment. I'll get it to her later tonight, later in the morning. By the way, here's what Jameson Reese says. It's really funny. He says, "Oh no, that shit is just weird as fuck. Holy shit! Just Googled Elsagate. Not even someone who watches mutilated corpses would enjoy those Elsagate videos."
Wow.
Just work.
Yeah.
Yes, there we are.
Yeah, and your kid can't unsee that. It only takes once.
Thank you. And yes, this is the horror of it. So definitely. Oh my God. We live in a very dangerous world, and I can't overemphasize that enough. So, honey, I'm sorry. So, what else comes to your mind? I'm sure there's plenty out there that you'd still like to bring up.
Well, we also live in a beautiful world, but
Yes.
There's parts of it that are hidden, and it's our job to expose it if it's hidden to the detriment of certainly our children. But I don't have the mind that the whole world or the human race is screwed. I'm much more positive outlook on what's going on in the world. I feel like the fact that we're having this discussion shows that things are getting better.
Thank you. We very much need to hear that. And as a matter of fact, let's emphasize some of the beauty that's hidden. And I think that that's something we need to talk about, exposing the beauty in our world. And I think that's where your fairyology has so much to offer. And it's one of the reasons why Max Spears clung to you for dear life and for his very sanity, was because you made him realize that life was worth living. And if you could tell us a bit about some of that, that would be appreciated. Not necessarily about Max, but about what you exposed to him that made him realize that, and why he took you on as kind of like his guardian fairy, so to speak.
I think that he was trying to deprogram himself, and he was trying to figure out what happened to him, and we all are to some extent. So that's just something I like to help people, and it's what makes me feel good and accomplished. At the end of the day, I like to know that I made someone else figure out their problems. So there is something that I've never told about what Max. I was holding it back for a reason, but I feel like tonight would be a good night to finally say it. And it's you know about it, Douglas, but I'll explain when I tell it why I held it back. Mm-hmm. So when Max and I used to be, if you're familiar with Skype, this is a story about how we used to play on Skype with a group of people, not just us, but another friend of Max's. His name was Adam. And originally all of us were friends on Skype, and Sarah too. And when Max finally came out to Sarah and told her that he was with me, she changed. Okay, there's a little part on your Skype where you can make a little sentence telling I don't know, I'm a cheesy energy coach. It probably says live your best life or something. I have to look it up. But you know what I mean? You can make a little thing right there, like believe in yourself or something. So
yeah, it's kind of like your mission statement in life. Yeah.
Yeah, and Max and Adam and I would do these little fun plays on words where I called myself Morgan Le Fay, and Max called him Max. Like, he thought way highly of himself, so
of course
he would never be just some character in history, like, you know, a pauper or anything. He had to be
King Arthur,
you know, Arthur or something,
yes.
Right? So
Pendragon,
Charlemagne. Yeah.
Yes.
So he was saying that he was remembering his life when he was Arthur and all this stuff, and Adam and I were just kind of like indulging him. And the next day, for a joke, he switched his thing to saying something about Arthur, and so I changed mine to say Morgan Le Fay because of the fairy that was around at that time or whatever. The word fay, I was doing the play on words, right?
Yes.
Being the fairy, but being a character of that time period. So I said Morgan Le Fay, and the other guy wrote Merle Unhaggard, which is like Merlin Haggard, like Merlin. Which Merle Haggard is a country singer. So anyway, we were all just playing around, and Sarah saw this and got really infuriated. So she changed her thing to say something like, "I'm so happy now," or something like that, which
sounds
Max
like her.
Put something like, this is so junior high, but Max put something like, "I'm even happier," or something. And then I put, "I'm the happiest girl in the world," or something. Like, we were just sort of playing around. Like, so we used to use this, but the point of this stupid story is we used to use this medium, like, to send messages to each other without even talking. Like, eventually I blocked her on all mediums and never saw what she did again. But what happened, the reason I'm bringing this up is that after Max died, the first thing I went through was I didn't believe it. I found it out from Terry Joyce online.
Right.
And she found it out from Miles Johnston, who, as you said, put it out in a post before even Max's family knew.
Yeah.
Yes. So I asked Terry. I was in shock. So I went to Terry because Max and I at that point hadn't talked in a couple of months. And I had gone off on a tour with a rock band because Max was extremely jealous. And so there was a British band that he and I both liked, and I had a connection to meet them. And I basically made friends with them and started going on tour with them. That was sort of like my rebound from Max. And while I was on that tour is when the end of his life was playing out, which I didn't know at the time because I was into my own thing. And basically, when I came online, I was in this other world, and Max wasn't I wasn't reeling from Max or anything. I was just doing a different thing. But what she posted was, "If this is true, I just saw that Max Spears has died," and I just freaked out. Like, it pulled me right out of what world I was in and right back into that, you know. And I couldn't believe it, and so I called Terry Joyce and I said, is this true? And she said, "I don't know. Miles Johnston posted it, but I think it, you know, it must be true," or whatever. And so my immediate reaction was compassion for Sarah. Still, again, you know, I just have this thing where I want to help people and redeem them or whatever. And I thought maybe, like, in my life, a tragedy, it didn't redeem me because I wasn't on a dark path, but a tragedy is what really woke me up to the person I am now, who likes to live in service to others instead of what I thought I was originally here just to live in service to myself. But a tragedy woke me up. So I felt like maybe this tragedy, like maybe she needed me. So I called Sarah and I was like, "Are you okay?" And she was like, "Max never loved you and you made all this up," or whatever. She just like went crazy on that. So I just blocked her on everything. Like, she didn't want us to come together over Max. That was for my benefit, you know. That was good. I'm glad she shut that door because that wasn't, you know. But anyway,
but what's interesting is that automatically she went on the offensive with a desperate need to control the narrative. She had to have total control of the narrative which is
Yeah, and she used Max's mother with that. She was like, Max's mother and me know all this stuff. You know, the kind of grammar she uses. Not that I'm any better, but she was like, and even Max's mother is my witness to this and that and the other. And Max's mother wasn't on board with her. She was getting manipulated by her and felt really pushed around. And she just immediately arrived on the scene. Like, she went back there and started like moving in with Max's mom unannounced. Like,
wow.
Like, oh, let's all grieve about Max, but she was really trying to twist the whole narrative again and just act like she and Max's, like, she had always been a part of his life, and they were getting married and having a baby, and all this narrative, you know.
Right.
But and his mother was, you know, dealing with other stuff at the time, so she didn't come right out and contradict everything. But it was later that she told, you know, how the true nature of what she was all about from her point of view. But back to the little things we used to say on Skype. What happened was I called, when I heard Max was dead, the very first thing I did was I called his phone number, and he didn't answer, and it went to his voicemail, of course. And then I went to Skype, and I hadn't talked to him in a couple of months, but we were still Skype connected, and I went to his Skype to call him there. I just was verifying that he's not alive before I really grieve about this, you know, because I didn't believe it. I was in shock. And so I went to his Skype, and his message on Skype said the same thing that it always said, which was whatever, it's normal. And then a couple of days later, his Skype changed the message. After he was dead, his personal Skype message changed, and only you should be able to access that, right?
Yeah.
And it changed, and what it said was sinister. It said Chicken Little. It said Chicken Little.
Yeah, the sky is falling, and and what else do you derive from that? Because
a couple things.
Yeah, please.
I will say that Terry Joyce, however you feel about what going on over there with Stephen and all that, I will say that she was the person that I first saw about this, that happened about Max, and I do feel that Terry. She's not always 100%, but she's honest, and she really is. She's not I'm going to just say it, Terry. I know she's listening, but she's a little bit on, like, she's an actor and she's a comedian, and she was, you know, she commands some level of respect, and it kind of lends itself to being a little bit narcissistic. I'm not saying she's like a total narcissist or something, but I can't talk to Terry Joyce on the phone for a long time because it's all about her. But anyway, but she's not a bad person. And so she, when I told her this, she contacted me after the thing to talk about what we knew about Max and try to compare notes and stuff. And she's never given up, like, wondering what happened and try to still figure it out. She doesn't like Miles or any of those people too. And she basically resonates with everything we talk about. And she's never dropped caring about what happened to Max either. So she is one of the people that I confided in and early on about that Chicken Little thing. Mm-hmm. And I told her that I wanted to hold it back from the public because I was hoping that somebody that was connected to what really happened to him would come out with a clue. I thought of that as a clue, and I wanted to look for it, you know, before I gave it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I kind of got it, which was the other day. Terry Joyce did a video about one of these handlers that is in the Max Johnston camp, and her name is Angela Power Disney. She's British. Right. And she claims her story was, I was in an Illuminati family, and now I'm a whistleblower. And she was like working with Miles, and then they had a falling out and then worked together again or whatever. But she's from that camp, and she's in all that drama. And she had interviewed Terry a couple times, or maybe it was the other way around. Mm-hmm. But basically they had a falling out, and Terry did like a video about her, which Terry also had a falling out with Sarah. She had a falling out with Christine Joanna Hart. And what Terry does to express herself is she makes her videos. So she made a video when she had the falling out with Angela Power Disney, and she posted a lot of stuff in a conversation on Skype that she had had with Angela Power Disney, and Angela Power Disney was talking about Max, and she was posting what she said was a screenshot of a conversation that she had with Max. And when they were talking, she purposely put this piece out that said, that has Max supposedly typed, "The sky is not falling."
Okay.
And that's just like maybe 10 days ago that Terry put that out. And that sort of was like the first time I ever kind of got what I thought I might get. You know what I mean? That's like the only puzzle piece I ever got. And I was holding it back for all these years. It's been like 4 years. So finally, I'm just saying it because it was obviously something that's like an MK Ultra kind of thing. It's kind of like the word sunshine. It's like when Miles and Christine Joanna Hart kept saying sunshine to Max whenever he told me that was a word that could have meant to alter.
Right.
So that Chicken Little stuff, it's a yes, it's the thing about the sky is falling and all that, like, but it's also, it felt so much just like the smiley face with Tracy. It was like a warning. It was like a sinister thing.
Yeah, I get it. It's and so with Tracy and the smiley face, I'm trying to put the chronology.
Oh, and I know that Max's laptop did get returned to his mother, and it was totally wiped. So someone had it after he died, and that person felt like going into his Skype, because a lot of times you're always logged in on your computer. You don't have to necessarily get someone's codes to log into their Skype. If they're dead and you can get their computer, they're probably already logged in.
Yes.
You know, that was kind of how he lived. He was always on it.
Yes.
So whoever did it felt like it's reminds me of that satanic thing where they want you to know they did it. They want the credit for it, and they like it, you know.
Yes.
So they put out a clue, and then they gave the computer back wiped.
Yes. That was his murderers. His murderers did that. And we know who murdered him. It was the two Polish people and everybody who was involved with them over there in Poland. And it's offensive beyond belief. And, of course, the other people who participated in his murder was unquestionably Miles Johnston. I don't care whatever, Stuart Sverdlow says. He was obviously involved. So he's... all of these people are basically slime. And, of course, it's a tragic situation in which Max left himself wide open. But what was interesting was I
don't think Terry Joyce is slime. I just want to make that clear.
Well, yeah, I appreciate
you can have your opinion, and also, but when you say all of these people, I just don't want people to think that I view her that way.
Oh, yeah,
I'm friendly with her.
Believe it or not, I didn't really include Terry Joyce in Miles Johnston.
Well, good.
Miles Johnston category. Terry Joyce was not one of the last people who was involved with Max Spears.
Oh, no, not at all.
So
if anything, Terry would love to get to the bottom of it.
Well, I mean, why though? I mean, what does it mean to her? Why does this? What's her like? I mean, with someone like yourself, obviously you were personally involved. It makes sense that you're interested in what was going down, but why?
Well, the
why
stuff
Terry?
that he was talking about at the end was very interesting to a lot of people, and she was one of those people. Okay. And that was the stuff that we originally started. The question you first asked was about talking about the positive stuff Max did, and so that's when he gained fans, and she's one of them. I think she interviewed him, and they, and so Max he was always keeping in touch with his Facebook friends and stuff so that they would know he was still alive, because he always felt like he might get whacked.
Right.
So anybody that said, "Hey, I like your work, I appreciate it," he would keep up with that.
Mm. Yes. I mean, honestly, Terry Joyce, just to put this in context, is no one that I dwell upon. I mean, she's like what she is. I think of herself as... What happened was, I remember she had, I think it was her dad was getting older, and Laura Lee Solomon was trying to encourage me to speak to her. about care provision for her parents. And so this was an incredible stress factor for her. I don't know what ultimately happened with that, but she obviously
she's my friend on Facebook, and she said something that she tried to take care of her dad for as long as possible. I think he had Alzheimer's, and he was becoming violent, and not only, I don't know if it was, a lot of times they don't recognize you and they'll lash out, but she said that basically she had endured her fair share of abuse her whole life, and she was just gonna let him be in a nursing home because she took care of him as much as she could, but he started like calling the police on her and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, which is what many people with Alzheimer's do, horrible things like that. And so I'm not surprised. I would presume, of course, he's dead then. This is why
I think he's still staying somewhere.
Holy shit! God damn, that guy must have an inhuman desire to be alive. Most people who have Alzheimer's.
I could be wrong. I'm not positive.
All right, understood. But in terms of so that's pretty much what Terry Joyce brings to my mind. That, and of course the fact that she was dissing me with Steve. What was his name again? The guy who was the guy who has that weird shit called Truth Cat Radio. I'm trying.
Right.
Steve. It's not Outrim. What's his name? Steve.
No. D. Kelly.
Yeah, Stephen D. Kelly. Yes, that's right. That poor bastard. And I have no real hatred of him either. I mean, like I said, what they were saying about me, I can capitalize on that. It was more funny than anything else to me. But other than that, it's just Stephen D. Kelly to me is a bit of a clown, and Terry Joyce is more of a tragedy. Which is
well, she's a comedian, so her job is to be a clown and to make us laugh and think about stuff. So
there you go. And but of course, most comedians are actually tragic figures. So that
I thought you were gonna say funny. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I've never seen her act.
Tom Hanks played a comedian that was a tragic figure. He played one of everything, I think. He played Mr. Rogers. He played that passed away guy with the ball that he talked to named Wilson.
Yeah.
Who, that has occult stuff too. The Wilson name, Peter Moon, goes into great
yeah.
detail
Well,
about
the Desert Island shit with the ball was just basically because this is what you're stuck with, is these actors get paid so fucking much that they have no money left to afford anything else. So once you've hired Tom Hanks or Sylvester Stallone, that's it. You pretty much focus the camera on them, and you don't even bother to have background. I'm not kidding. It was like, there's a movie. Literally, there's a movie with Sylvester Stallone and a bunch of other people, and it's totally in the dark, and there's nothing but some explosions they keep running away from. It's basically like they're in a sewer, and you know how methane gas builds up in sewers from all the shit and all the fart gas and shit, and then what happens is you light a match and everything blows up. I mean, this is basically was the theme of the movie for 2 hours, where these people are running away from exploding farts essentially within a sewer. And this was some tunnel movie called like The Tunnel or something. It was simply because by the time they hired Stallone, they had only enough money left for some bit actors who were paid, pennies each or food or something. And then there was Stallone, and then they just kept running away from explosions in this dark tunnel, and that was it for 2 hours. This is what you get with what actors are paid at this point, who are the draw by their name itself is the sheer draw that you're counting on. And so with Tom Hanks, when they hired him for that stupid island movie, they knew that once they hired Tom Hanks, there would be no money left for any other actors or any set. So they just said, oh, okay, he's on Desert Island, and they just threw some fucking gym balls and shit around. I mean, because of course that's what happens when you're on a desert island, right? You bring your gym with you and your balls and stuff, because that's what we do, right? I mean, that's the ship sinks and everything floats up that you need. It's up to other people. That's what always happens when you're stranded on a desert island. So I'm sorry, the absurdity of it, because I don't know if anybody remembers the film, but he had lounge chairs and all that shit too. Like, does anyone remember that absurdity? But it was like he had.
Okay, so his comments have been disabled on Instagram because so many people are accusing him of horrible stuff. And there's a woman on Twitter by the name of Sarah Ruth Ashcroft.
Ooh,
And
like Sarah
she
Rachel Adams, SRA, Satanic Ritual
Exactly,
Abuse.
and she says she comes from a satanic ritual abusing family who sold her when she was a young girl to Tom Hanks as his sex toy. And when she was around this age, like the Poltergeist girl, very young girl, she was sold by her parents to this guy, Tom Hanks. And she tweets to him and tags him in the tweet and says about how he raped her and stuff. And she says, you won't sue me or you won't do anything because you know it's true. And so she just publicly all the time taunts this guy. Now I think now he's blocked her, but her but the whole after that it just blew up everything about Tom Hanks. And then his son came out with a thing called Hank's Handkerchiefs, and he signs everything on Instagram HANX, and he posts like just the glove or just the shoe or whatever he finds, and he says something really creepy about it. And like half of his posts are that, and they're mixed in all with whatever movie project his wife's doing that week or whatever. And then the other half of it is like a glove or a shoe or something like that with him saying some weird remark.
Disgusting.
And so, yeah, he likes to put all his stuff out there, and he doesn't hide it.
Oh my God! And
he just got Greek citizenship because they don't really have. It's the laws about pedophilia there are very light laws. So he bragged that first he got the coronavirus. He was the face of coronavirus. He was the first actor to say he had that. So he's
like
kind
he
of
was
like
proud
the
of it.
spokesperson. As Shauna Bandow would say, he's like the spokesperson for the New World Order. Like whatever's being pushed at the time to make a big deal about and look the other way at whatever they're really doing, he's the face of it. So he's right now I'll send you the picture of what he's the face of this week. But anyway, you can decide if you want to talk about that. But anyway, so he and his wife, whenever all these accusations started coming out, they went and moved to Greece and got Greek citizenship.
Oh my God, that is so fucking sleazy. That is, remember what I said about those Mediterranean dudes. It's Tom Hanks will fit right in. Honestly, it's I'm so glad we're ripping into him tonight because he's the real comedy. It's a horror story combined with comedy. The other thing I remember about Terry Joyce is she was really into pot, and she was always promoting its legalization, etc. So,
and she's a medicinal cannabis activist, which I am too.
I understand.
That's how we first bonded. That's where we first became friends about. That's what my interest in her was. That before I knew that she was a comedian, I didn't know about all that. I just knew about the cannabis stuff. So I used to do something for Normal.
Okay, so I just got the message from Maria Michaela Grigorich. Greece made pedophilia a disability circa 2012. So now you know Tom Hanks is disabled. He's not a pervert. He's disabled.
Poor guy.
Yeah, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, and there you go. He moved to where he could be considered in need of help, where people could pass him crutches and shit while he's chasing the kids. There you go with that. I'm sorry. So do go back. I'm sorry. I apologize. Do go back to what you were saying about I knew another wonderful young lady from Texas. I blocked her after that horrible experience with the. I got an interview which the guy claimed he lost the record of the recording of, and then I dug it myself out of Skype and kind of published the interview myself. We probably lost it after Lena wiped everything off the internet or helped everything get wiped, and so we're like, how do I say it? That may be lost forever. It's recorded on Skype, however, so maybe I can recover it if I can get the date of that interview that I conducted with that weirdo. Whose name I'd have to remember, but it was like, who was the young lady from Texas who, I'd have to look up her name. All that was on the old timeline that Lena got wiped. So it's one of those things where that may never be recovered. No, it wasn't Rex Bear. Thank you, James Reese. It was the Randy Malgans. Randy Malgans. That's what's his name. Randy Malgans, right? I mean, we can.
Yep.
Yeah. It was,
yeah. Isn't he one of those, like, he owns one of those things like Revolution Radio or something?
No,
he owns one of those
he's got his own
radios.
weird half Patreon bullshit where he's like, anyhow, Randy Malgans came out very shortly after his interview with myself saying he was bisexual. Whether I somehow swayed him into that direction or not, I don't know. Yeah, Randy Malgans was the guy who interviewed myself. So I'll have to ask our man John Warrington if we've got the Randy Malgans interview anywhere. So so here we are. I've just been sent a link from Maria Michaela Grigorich to back up what she said. And Greek disability groups expressed anger Monday at a government decision to expand a list of state-recognized disability categories to include pedophiles. Man, who railroaded this through? Holy shit. So there you go. All those guys, Richard K. Cole and Stephen Outram, are disabled. Yeah, they're just disabled people. Their dicks just can't go up without an image of a child in front of them. Poor fuckers. Poor pricks. Yeah, it takes that level.
Did you see what I just put, the picture I sent you?
Oh, no. Where did you send it? Where is it? Where is it?
I sent it to Skype, but I'm afraid to push too many buttons and accidentally hang us up. So I could send it to Messenger, but it's basically that...
put it in Messenger. Yeah, put it in Messenger.
Tom Hanks is campaigning for Corn Pop.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's funny. And for those of you who don't know, there was a speech given by, there we are, I got it, Grassroots Fest with Vice President Joe Biden and Tom Hanks. Yeah, Biden-Harris. So Corn Pop was the apparently black gangster who, Joe Biden was like... describing and said he hung out with the bad crowd. And so the beauty of the videos that were put together by Crystal River was that she shows him with all the cereal brand characters like Captain Crunch and Count Chocula and shit, on motorcycles and shit, where they're going around terrorizing.
I wish I could take credit for that video. I just sent it around to everybody I know that I thought had a sense of humor, because it's hysterical to me.
Yes. This is Tom Hanks is trying to take Joe Biden down. That's basically what he's doing. He knows basically that whoever he pairs himself up with, he's just going to be it's like tying a bowling ball around somebody's ankle while they're swimming. He's just trying to take the guy down. That's what that shit's about. Honestly, that's what Vladimir Putin was doing when he came out and was supporting Joseph.
I think there's a little more to it. Like, I think Hollywood would like that side to win, and I think that Tom Hanks is like their spokesperson.
Well, Tom Hanks is definitely the spokesperson for Hollywood. We'd have to say that he's kind of unofficially that, and so I hear what you're saying. And so it would make sense that Hollywood would want Joseph Biden to win simply because of the, how would I say it? Just, obviously Trump and Hollywood do not get along. And it's one thing that I pointed out before, that Hollywood used to be a Jewish enclave. Now the Jewish power part of the pie is only about a third of what they were, and then you've got the Scientologists, and then you've got the gays. And the Scientologists have been somewhat waning. It's really hard to tell, but certainly the gay thing is very big. Let me tell you something and try and get your response to this. Obviously, everyone at this point who has been listening or knows anything about me knows about my surrogate son, and obviously they know I'm hardly homophobic, and the reason I feel confident with tossing out insults about various ethnic groups or insulting terms or subcultures like the gay community is because obviously I'm constantly advocating on their behalf. If anyone has any right to toss out a few barbs, it's myself. But when it comes to how do I say this, the gay influence on film, I'm not really a fan. And it's one of these things that I got really tired of, just everyone having to go through a gay role just to get anywhere. And you see everybody go through it, and it's so phony, and it's just like, it's really, how do I say it? It just cheapens. It cheapens the gay lifestyle, period, to force people to go through that, to force people to go through that hoop. And but when it comes to what I found really personally irritating was Taiwan. By the way, just so people know this, the nation state in which I was born and which I identify with was the first Asian nation to legalize same-sex marriage. So, like myself, you can't call the Taiwanese homophobic, but they have a certain attitude towards films where they just don't need the proselytizing of the gay culture in film. And so the director, whose name I forget, I'd have to look the son of a bitch up, actually, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, he's Taiwanese, and he's gay, so people know. And he directed those Brokeback Mountain. So he's also the guy who directed The Incredible Hulk. So he's this Chinese guy, he's actually Taiwanese, nationality Ong Lee. And oh shit, he was born the same birthday as my dad, October 23rd, which, by the way, is the same day that Lilith Aquino sent myself that $5 donation, which, of course, Peter Moon and Mr. Jameson Reese were advising me, return the donation. You don't want that connection with her. It's kind of like, like a hook for a curse or something, or just, negativity. Of course, I'm immune to the occult. That doesn't bother me. I'll fucking take her money and laugh. But in terms of, and by the way, the way when she sent
it's really how you look at it and your intention also. So
Thank you. And so Ong Lee, so he's basically this Taiwanese guy, and when he directed the film The Incredible Hulk, it was horrible. If you take a look at the Hulk directed by Ong Lee, there's a villain from the old days of Marvel Comics called the Incredible Absorbing Man, who was able to absorb the strength of whatever elements he touched. So you couldn't put him in a prison made of iron or steel bars because he would absorb the strength of the steel and crash his way out. So the only way they could imprison him was putting him literally in a paper prison so that he was weakened by the element of paper and, literally could not punch his way out of a paper bag. Anyhow, so this villain is made by Ong Lee as the Hulk's father, or rather Bruce Banner's father. And there's this grotesque scene in its implications where the Incredible Absorbing Man as Bruce Banner's father is absorbing Bruce Banner. I mean, it's the guy's father, and he's soaking up Bruce Banner. Ooh, it's just so sick. And this is obviously Ong Lee's sex fantasy. And you notice throughout the Hulk as well that there's no interest in the female lead. It's like the female lead is around, and when the Hulk sees her, he goes all limp dick and shit. I mean, it's just that obvious. So when he did Brokeback Mountain, of course, he almost got the Oscars. Or the Emmys, whatever it was. They just didn't want to give it to a yellow man at that point in history. So that's pretty much the only thing that stopped it. Otherwise, the whole gay theme of Brokeback Mountain would have gotten him, the Oscars and shit. But he was foreign enough where at that time they just weren't ready for it. But then when it came to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, I couldn't get into it at all. And people were telling me, that's because you can't understand women. It's a coming-of-age story for young girls. And I said, wait a second, that's bullshit. I'm in drag half the time. If anyone can relate to a woman, it's myself. Albeit, there are limits, obviously. I can't relate to pregnancy. I can't relate to having a period. But there are other things I can relate to, like the annoyance of men coming up behind me and slapping my ass. So yeah, there's elements I can relate. It's bullshit. I couldn't relate to a girl's coming of age story. Then I found out who the director was. I said, "Oh, this is why I couldn't relate. This is why I found it so boring. It's directed by a gay guy, and this is his idea of what a girl's coming of age story was." So I don't know. Did you feel that way about the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or were you swept up in the whole craze about it at the time? Or
I wasn't.
Okay, there we are.
I just remember of it, but I don't remember it.
There you go. It's literally memorable. And by the way, Louis Hernandez says, "Hello, Douglas. I have always kept you in my heart." Thank you, Louis. That sounds like a male name. I'll take that in the platonic sense. And Scamurai says, "I love Crystal River." Okay, we've got our fans. We've got our fans out there tonight. And
Thank you.
Yes, we all love Crystal River. And so aside from all of that, I'm sorry, I went into that little tangent. Does that bring to mind
No,
anything
I was on mute, like going through some notes because I'm just marking off stuff I already talked about and whittling my little list down.
Well, I'm so glad you have that list. And with what's left on your list, come and hit us. I mean, organically, there's much you can bring up that I'm sure we can cover that we haven't yet tonight.
Well, I wanted to, I found a positive story that I wanted to share because you asked me if I could say something positive about the world.
Sure.
And so it's kind of Halloween related. It's about a bat.
Okay.
So I've talked to you before about the nature that's outside of my back patio and the birds and all of that stuff, and how I do a reading on bird sightings and stuff.
Yeah.
And so anyway, the other night it was maybe 3:00 in the morning, and I was doing a chat reading, and so I have my own business, but I also work for a psychic line, which basically what I do is you can't use your own name to work for it. You have to work under a pseudonym, and they get a percentage of any readings you do, and so that isn't very profitable for me. So, but what I do is keep it on all day in the background of my life and make extra money. It's like a side hustle.
Right.
So since I'm up all night, I'm on that all night, and I don't always feel like talking. So you can set it to only chatting, or you can set it to phone calls. But I had it set on only chatting, and I was chatting with a client, and I have like one of those sliding glass doors that goes to my patio, and I have all the curtains open, and I have all my Halloween decorations up on my patio, and it's a nice scene outside my patio. So, and there's a lot of wildlife. So at night it turns into like bats and frogs and snakes and everything. But in the day I do this bird watching stuff. But what happened was I'm in the middle of a reading, which is being timed. And so they're paying by the minute. And so I can't just say, hold on to them. But what happened was a bat flew into my window, and it knocked itself out, and it landed on the ground, a rug that I have outside, and it was basically knocked out. And since the reading is timed, I know exactly how long the bat was knocked out. And so what happened was the minute I realized that what hit was a bat and that it was knocked out, I got my phone while I'm doing the reading with the person on chat, and I just hit record, and I put my phone up to the window so it could record what the bat was doing, because my intention was that as soon as I got off this chat, I was going to do energy healing for the bat.
Right.
But what happened was that you never know how long the person wants to keep going. So they finished up the reading after I turned on the camera. Within 6 minutes, we had hung up. And then I immediately went over to do EFT, the emotional freedom technique that I do with energy healing for the bat. Mm-hmm. So I've got the video that's 6 minutes of the bat right after it got knocked out, and it's just there unconscious, and I'm filming that for the 6 minutes, and then I turned the video off, and then I turned the video back on and started doing the EFT for the bat.
Yeah.
And it was like a minute and 20 seconds. You can see the bat literally come back to consciousness, and on the other side of the window. So I didn't even have to go touch it. So this is how it works remotely. I can do it, over the sea. It's about the energy that you're sending to that being. And so I'll send you the video of it. It's kind of embarrassing because it has me talking baby talk to this bat while I'm tapping for it.
Oh, that's fine.
But the bat shakes his little head and his ears perk back up, and he gets his wings back in shape and he flies off. And so for 6 minutes, like, he was not with us, but the tapping worked immediately, and you can see all that demonstrated on the video.
Wow. That's incredible. Thank you. That's wonderful. And by the way, aside from that wonderful story, that wonderful experience, I want to kind of go into what you do with the psychic hotline, because to me, of course, this is the way I think of the psychic lines, is they're kind of like suicide hotlines that people pay for. And that's why the participating psychics have to have an alias, because like a suicide hotline, they don't want the person at the end of the line to be known and targeted by people who are angry with whatever they feel can happen. Because people call a suicide hotline, they're obviously...
And there's disclaimers on there and we're not supposed to, like, help people that are suicidal. We're supposed to turn them over to the authorities. But time and time again, like, I've had very depressed people call, and you're supposed to turn them in if, like, they say suicide. But I have a special... I've had people very close to me. Some have died of suicide. Some have died under weird circumstances that were ruled as suicide. But I have a lot of counseling that I've gone through and experience that I have with that subject matter. So I don't just let go of a person. I find a way to connect with them, and I make sure they call me back. So there's that.
Yes, and that's deeply
It's not all about that. That's like the minority of what I get.
I'm glad to hear that,
call
actually.
to get their problems worked out. They call with secret stuff that they can't confide in to people they know. So
I really appreciate that, and I didn't. I'm glad because I honestly thought it was like. I think of a psychic hotline. My impression would be, or my image of it would be like hell on earth, where you'd be dealing with people who are constantly desperate and in a very bad situation.
No.
Okay.
It's not really a real lonely hearts club thing. Actually, I get to do more of my coaching when that kind of stuff comes out. So that's where I shine. But normally, the boring part of it is just people, what's going to happen with my career? Is my boyfriend, am I really broken up with my boyfriend this time? Or things like that. Or is he seeing another woman? Those kinds of things.
Oh my God.
A lot of time it's just people that have their own intuition about something that's usually right, and then they want somebody else to tell them to trust their own intuition. That's really what it gets down to, because we all have our own, ability, psychic intuition, but we just give our power away.
Mm-hmm. I think that tells us a lot, and most people don't trust themselves in terms of their intuition, and we've got to really learn to listen to that inner voice. In terms of what advice can you give people in general to help that happen, so that we learn to trust ourselves?
So it's a matter of trial and error testing. So it's like when I had that thing happen about River Phoenix, I could have just said, "Oh, this is silly, this isn't reality, this can't be happening." That just because I saw that's a dream, that's not physical reality. And so it just comes with trusting it and giving into it, really, because your subconscious speaks to you in metaphor and in different ways for everybody. Some are clear audio, they hear stuff. Some people smell stuff, like a perfume from someone that's passed or something. Mm-hmm. There's all different ways that your intuition tries desperately to get through to you. So you never have to worry that you're getting the wrong information, because it will literally go all different routes to try to wake you up to danger or anything you need to be aware of. If someone just stole your wallet, you'll get a weird feeling, So it's just trial and error and trusting it more and more when you see, oh, I was right when I acted on my own.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Gut feelings.
Yeah. And when it comes to some of the pets that you've helped, what's some of the more... Has anyone ever approached you with violent animals that they desperately need help with?
Oh God, no! I don't want anything to do with those mangy things. No, I'm just kidding. This week, my hairdresser and I are close, and he has his own psychic ability, but he's a Pisces, and they're very psychic. When you have a lot of Pisces in your chart, it's really easy to tap into that. And he has a lot of Pisces in his chart, and we sort of talk every once in a while all night on the phone, and then we do readings for each other, and so he will give me information that he gets for people I know that have passed on and stuff, and he's pretty accurate. And this week I got something about a dog of his that had passed on. His dog, what happened was he asked me, he had been getting attached to his friend's dog who kept giving him this look that reminded him of a dog he used to have, and he asked me if I could go in.
But this sounds disturbingly sexual. It's almost like this reminds me of a girl.
No. He wanted to figure out if this dog was like not happy where he was, so he was trying to get his attention. And so I went in and I read the dog. The dog's name is Hershey. And I said, but he didn't say who the dog was. And what I got was, I described for him this dog that was Hershey, and I told him that the only message Hershey wanted to give him was that he was completely happy now because he could eat whatever he wanted, which was strange to me because I didn't know why he would say that, and it didn't make sense, but I just like blurted that out. It's like, he wants you to know, I'm fine, Daddy. I want you to know I eat whatever I want. Nobody could tell me what to eat. That was his only message. So when I told him that, he said that in life, this dog had it was an overgrown Chihuahua, and it was like so huge that they had to take it to the vet and have it on all this special diet because he had really severe digestion problems, and he would have to hide the food anywhere from this dog while he would go to work, and the dog would literally outsmart him and find ways to get to the food. And he had it on top of the refrigerator, and the dog, that's a Chihuahua, mind you, found a way to move the refrigerator back and forth enough until he got the food to fall off.
Holy shit.
And then had to rush him to the hospital because if he would overeat like one more time, he'll die or something. That was his issue. And that isn't how the dog died, but I guess that was why the dog was giving me the message, let him know I'm fine. If I'm here happy and I can eat whatever I want. So,
oh my God. Oh, that's touching. That brings tears to my eyes. So thank you for sharing that story. And it sounds so real. I mean, there's when I hear something like that, you can't deny the feeling that you get that it's real. And so when
those are the ways you test yourself. Really, you just say what is coming to you, even though it sounds like it could be crazy.
Yeah. And so when you were young and growing up and discovering this ability, unless you had parents who were kind of raising you with this ability, I'm assuming that you just kind of discovered you had this talent. There must have been incidents where, of course, things were troubling or embarrassing, or you realized something that nobody wanted you to know or something. There must have been incidents like you saw the principal and the dean, and you realized they were a couple.
He was cheating with the teacher or something.
Yeah, something like that.
No, I read your mind on that, but I didn't ever have anything happen like that. What I did have was my parents even went to court against my grandparents. There was a battle for me always. My parents had me when they were very young. My mom was 16, and my dad's parents sort of took over raising me, and they're the ones that were Mel Gibson's grandparents' friends. I never did finish that, but what happened was they were very supportive of all of that part of me, and so I never questioned it. I felt extremely comfortable until around the age of 6 or 7, when my parents wanted to bring me to live with them in their own like apartment. They wanted their kid back, and they wanted to raise me in the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Delightful.
And so my life was a constant battle. It was like I saw the Catholic side as Disney World. It was pure heaven where everything was good. And then I saw the other side as such a drag where you couldn't do birthdays or Christmas, or and you had to be the weird kid at school that couldn't. They're real antisocial, where you only have to be friendly with people in their, I call it a cult.
Yes.
But they, so the reason that I call it a cult is you gave that marker earlier where you said a cult is hard to get away from.
Yes.
And so they would go hunt you down, and they would like check on you at your job and do all kinds of stuff.
Oh, they're awful.
Investigations on people.
Yeah, true stalkers. So yeah, go on, please.
Yeah. So basically, it was just for a while when I was in that environment where not only was that like demonic, that they would lump that in with you're communing with demons if you're listening to your own intuition. They had no discretion about like this stuff is real and this stuff is not, and that's just the way it is. They worship Jehovah, which is a part of it's like goes back to that Inky and Enlil thing of the two brothers. So Inky wanted humanity to wake up to its abilities until it became something even greater, just to keep expanding and to see what Inky was a scientist that liked to see the experiment of humanity and let it go as far as it wanted to go, even if it went negative or positive or chaos or anything. And Enlil is the other brother that represents like the Jehovah side, and that side wants tight rules, restrictions, and
static,
like and like the level of men listen to women, children listen to parents, and just very. And so I just lived like the Inky Enlil life, bouncing back and forth until finally it resulted in my grandparents having a lawsuit against my parents to try to keep me. And I was on the grandparent side, so I went to court and fought to try to get emancipated and be with my grandparents. Mm-hmm. But it didn't work out. I didn't get emancipated.
Oh my God! Oh, I'm so sorry. Holy shit! Lost. Oh my God!
But what happened about the Vatican 1 and 2 thing is that those grandparents were a part of a few Catholics that they knew that would stay with the old Vatican 1 with the Latin Mass, and they stayed true to the old way because there was. Do you know who Father? Surely you know who Father Malachi Martin is.
Most certainly. Yes.
Okay, so I used to sneak to listen to Art Bell at night because I wanted to hear when he had Father Malachi Martin on. That was like my joy in life. That was a sneaky thing I wanted to do. But he talked a lot about the Vatican 1 and 2, and I guess the way it was explained to me is that when Vatican II took place, my grandparents called that the church opening a window that let the demonic influence into the church. And so they basically stayed with the original church, and that's where they became friends with certain people that did that when there were very few, and one of them were Mel Gibson's grandparents. So that was that connection there. That's why I was like, I need to check on this before I drag him through the mud.
Right. Oh, no, I understand. So in other words, and don't be afraid to say this, whatever experience you had with Mel Gibson's family was positive. Did you ever have an opportunity to meet him personally?
No, I just knew that my grandparents were friends with them. It was just a thing I knew. And I also, my grandmother watched Braveheart probably every day of her life. I don't know.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah.
Well, you do know, of course, that Mel...
That was preferable. I would rather stay and watch Braveheart every day than be a Jones fan. So, there you go.
Right. Understood. No, believe me, I get it. I totally fucking get it. I would too. Yeah, that would...
But it's like you said, like if you support that, and I guess I found the Catholic Church influence to be supportive of that side of me, where... I never felt like I couldn't read things or, I even remember a lady that went to our church doing palm readings at the mall.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So yeah, I never felt like that made me deny my true self in that environment.
Right. That's right. Roman Catholic Church has grown incredibly tolerant. Of course, that's what some people are bitching about. And the Vatican II was essentially the quote-unquote modernization, which many Catholics were very dissatisfied with. And it did a lot to blow the mystique of the Church, which is basically the Latin Mass in particular. So that's what led to the rise of Opus Dei, which is Brandon Young is a part of. And his friend, whose name I don't remember, is a part of, but hopefully I'll have them both on at the same time again in the near future. But Opus Dei is, of course, the organization of the laity, the lay public, who are practicing Catholic lay people, and not priests, in other words, not ordained in any way, who are trying to revitalize the Latin Mass and other aspects of the Church that they feel are the heart and core of its traditions. So, they certainly have my sympathies in many ways. Obviously, it's the pomp and ceremony and the inaccessibility of certain parts of the Latin Church that made it viable, really. And so when you take that away, then you are, you're taking away quite a bit. So
I will say, too, I have a friend who is, she's a psychologist, and she works for Catholic Charities, and they do great work. So there, in every organization, there's negative, but that can, nothing is perfect. But I will say that I've seen Catholic Charities, not just with that friend that does that for a living, but I've also seen it touch people's lives and help them. I know one lady, a client of mine, had lost her job, and she went to Catholic Charities, and they did an assessment, and they asked her, they helped her get on everything that she needed, like food stamps and those kind of things. And then they asked her how she was going to get her rent paid, and she said she didn't know until she got on her unemployment or whatever. So what they did was they got her quickly onto her unemployment, and when her unemployment ran out, they actually kept in touch with her like a case, and they, for nothing, like she wasn't even a Catholic. And they called her when they knew the date of her unemployment was up. And when that was up, they said, well, you're going to need some rent. And so she went down there, and they said, we're going to pay your rent. She was like, bless you, I thought we were going to have to move out this month or whatever. Yeah. And they paid it for 6 months in full, which she was shocked. She was like, I didn't think you would be able to help me this much. And, because people say they have a lot of wealth, but they do help with it. So they paid her rent for 6 months, and then for 3 months they paid half of it, and for 3 more months they paid a third of it until she got on her feet.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And she had just picked up the phone and called Catholic Charities.
Right. And I think that's profoundly important. I am sad to say that the problem with the Roman Catholic Church in our neighborhood, so to speak, here in San Francisco, was that unfortunately they themselves were being ripped off by a lot of the people who were supposed to be their agents in these kinds of programs. So when they were trying to teach us about how to use computers, and they sent some man that they had contracted to help us learn how to use computers, they sent over an asshole, and the computer that had been supplied by the Catholic Church had a broken keyboard. And so he was here for an hour wasting all our time saying, oh, let's pretend we had a working keyboard. And, and just he got paid for that by the Roman Catholic Church. And so, real scumbags that were just taking advantage of that charity to deliver nothing. That's the sad part about many of these programs. And what a horrible waste. And the other aspect that I remember was, in our case, it was the Lutheran Church that came to our assistance with rent. And so for many years helped with my parents and then myself with $100 towards the rent for what ultimately amounted to I'd have to say almost a few decades. So I certainly have a soft spot in my heart for the Lutheran Church, but then that of course is hardcore, traditional. That goes back to the European religious wars. So it's not just like some new Protestant kind of schism in the United States or something. Altogether, I mean, there's plenty of good work done by many religious movements, and yeah, this is another positive thing that we need to bear in mind and take into account. And yeah, obviously, religions represent community. So very glad to go through some of these positive aspects that help to make life livable, that help us survive to see the next day. And tell us a little bit about, do you need people to pitch in? In your case, you do mention that you pay your rent, but barely, is what you told myself. So financially, are you okay? Are you doing okay, or do you need any help this month? I mean,
I actually I make a good living, and when that was in the context of, would I spend my money to go to Mount Shasta with Jonathan Shalimar? So at that point, I was like, is he going to pay for me to go speak? Because I'm not just, so that was that. And he did offer to pay me to speak, which is why I did accept. But I don't know if I'm still invited.
You want to tell us the story behind that? Because I know it. But
sure.
Yeah, please.
You want me to?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Well, like Douglas mentioned it, I think in the last transmission, that I was roasting the two politicians that are going at it for president, and
and so what you said personally, and I give you full credit for this, one of your statements was gold, where you said that Trump was so childish during the first debate that it's a wonder that Biden didn't sniff him, and that was just golden. And so that was Crystal River herself, and she had so much other funny stuff up about these politicians. Her page was on fire with it, and I was just shocked. You tell them what happened.
Yeah, so there was one about Trump. It was the day whenever something came out about him only paying $750 in taxes when he's supposed to be a tycoon or whatever. Yeah. And then Trump's response was, well, Biden and their camp is the one that put those laws in place so that I could take advantage of it. So anyway, when they were going back and forth about that, I posted there's this Leonardo DiCaprio, the guy from Titanic. They post him in a lot, like they used his image to post all these different memes, and it just shows him making like a face like, yeah, I got away with it or something, and it shows him like an amalgamation of him with Trump, and he goes, when you only paid $750 for taxes, and he's making like this sarcastic face or whatever. So Jonathan Shalimar, who's putting on this
smugness, it was an expression of smugness, like that. Like, right. So go on, yeah, and then Johnny Shalimar comes.
Yeah, I would like to look up what he actually said.
It was pretty much along the lines of he
came out like defending Trump, like, how dare you? You better. He basically told me, you better get your facts straight before you talk about Mr. Trump this way or whatever. And I'm like, first of all,
thank you.
Go back on your own page and say whatever you want.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I would like to read what I told him, because I don't know if it will result in me not getting to speak now, but I don't know. I mean, I don't go on other people's pages and make comments to try to get them to change their mind, because as a Libra, I have a lot of Libra and Leo nature. What I like to do is live my own life my way, and if you like some of the stuff I do and you start doing it too, cool. But if you don't, I'm totally fine with you thinking the exact opposite of me. I do not care. I just don't. I think it's rude to try to force someone else to. Like, if I post something, it's because that's what the vibe I'm feeling in that moment. And then you're going to come on and comment in the comments and say something that to twist my vibe into the opposite of what I was just feeling. F you, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I posted something about women should know how to use a weapon. And I really liked it. And then Peter Moon came on and commented something about, oh, well, I'm making fun of Peter Moon now, this is a joke, but he said something that I interpreted to the effect of we should all just be singing Kumbaya and doing Qigong on the beach somewhere instead of, but I was like, there's a step in between that where we all need to know how to defend ourselves, you know. So anyway, I just kind of delete people's comments when I don't want to look at it. Like, that's my page, and I want it to look. I want my wallpaper there. So go see what you want on your page. That's all.
Yeah, no. I mean, honestly, I actually find it. I'm rather, how do I say it? I would be hard pressed to even notice what's on other people's pages, and I'm assuming that these men saw it come up on their news feed, and then they felt somehow compelled to respond, and it was. But when it comes to Jonathan Shalimar, I'm just shocked because he, I would think that he would be more detached, being a
right. I thought he was real open-minded and spiritual and letting people do what they feel.
Do their thing.
He came down hard on me.
Yeah, it's one of these things where I'll tell you the truth, and this is it's just it's just that I think that this is, it goes to show you the man who I kind of identify the way Peter Moon describes him as. Essentially, he is the mountain, he is Mount Shasta, as he's kind of the personification or the embodiment thereof, almost like the voice of Mount Shasta. And it's to the point where now Mount Shasta is as polarized as, as the rest of America. This is where we're at. So in a sense, the mountains are tumbling down. I mean, the mountains are invested now politically, or personally, or emotionally.
There's a lot of satanic stuff that goes on over there in that mountain too.
Well, he was the first to tell me that. Jonathan Shalimar was the first to tell me that, and he said that there's dark Satanism on Mount Shasta, and that he was saying that he was telling me some experiences he had. So maybe those influences just sometimes get a hold of him, and he just because that's it's just shocked that's kind of like it's just you think that somebody like that would be above it. Would be above the mere politics, and leave that for us mere mortals. But it's and like if he had looked at your timeline instead of just responding to what was on the newsfeed, he would have seen everything you had making fun of Biden.
It was a triggered. It was a reaction that was like that mind control, where you get triggered by your mind control and you just have to say something. Like, you're just compelled to. And that's what these the politics are cults too. Yes,
and we have to remind ourselves of that. And so
in the Bible, I'll just get a little bit religious here.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
In the Bible, there's a part where Jesus goes.
But by the way, before you go there, I mean, when you said I'm just going to get a little bit religious, is that okay? I mean, honey, you're talking about a show where we had Derek Talley go on about the Great Whore of Babylon, and he went into what is theologically known as eschatology. when he went through his eschatological shall I say outline his theological, shall I say, his doctrine, and it's something like he turned it over to me, and I just had to just say, okay, why don't you guys take over? I'll go make a bathroom break, and just
I remember one time you didn't like what I was saying, and you're like, well, I'm not going to argue with Crystal.
Did you hear?
You took a break.
Yeah. Did you hear the time that I had Noreen on, and she started talking about Sean David Morton, and we gotta support Sean David Morton, and how I was like hemming and hawing with that. I mean, I'm not always really graceful with words. There's plenty of times where I'm at a loss for words, and those are usually some of the funniest parts of the show, really. And yes, so by all means, I mean, if we have,
so you could look at the Jesus story different ways, and I think that it's true on many levels. So I think that's what's cool about it, about like why the Bible lasts. And sure, there are versions that are not really true to what the original work of art was, but they're like I see a lot of astrology in the Bible, for one thing. I see the 12 apostles being like the 12 signs, and then Jesus being the sun. So I think it works on on many levels. And one level is just like the allegory. It's just a story, even whether it was a historical person or not. It's still like something to consider. It makes you think. Like, for example, I was going to talk about when Jesus went on the mountain to meditate alone, and the devil or Satan, whoever, came to him and said, don't go through with this. Don't sacrifice for these ungrateful people. I'll give you all of the kingdoms of this world, all the governments of this world. I'll give them to you, which is telling us that that's who owns the governments of this world. And so if you're all fanatic about the governments of this world, then you're going to be on the 3D side of life, where it only goes so far. You're cutting yourself off from the spirituality side of life, and you're saying, I only care about the material. You know, like I want this guy because I won't have to pay taxes or whatever, you know. And that there's something to be said for how much do you want to give your life force energy to that, you know?
Yeah. No, I
you see people going crazy right now.
Yeah, and by the way, what you're talking about
and cutting off their own friends and family for not feeling the way they do.
Yes.
About politics.
Yes, and by the way, what our Lady Crystal River is referencing is biblically the temptation on the Mount Gethsemane. So everybody knows Jesus was in the Garden of Gethsemane when.
Yeah, we switched to Gethsemane from Shasta.
Yes, there we are. Yes, yeah, there we are. From Shasta to Gethsemane. That's a great essay. We yes, and I think that there's a wonderful train of thought there. So thank you, and so definitely we are. These are dire times, and that brings us back to kind of how dire a situation the world is in. But by the way, one of the things we were speaking about was the smiley face, and one of the things I was bringing up was the Watchmen film, and that was the obsession in the Watchmen film is the stupid smiley face, and it really goes to show you why that film bombed at the box office. Now, the same person who directed 300. So let me look up director of 300, and that'll get us the director of The Watchmen. And so it's Zack Snyder. So Zack Snyder basically he bombed with Watchmen. It bombed in the box office. Because it's not what anybody's looking for, and the reason why is because it's a satanic piece of shit. It's basically you can't win is what the point of the story is. The fact that they went on to make a series of it is even more bizarre and beyond incomprehensible to myself. And it just got worse and worse. By the way, if you ever suffer to watch The Watchmen, it is profoundly has a racist attitude towards Asians, in which they're just pictured as never in control of their own destiny and eternally victims. They're just these eternal victims in which Americans see as that they're in total control of, and so it's just it's just hideous. There's nothing positive to say about it. As for the smiley face, the symbolism there is that the smiley face always has a splat of blood on it. The splat of blood is in the upper right hand section of the circle of the you can't say corner because it's circle, but it's the upper right hand section of the circle, which if it were a clock face is supposed to symbolize the hands of the nuclear doom clock that is the bulletin of the atomic scientists. He's always got the nuclear clock on it, in which they take the hands and push it towards midnight, the closer it is towards midnight is when they predict all-out nuclear conflagration. That is what that is supposed to represent on the Watchman blood-stained smiley face, if you didn't know that. And so all that, Alan Moore, the original author of that series of very sick comics, is trying to tell us is that we're always right near the hour of midnight towards doom. And so when it comes to that, it was something else I had to throw out there about the smiley face and the fact that altogether people just don't realize the Satanism of the symbol. What more can you tell us about the Satanism of the smiley face, honey? She's on mute, I believe.
I went on mute. Okay, I really don't have all of that information. I will point you again to like the William Ramsey did a lot of deconstructing of that.
Okay.
But what I know is that what I still haven't told is what happened with Tracy Twyman.
Please.
So Tracy Twyman is the one who introduced me to the whole idea of smiley face killers, and now I just came full circle when I clicked that Crispin Glover is an actor who was accusing Steven Spielberg in that open letter.
Okay.
And he also has some connection to smiley face killers. I don't know what it is. It's just hitting me that I should look it up. So I'm thinking that maybe he did like a movie or something that had something to do with. I really don't know why he's coming back on my radar as look into whatever he knows something about smiley face killers. But what I do is on Twitter I do follow a page that's called the Smiley Face Killers, and another. I mean, it's not called that. It's called something about drowning victims or something like that. I can look it up, but
right.
It's basically about the phenomenon that's going on in the country and trying to wake people up to case after case. They just daily they've got more cases.
Confirm this for me, and tell me if I'm wrong. From what I understood of it, the Smiley Face Killers is like so much of Satanism, homosexual in the most negative sense. By the way, homosexual itself is a negative term because it's a medical term. It's back from the days when we were classifying the gay lifestyle as a mental illness or a perversion. That's why obviously people don't use that term and instead use the term gay or even queer as opposed to homosexual. But I use it here in the negative sense. And you use the term, the idea. Tracy Twyman introduced me to the idea of the Smiley Face Killers. What Crystal River is really trying to say is that Tracy Twyman introduced her to the phenomenon of the Smiley Face Killers. It's not an idea. It's something that's going on. It's a real fact. So it's not an idea.
Right, and I just found the Twitter page. It's called Drowning Victims. That's the name of the page. And then their handle on Twitter is @SmileyFaceCult. So the smiley, the S is capitalized, the F in face, all the words are capitalized at the beginning. So it's Drowning Victims @SmileyFaceCult. And this is, whoever's the author of this page just basically documents every time anything in the country happens that's relates to this same.
It's always exclusively pattern. Young men that are drowned. Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. So go a bit into that. These are all young breeding age men that are drowned. Very, very gay. Very satanic. And not that these young men are gay.
Well, I'm not sure because I mean, if you say so, I believe you. But I'm saying, to my knowledge, what it was that when I mentioned it to you one time, you said that you thought it was all about like jocks or something, and I thought that it was something about guys that were like wafy.
Okay.
You know. Oh,
okay.
Really
okay. So yeah.
We didn't never determine which it was, but
right.
Now you're coming up with that, so it. I don't know. I just think our intuition's kind of taking us somewhere. But I'm going down this page and it's showing the picture of the guys.
Right. So
and
what I would assume. I would
Yeah,
assume that they were both jocks and waifs that were kind of taken in by this. But go on, please. You can tell us more now.
Well, I mean, people can go there to look at all the pictures of the people and see what they see that are the same.
And what do they look
similar.
like to you?
But they're all men between, like I would say, none of them have reached 30, and they're all so far they've all been white and
yeah.
I've gone way down the page, and it's just like guy after guy after guy that looks this way, and these are happening all over the country.
Yeah.
And this has been on here for, let's see how many years. It'll tell when the page
Probably
started.
fucking 20 by now.
They started this page in 2013.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. And it was going on long before then. So this is just like ongoing. And again, the world that we fucking live in, it's...
And the actor that wrote the open letter to Steven Spielberg, it's Crispin, Crispin Glover.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and so incredible. I want to thank you for bringing that up. Now, is this guy...
And William Ramsey did the documentary called The Smiley Face Killers.
Okay.
At WilliamRamseyInvestigates.com, you can find that.
Okay. And in terms of the Crispin Glover, I think of Danny Glover. Is this guy black? He's not related to
No,
Danny. Okay.
He isn't. He looks like one of the Smiley Face Killer victims. That's why I'm wondering if maybe if I go back and look on the internet if he ever played in a movie or was a part of that project, because I don't know why my mind's putting those two together.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that your intuition is to be taken seriously, and so I definitely thank you for bringing this to the point where, again, when we came to Tracy Twyman and she introduced you to this subject, and then after her death, the last thing you see sourcing from her computer is that goddamn smiley face.
Yeah, so what Tracy and I, the nature of our relationship was mostly sending each other memes that make us laugh. So sometimes we would just find a meme and send it and no speech, just like whatever. And we would just check that we liked it or whatever. It wasn't always like an in-depth conversation. So one of the things she had been talking about, like the night before, I stumbled across a meme and I sent it to her, and her response was weird, because normally, you can click on it and make the thumbs up or the heart or whatever, but what she did, instead of reacting to it the way you can by touching the post and making one of the emojis, she sent me an emoji, which was unusual, instead of just making a smiley face emoji, you know what I mean, instead of just doing the thumbs up. So what she sent me was a single smiley face, and we had already gone extensively over all the smiley face killer stuff, and when she sent me just a smiley face, yellow, smiling, I just felt creeped out. My whole body went full body chills, and I didn't say anything to her, why would you send me that, but I just thought, oh well, we all do stuff and we don't think about it sometimes or whatever.
Oh no! Not something like that.
The next time I heard, she was dead. That was the last communication we ever had.
Yeah. So thank you. I mean, that's horrible, and it reminds me of what you got from, Max Spears, and which,
absolutely,
yeah.
There's so many similarities with these two people. Both came, they both started talking to me a few months before their death, and they were both afraid for their life. So there's a lot of parallels with those two. That's why when I bring one up, I bring the other up. It's just kind of natural. I don't know, one happened, and then their deaths were also within a week of each other. His was something like June or July 17th, and hers was something like the 10th, or maybe vice versa. But I get the J months mixed up. I'm a stoner. But whichever, I think it was July 17th and July 10th, if I'm not mistaken. But within, a couple years later, but within a few days of each other, it was their anniversary. And then they both had issues getting the person buried and getting a headstone for the person, and all this stuff. But I started taking it as sort of part of my mission, part of what I'm here. What I say, I like to help people. There are people that will transition you through death knowingly. You go to these people and you're a terminal patient, and then they get you through that process onto death. And I feel like mine was sort of like that, but it was in a different way, because I didn't have the proof that they were going to be dead in a few months. But I feel like I just sort of helped them
transition.
Like they knew their mission and they were just fulfilling their destiny, and I was there to make it more comfortable in retrospect.
Thank you. I think that is, you've hit the nail on the head. Honestly, you acted as like their guide to the other side in the last days of their lives, or the last months. And that is so important. These were extraordinarily troubled people, and they led extraordinarily troubled lives. And what they did is...
and they both reference Michael Aquino in their work, which is why it has... And they both had something, like, at some point ran in the same circles with you. And so, I mean, you are like the next... you are helping me heal from all this stuff that I've been through with them, because you put a lot of it in context where it was really just like a big, what the fuck? Like, why me? You know?
Right.
But
thank you. I appreciate you recognizing that. We help each other, and we help to validate and verify each other. And honestly, you help to make what I say more palatable for the body politic. And when it comes to these people, and they're kind of running in the same circles I did, you'll notice, of course, the difference is how vulnerable they were, and how one of the things that I feel, without any sense of hubris or overconfidence, is I'm obviously not going to go out the way they did. And one of their problems was they were really dealing with the wrong group of people.
You're strong in your convictions,
Yeah.
and it's that old saying of, if you don't stand for something, you can't stand for anything, or something like that. What is that saying of, if you don't
stand up for something, you'll fall for anything. Yeah.
Right. They were very, in that, where they didn't have strong convictions.
Yes.
They were, yeah.
And that was the tragedy.
You're completely a different
Thank
story.
you. Animal, yes, a completely different animal. And definitely, by the way, one of the things that Lilith Aquino said when she sent me that $5, she left a message on it that I didn't even see until it was pointed out to me by Selena Khan, and she had to show me how to go into PayPal to see the message, because oftentimes people donate something and you see the message. And so what she said was, "God bless you, DDD," and that, of course, was in and of itself sarcasm, quite obviously, and it was actually, it was quite funny. So I certainly found myself laughing at that, but it goes to show what you were saying, that
the satanic inversion.
Aside from the satanic inversion, you were pointing out, of course, something that I've never denied, that basically her and Michael Aquino have a perverse affection for myself. And and so could you go a little bit into that to explain people
an obsession.
Yeah. There's but there's definitely, I think that there's a real sincerity in her saying "God bless you, DDD," in the sense that she would probably herself claim that it's a snide remark because of the entertainment I provide her, to try to put herself on a higher plane. But honestly, it's like Michael Aquino said, there was no one else who ever provided him a challenge. It's definitely...
in a very real sense, he was living for you.
Yes, that is true. And so that's something very difficult to explain to people. And I don't know how most people would take it, other than probably, negative. They just don't get it. They just don't get it. And but you do. And that is deeply important to me, the fact that you could see what other people cannot. And so with that in mind, what else about I think that one of the things that we could tell people is NASA, of course, has a very satanic background with Jack Whiteside Parsons. And Jack Whiteside Parsons, of course, founded Jack Parsons Laboratory, JPL, which was then overtaken by NASA, subsumed into NASA, and they changed the name to Jet Propulsion Laboratories. And that was to hide the fact that they were connected with Jack Parsons, but then they named a crater on the moon after him. appropriately enough, on the dark side of the moon. And this is kind of like the NASA, of course, I think is over-credited with a lot of evil by a lot of people who are saying that they're hiding all kinds of things from us, and by that time we fall off the precipice into the flat earth bullshit. But without going in that direction, which of course Crystal River is not anywhere near that kind of insanity,
I don't know, and I don't think it matters that much. I really think that the earth isn't round or flat. It's probably more like hollow, and we are arguing over something that is not the point of what we really need to be focusing on right now.
It certainly has nothing to do with our immediate problems, yes, and the fact that people somehow view that as somehow
I think people latch on to, the ones that do latch on to it are doing so because they want to drive home the point that the same point that you make, that we've been lied to about our history, and so they're looking for proof of that, but you're the proof of that.
Thank you, and that's, yeah, and I appreciate that profoundly, honestly, and so when it comes to these situations, however, that aside, then, what is it that that you think? What else do we need to know about NASA that we need to be wary of?
I mean, I do think that there is still occultic stuff going on. I do think that it's another part of the large acronym that you gave out.
Yes, my Monani sick, calm, the yeah, it is basically the entire military complex as it's infiltrated pretty much everything, and so let me try and give that out again, since people are constantly asking me for that, and honestly, it's almost redundant, because what people just need to know is that it's the military-industrial complex as it's infiltrated, every
right,
aspect
and so
of society.
Hollywood is a part of it, and NASA's a part of it, and so it's the octopus, it's the Cthulhu, it's like another arm of the machine. It's just, and it's used like, it has occultic origins for a reason. It was really based on lies. So it was the stuff that Jack Parsons and I'm not the expert, but the stuff that they were doing was basically they weren't getting the results that they wanted. So they were using magic to manufacture results until something happened. And look, if they were really into like doing something more, we'd be farther along. Like even the Jetsons from 50 years ago, still we don't even have that yet. So
thank you.
I don't think that they're over there doing anything with technology. That's for sure. They're just sitting on their ass. But they are a part of space camps, and I have seen this touring that I told you about, with taking the young bands and stuff on the road and exhausting them, and they do the MK Ultra with the flicker rate, and the shows have the flicker, and they even have the warnings that you could stroke out at these shows, and these kids do it every night. They get exhausted, they can barely afford to eat, they're just happy to be able to play their music. They'll work for that and alone, and then they are deprived of sleep, and I just think it's another extension of the MK Ultra, and these bands go through and get like, quote, the NASA tour, and I think what they're really getting is, I think there's like stops along the way that are programming places, and I think that's one of them. That's my reading on that. So
thank you. Thank you. And by the way, the technique she's referring to is sleep deprivation, and the flickering light, of course, is a stroboscopic effect, which can be hypnotic as well. And all of this is conducive to before you have, say for instance, people are familiar with interrogation, and then you have what is behavior modification. And before you can really modify someone's behavior, you're basically breaking the person down. So the behavior modification is the restructuring of the person in your image, or the image of the state as or the cult, or whichever party is involved. So these are something that that we have to take into account when it comes to these camp scenarios. I mean, the very term camp itself it sounds quite sinister, like an internment camp. And in a sense, that's what it is, because there's no option really for escape for a person who's involved in this process. So you're in this place where it's going to have an impact on the rest of the person's life. And as Crystal says, there's stops along the way that people may not remember the rest of their lives, at least not consciously. So yeah, it's something to take into account if you're a parent and thinking about allowing your children going into some kind of quote unquote camp. And so there we have that. And aside from that, you know, I'm sure that there are other things that come to mind on your list. Is there anything left that you can bring up? And
the list is starting to get smaller and smaller, but I did get a comment from Maria Grigor.
Wonderful.
She asked me if I could send her the film on the bats, and I wanted to tell her that I've been telling this story to my friends and family, and they all asked me to send them the video. I'm trying to find the means to send the first one because it's 6 minutes long, and when I send it through, I tried to send it through Skype, I tried to send it through Messenger, and both of those places said that the video is too long, the 6 minute one. It'll send the other one where I talked to the bat and it got its stuff back, but I'm trying to find out how to do it. Maybe if I just link it, and maybe if I just do it through email.
Maybe. Because it's probably what it is. It's one of those torrent situations where they say there's an overload of information. There's simply too much information to send. And so then they have what they call torrent, which sends large amounts of information. Or like Brendan Zogit did, you put it all inside of like a packet. You get the packet, like zip it into a pack and then send the pack.
Right.
A
zip file. Yeah, she says that she loves bats, and so I'm going through my spirit animal deck, and I'm trying to find the one on bats so I can give her a message about it. But meanwhile, while I'm looking through that, I wanted to tell her that I will try to send both of them to her, since she says she loves bats. I'm just
by the way,
the delay is that
I'm
I can't
touched
do it straight through Messenger.
Yeah, I'm touched by that because bats are considered animals that deliver blessings in China. So bats are considered very positive in China, and they're considered to be very much some, to have a bat enter your home is that it's bringing blessings as opposed to...
Yeah, it's very good luck. I do know that, and I do have people that report them. I live on the 3rd story of a building, and they nest up above my roof, and I love them. I just love them. I just love at night looking out at the night sky and then seeing them. So they come here every night, and some of my neighbors report them and try to get rid of them and stuff, but I don't want them to go anywhere. They're good luck. But this is the short sentence on here. Instead of going too far into it, I'll talk to her about it later, but it's bat spirit. It means a rebirth is assured.
Wonderful. And by the way, so people know this, if you take
that reading would kind of apply to like me, because when that happened, and then the whole story is about bringing the bat back to life. So it's
yes.
Too, but also, whoever took an interest in that, like Maria did, then I would say that reading is also for her too.
Right. By the way, were you able to hear that night that I had Noreen Halpand on, and she was talking about her Morgellon syndrome? Were you able to hear that?
No, but you told me about it later, and I told you that about there's a movie, a cheesy, terrible Hollywood B movie or C movie or D movie called Bug, and basically it's about that phenomenon where once you feel like there's a bug on your body or under your skin or whatever, that it makes a certain type of psychosis. I forgot what the psychosis is called.
Right.
But I felt like maybe she was having problems with that.
Yeah.
With feeling like once she's got, it's mental, once she's got this idea into her head, it's showing her the proof in her physical world. So in other words, she's manifesting and creating it further. With the original seed that was planted, she left herself open to the information. And then her, I'm not saying none of it's true and that she has nothing going on either. And I'm not saying there's no such thing as Morgellons. I don't know. But I'm saying that the reading I picked up on her is that she's dealing with issues of that type of, a touch of what's going on there, that type of psychosis where
right. But
now that you feel that way, it's driving you crazy, basically.
Right. So, by the way, what you're speaking of is delusional parasitosis, and it's also known popularly, if you can say anything like that is popular, as Ekbom syndrome. And
Okay.
so that's the. By the way, I did not know this. When I looked it up, I find that Salvador Dali, for those of you who are fans of that surrealistic art of Salvador Dali, he suffered from the irrational fear that insects were breeding under his skin.
Interesting.
Yes, and by the way, the term for the symptoms is called formication. Formication is the feeling of insects crawling across or underneath your skin, and the name itself comes from the Latin word formica, which means ant. And so, and it's a type or subcategory of paresthesia, and paresthesia happens when you feel sensations on your skin that don't have a physical cause. So, as in the crawling, your skin is crawling, pins and needles, and it's basically a tactile hallucination. And there you have it. And it's tell us about the comedy episode, or I believe it was a comedy series in which they were confronting a young lady who had a nascent, what you would call a nascent or a potentially developing case of that mysterious condition. And and then the doctor just basically told her, you don't want to turn into one of these people who's convinced that there's, bugs crawling under their skin. And she just had to learn to normalize her relationship to her environment, because this is what it's all about, really, is your relationship to your
Yes, so I missed the episode when that was going on, but what I was really into this series from the past, like in the 90s, I think, called Northern Exposure, and I bought the DVDs online and I was watching them all in order. And in one of the later seasons of it, I recommend that show, by the way. It's very it's Native American spirituality. It kind of these people, how they live in Alaska, kind of away from the rat race, and how they each develop their own consciousness and spirituality. And it's a really good show. I would recommend it. It's really positive. But toward the last season, there was an episode where this main character had a boyfriend who was a doctor, who kind of let her know that she was freaking out about dust mites and overly cleaning on spring cleaning or something like that. And the character explained to her that you can't take that too far, because she started, like thinking about it all the time and like extra, like vacuuming everything and saying she should probably move and all this stuff. And he told her, if you take this all the way out, you can have this. That's when I told you, I don't remember what the term was, but that, I think that's after then you looked it up. Yeah. But he was explaining to her, and so then she, the whole episode wrapped up with that. Like, she realized that she wasn't going to let her mind control her in that way. But I was basically watching that while you were having Noreen go through that, and then the next time we talked, that was that just.
Oh my God! Well, that just goes to show that is true synchronicity, and
right, because that was all the way from the 90s, and I just randomly was watching it.
Right. Well, I remember Northern Lights distinctively, and no, it's not a comedy. Just so people know, this was a
Northern Exposure.
Northern
It does
Exposure,
have
thank you.
comedy. It's light, but it's like a drama, but
Yeah.
it's also comedy. But yeah.
Yes, thank you, and so that's the way to describe it. It is very much how would I say it?
It gives me a really good feeling after each episode, and it's very endearing. So I would say there's not that much positive material. So you asked me earlier about something positive. I would say another thing I found very comforting when I watched it was it takes place not only away from the rat race, but also in a time before technology became the way it is, where everyone has a phone in their hand and people go to dinner and don't even look at each other because they're looking at who else they could be at dinner with on the internet or whatever. Yeah. And so, on there, everybody has like a telephone at their house, and if they're not home, they miss the call and stuff like that. It's pretty. There's even one episode where somebody in the town gets their first computer and learns how to, live using a computer. So
that's amazing. And yeah, in other words, what you're telling us about is you're reminding us of the fact that this was produced in a time when technology was far behind what we have now. And these people not only have less of the technology that we have now and therefore are behaving very differently, but they're in an isolated environment. And Northern Lights was when I was confusing it with the film by...
it's Northern Exposure.
Yeah, it's Northern Exposure. I was confusing it with the title of the film by the director I was talking about, whose name I'm now even forgetting, Rob Nilsson.
Peter Jackson? Oh, that.
Yeah, Peter Jackson. Yeah, that's Rob Nilsson. He was doing Northern Lights, which was about Norwegian fishermen in the Great Lakes states area, or up near the border with Canada. But when it came to Northern Exposure, was the name of this particular series, and yes, it was definitely a different world back then. And you see that different world. So it's. So there you have it. I really want to thank you, honey, for bringing that up. And it's so it's about what time where you're at, darling, because we'll probably let you go soon, and I'll probably go for a little monologue to put the people to sleep.
That's cool. I mean, I don't have anything left on my list, and it's 1:40 here.
Okay.
So
yeah, well,
I could smoke a joint and listen to your monologue if you're ready to do that.
Oh, sure. But before I go into the monologue, I'll probably take a short break and let our man Jameson Reese take over for a bit. Would you mind talking with Jameson Reese for a few minutes while I'm gone? And then
no, I wouldn't mind.
Okay, wonderful. And so I'll leave if Jameson.
I have a meme for him.
Oh yes, yes. Tell us about that. While you're digging that up, I'll go around a little bit more on the internet, see what I can pick up, and let's confirm that he's here. Let's hope he's still with us.
Do you know what you're going to monologue about?
Inevitably, I'm going to touch on China, and I will touch, of course, inevitably on just what's on everybody's mind, which is basically we've got the pandemic.
Can I put in a little request for you to touch on one thing?
Sure, honey.
Okay, what I wanted to ask you about tonight that I thought you might have insight into is the esoteric and spiritual reasons behind, like Asian cultures in particular, but in the wearing of a mask for the purpose of something spiritual.
Okay. So talk about the spiritual aspect.
Because it is Halloween, and we are dealing with all this mask stuff in the world, and more specifically on the Halloween time, people wear the mask. So I just thought that'd be a cool thing to talk about on Halloween night, about masks. If you have anything on that.
Oh, of course.
If you don't, I mean.
Oh.
Sure. You got something on everything.
Oh yeah, honey, you know me too well. So do you want me to concentrate more on the medical masks, or masks as in like masking?
I the esoteric of it, the spiritual and esoteric.
Okay, I'll go into the aspects of that gladly, and I thank you for bringing that up, as a matter of fact. And so, in the meantime, before you go and leave me without holding my hand, let's see if we can drag Jameson Reese out of the shadows. Is he, Mr. Reese? Are you with us?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Oh, thank God.
Wake up.
Yeah, oh my
I'm
God.
just waiting for the THC to hit.
Oh my God.
I
Oh my God.
don't
Did
think
you
it
said
was a
you
really
needed?
good
Oh, now we have our subject matter.
Yes. Yes.
I don't think it was
Because
really.
last time you said something to Jameson about should he not be vaping because is that dangerous? And I wanted to say something about that.
Oh,
that
please.
He uses a vaporizer that is not dangerous. In fact, it's the more healthy way, even than smoking with rolling papers, which is what I do. I use raw rolling papers, and I only smoke joints. I don't smoke bongs. I smoke marijuana cigarettes, and I also occasionally do vape. And my mother uses a volcano because it's the cleanest. You're just getting the clean vape, and you don't have any of the harsh side. It's the least harsh way to take it for your lungs. So what Jameson's doing, if he's doing what I think he's doing with like a volcano type of
Oh no.
vaporizer, or are you talking about
No,
vape
my
like
vape's broke,
Jules?
so I'm literally applying the liquid that's super concentrated to my tongue.
So is that dabs?
Well, this means I'm going to trip fucking balls like I did last night.
Is this what you were talking about me about needing so many more milligrams? Is this what you were referencing?
Well, no. I kind of made
You
a
can
fuck.
go on break. We'll take care of this.
Okay, honey. Yeah. I'll be back in about,
Okay.
It's going to take me about, just as a forewarning, I'm just letting everybody know this. Right now, it's a quarter, 3/4 of the hour. We got a quarter of the hour to the top of the hour. I won't be back till the top of the hour, just so you know you've got 15
That's
minutes.
fine.
Okay, love you.
Okay.
All right, be back. Thank you.
It's just stuff that you're supposed to put inside of the vapor cartridges, meaning that it's super concentrated. So, I'm
Is
going.
it called wax or dab?
No.
Oh,
This
okay.
is the stuff that's meant to these are meant to refill. They're syringes.
Oh, okay.
What happens is, because it's so concentrated, like one drop, if you're vaping, it would probably take quite a few puffs to get one drop. But yeah. So what's gonna happen is my vision's gonna change, and I'm gonna start seeing fractals and stuff, and just really tripping out, which is good because I'm just sick of being sober. I'm sick of being lucid. Yeah, more or less sick of being human, but it goes without saying. All right, so I've got to find a way to entertain people for 15 minutes.
Well, I don't want to get into a controversy about the masks, but what we went through last time, what we talked about, whenever on the last transmission, I heard you and Douglas talking about something. I actually woke up and heard Douglas say my name, which is probably why I woke up, because it was all about me at that moment. But I woke up and heard you two talking about, he said, I don't know if Crystal will want to be alone on air with anybody, but I think you two talked before, and you said something like, yeah, I'm cool with Crystal. We're cool. We just, talked about the mask or whatever. And then it made me get a funny meme for you about masks. So I'm going to send it to you right now.
All right.
It's all in good fun. It's Halloween themed.
All right. I hope I'll be able to laugh. My
You don't
personality
have to.
flat these days. It sort of goes with being on the schizoaffective spectrum. I have what I guess you'd call a schizotypal personality, which is, when I get that way, my mood just becomes flat, and, I become kind of dull, asocial, that type of stuff.
Well, I'm not friends with you or connected with you on anything, so I'm just going to send it to Douglas and on his Skype, and he can show it to you, because I'm afraid to push too many buttons and to hang everything up. So I send it to him, and he can show it to you when he comes back.
Gotcha.
So yeah, what were you going to talk about?
I don't know. I'm gonna probably look around and see what I could dredge up as far as news is concerned. I don't think anyone really wants to hear about my own personal shit. So, What we do have is India's coronavirus cases cross 8 million. 8 million.
Oh, I'd rather hear about your own personal shit. No, I'm just kidding.
And the
I'm
person
kidding.
is pretty much going to make everyone just want to be like, why is this guy on the program?
Oh no, you definitely have value for this program, for sure.
Let's see, we've got the typhoon landslides that left 19 dead, 64 missing in Vietnam. I saw footage of the typhoon, and that's really, really strong.
And what date was that? Because we've got something going on with the moon that affects the tide. So I wanted to say something about that too.
Oh yeah, go into it. Please.
It's just a short little thing that I was gonna say about Halloween night, which is a full moon. A blue moon is the saying once in a blue moon. It comes from blue moons being rare, and the reason they're rare is because what happens is you usually have one full moon each month, but when you have two that come in the same calendar month, they call the second one a blue moon. So we haven't had a blue moon on Halloween since 1944. And on Halloween night, All Hallows Eve, this year, we're going to have the first blue moon Halloween since 1944.
Nice.
So not only is that, I mean, that's significant in astronomy and also the tides, but I was going to warn people that from a dark black magic, dark satanic
it's great for spell casting.
Right, they're gonna, I'm just saying the darker people are darker practices are gonna view that as like a night to do black magic, but we can also do our own thing with it, so
I've got something I can do before then, because a lot of times they talk about doing things on the full moon. I find it better to do things before the full moon for some reason, because that I don't know, it just gets better results for me. I don't really link magic as far as
what that could be. It could be that your own personal chart has a point of power with that, so
yeah. Well, my chart has me in like my ascendant is in like Taurus.
Okay.
And then I got like I think the next one is in like Venus or something. I don't know. It's actually on this computer, so I could pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up.
I don't know how to read half of it. I could probably just put it.
Right, I'm learning how to read it too. But what you'll be able to see if it's from the Astrodience.
This is like the sidereal, so I could just I could just get the image of it and put it in the Skype. Let me see if this is it.
I think what sidereal has that's mainly different is that they don't do the retrograde. I think.
Yeah, here we go. All right. Now, I for one am not really good at knowing how to read everything on there, but this is.
But really, the way to do it, I'm not an astrologer. I'm learning too. But what I would say, if you want to try to read it, is that same with tarot. Like the less you know, the better. You can learn book smarts about what every single card has meant to other people, but it's really a lot more significant when you don't know any of that and you see what you get from it. So when you look at your own chart, I would say what jumps out at you first, and then research those things like one or two at a time, because what you're going to see is what's going to jump out at you in the moment is going to be what's really important for right now, or what's most significant about your chart your whole life or something. But your intuition is going to pick out and prioritize what's the most significant for you to know now.
Like a cold reading.
Right. That's how I would do it now, because I haven't learned it. I've taken classes about astrology, but I just have so many other interests that I stick to it for a while and then move on to something else. But it in my readings, I'll get a hit that'll tell me I'll be working with a person and then I'll get a message saying they need to get an astrology reading. So tell them to find a good astrologer that they trust, and because what's going on with them right now has something to do with their chart. I think we talked about that before. So that started happening to me so often that I decided to take some classes and learn it myself. And I've just only done some remedial Western astrology, but
I see. Yeah, I have one of these minds that are overly rational, so it's difficult for me to just pull things out that stand out, you know. It's like I have to have some kind of you know, context as far as data is concerned in order to really be able to do that. And the problem is I don't have any data on, you know, what many of these things mean offhand. Like I could remember a few things here and there, but it's like I don't know. It's like, you know, I could channel sigils and stuff, and I could try if I'm really, really keen, hear spirits and whatnot. But it's like, when it comes to things that pertain to myself, it's like I'm just blind.
well, I would say what you express since I've known you is a lot about working with your shadow side, and astrology shows you where your lighter side is so that you don't get bogged down into only the shadow work, because the shadow works, most people are the opposite of you, whereas they don't do enough shadow work, but you're all about the shadow work, which is really good to get out of the way. One way to look at it is you came here to clear a lot of that karma, and so you'll even have experiences to match the frequency you're on. So if you're beating the drum, so to speak, of negative stuff, more negative stuff will show up for you to see that you are, the ultimate message is that you are a creator, and that this negative stuff is not outside happening to you and you have zero control over it. It's really about helping you take your power back and seeing that whatever you're seeing in the outer world is something that's going on the inside. And that and that gives you the power because you work on it from the inside, and you'll see something else on the outside. I can say that from experience because that's what I do with people, and I just see it happen over and over again, hundreds of times. You know, case after case, I can just show you that people do manifest their reality by what's going on inside.
Well, the truth is, I'm not really looking for anything that makes me happy. I've given up on that a long time ago. I more or less am convinced that I just want to be the last survivor, and what I'd like to try to manifest is the demise of the human species, if possible. Because I feel that if I do that...
What if humanity's at a critical point where they could go one or the other, and why wouldn't you want to see it go? Why wouldn't you want to see us get over this hump? And
because I feel like I was created to usher in the end of this, and so I feel like that's my job.
Oh, okay.
That's my work.
Makes sense.
I pretty much have to see that humanity is...
So what is your age? Because that would basically say that this would, Armageddon would be happening in your lifetime, kind of.
35.
So when do you see this happening? What age would you be when this happens and you get to finally be alone?
I don't know. The sooner the better. If it happened next year...
But do you ever have any vision of what it will look like? Do you fantasize or imagine or...
I just know that survival is going to be really fucking tough because most of my survival relies on other human beings being existent. The idea is for it to happen slowly around other regions of the world first and to hit where I'm at last so that I can have the best chance of survival. The whole point of surviving and being the last human standing is because that makes you God by default. That's all I want. I don't really give a fuck about anything else.
I just want you to know that you're God already. You really.
If I am, then I have myself to torture for the rest of eternity for putting myself into this shit. I really have a bone to pick with myself if I'm God, because if I wasn't God, I'd be seeking to wring his fucking neck.
That's kind of my point, but calling God a he is a thing too with me.
Whether it's a God,
I don't think God.
Whether it's he or she, I think it's a thing. I think it's an inanimate thing that doesn't give a shit one way or the other. It's just like a mechanism. It's like a machine. That's how I see it. I don't believe in God in the sense as many people, because I'm more or less a polytheist.
Right.
I believe there's many entities that can be called gods or goddesses. And I believe, and that's one of the reasons why I work with different gods, different demons, different angels, whatever, But ultimately, I hate existence. It doesn't matter how good I have it. I could have been a billionaire who has sex every day of the week with the most beautiful humans. I don't fucking care. I just want to see everything come to an end, because that's what I do. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to unmake this. To unravel it.
Okay, just stepping back in. I take it at this point, Jameson has gone down his usual road to fall into the rut of how he wants to be the last person on Earth so he can enjoy himself in peace. Was that, honey?
I was asking him to explain his point of view.
Oh, God, why? It's like...
There's nothing for me to explain. It's just
in the words of Jameson, that's what I do.
Yes, that's true, too. In terms of... what we can do is we can, he vents this quite a bit, so we're familiar with his shtick by now. In that sense, it's how would I say it? It's actually, to tell you the truth, it's tedious. It's tedious. We know what it is, and it's not really what he seeks. But it's definitely, how would I say it?
I don't believe you can say that with accuracy.
You don't think it's a cry for help?
Yes,
on some level?
Yes.
No, I don't want help.
I think you want other people to show you the other side of the argument.
No, I don't. I don't want anything to do with people. I've had enough.
At any rate, we could change the subject in the sense that it's going to reach, how would I say it? It's going to reach a kind of impasse. And when it reaches the impasse that it does, it just goes there. In terms of the good news, Jameson is, of course, an environmentalist. So he doesn't seek the extirpation or extermination of various other species.
Just the human race.
Yes, his frustration being with human beings. So all of that aside, of course, it's one of those things where, oh well, we move on. And in terms of our dear lady, Crystal River, I take it she's toked up a little bit. So very interested in, say, the quality of your
DMC. Yeah, the thing you said last time, you said that pretty much Crystal River, when she takes a couple of tokes, she'll talk to anyone.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Yes.
It was so funny. Yeah, I like that.
Thank you. Yeah, and believe me, I just want to tell you how privileged we are to have you with us, and the fact that, Jameson, I hope you appreciate the fact that when Crystal River speaks to you, you're being gifted with the fact that she has an enormous amount of patience, and I hope you appreciate the fact that she didn't regale at what you've said, because you do realize that much of what you say is for shock value, not in the sense that you don't believe what you're saying, but it's not like you're not grooving off the shock that people have when you say what you say.
You're wrong.
And well, there has to be some enjoyment to it, or it wouldn't.
We can talk about that later. It's just we don't have to go there now. I'm more or less just doing.
Is your head in your hands? I mean, like there's kind of like it sounds like your head's like kids in school when they've got their arms folded and they've got their head in their folded arms. Like sounds almost like you're talking from that position, or is that just what happens when? You take the THC directly onto the tongue. It swells up, right?
What happened?
That happens to
No,
me
no,
when
no.
I take edibles. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, it's the THC right on your tongue causes it to swell. That's why your voice is kind of different, right?
It is?
Yeah, well, it was for a while there. It was kind of like, you know.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, that's because I had my head down. It's just,
Okay.
uh, uh,
Yeah, but so there you go. I'm glad you put your head up. In terms of the both of you, what were the both of you speaking about before it descended to the
I was just Jameson mentioned was it a tidal wave, Jameson?
no, I was talking about stuff that was going on in like Indonesia.
Right, but what made me
Just
talk
going
about the
across,
moon?
like,
It was
random
something
routes.
about
It wasn't. It wasn't. It was Taiwan. Yeah, Taiwan.
Okay.
They got hit with a typhoon, and it really like has like people missing because of landslides and whatnot.
Sorry
No,
to hear
Vietnam.
that.
Vietnam.
Okay, let me check this out. Taiwan and
No, it's Vietnam. Vietnam, not Taiwan.
oh, okay, thank you. Oh my God. So I'm sorry to hear that at any rate, of course, and I have a deep and abiding love for the Vietnamese people. And again, they were exploited in that stupid Watchmen film as a race of victims. And of course, they're all kneeling to the Americans because of Dr. Manhattan having the power of a god and all this other shit. I mean, it's just a thoroughly offensive film. And it just gets worse with the series. By the way, for anyone who says, okay, then why do you watch it? You don't understand. Sometimes I have to suffer checking into this sort of thing. I have to scan. And what I do is I just fast forward through the scenes on YouTube that are made available, which, by the way, I don't know if people are aware of this. What they offer as television series and what they offer as movies, oftentimes there's so much that's made available on YouTube that you pretty much see the film or the series without even subscribing to the carrier, so to speak, or the venue on which they're showing more formally, which people are paying to see. So I get to actually review these films without paying for them, and I do so quite quickly with a fast forwarding and stopping at certain bits that stand out to me. It's not like I waste my time sitting there and actually watching them, unless they're actually enjoyable. And there really isn't that much out there, sadly, that they're producing in general that is all that enjoyable. So that's how I find out about what goes on in these things. But definitely what I want to thank both of you for is for holding the stage while I was gone. Let's check into the live stream and see how people responded, if indeed they're responding with anything. Ragnar Lodrock is with us, and he says that, and of course Karen O'Connor is with us, and we want to thank her for being with us. And oh my God, they're holding quite the conversation, and that's good. That's good. And Sarah Shields is bringing up the fact that we have a blue moon on Halloween. And oh my God. And that's, tell us about the significance of that, Crystal. There she's on mute, I hope.
I was telling Jameson that was the last thing on my list. I was going to sign off with the story about how we're having a blue moon on Halloween. And so a blue moon is when you have a second full moon in 1 month.
Mm-hmm.
And according to Farmer's Almanac, this is the first time since 1944 that we had a blue moon, full moon on Halloween.
Oh, wow.
So I was saying that's can be taken as an occultic date to people who would practice dark magic. I mean, it's important in the occult, but I would say for the purposes of what we were talking about earlier about protecting your children, it's also, it's just like no trick or treating, like no mask. Keep your kids close, I would say, because what'll happen is some dates are significant every year, like Beltane, or certain times of year for certain reasons. But there also are sometimes dates that, like I had a violent attack happened to me on 6/6/96.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so and it was definitely demonic. Like an angel had saved me from that experience.
Oh
So
my
that
God.
was what happened was I was carjacked, and two men were in my car when I came out of a shopping center and got into my car, which had tinted windows, so I didn't see that anyone was in there. And when I got in and sat in the passenger seat, I realized there was someone sitting next to me. And I mean, I got in and sat in the driver's seat, and there was someone sitting in the passenger seat, and there was also someone in the back seat hiding too. So basically, these guys told me to drive, and so I drove a little bit, but I was looking for a security vehicle, and I was gonna like ram into it or whatever it took, you know, to get attention, because I knew something was telling me that I had learned before, like on TV or something, that you never go to the second location with someone that's like kidnapping you or whatever.
Right.
That's where your demise. So I was just going to cause a car crash if anything, and, just drive right into someone else's car, because I was looking for a way to get out of this. So I drove a little ways, and what happened is they told me to stop in a parking lot of a restaurant. So I stopped in the parking lot of this restaurant, and I started to fight with them, because I knew that if I didn't fight for my life, I was finished. So they didn't like that I was just doing all this violent stuff, and the guy in the back seat tried to pull me to the back seat from the driver's seat. So while I was being pulled, like, they had their arms under my armpits pulling me to the back seat. And when I was being pulled like that, I got the idea to put my foot on the horn and beep it as many times as possible with my foot before they had pulled me all the way to the back, because I knew my windows were tinted, and that even if anyone could see what was going on, which it was night, that they wouldn't be able to see that I was getting attacked. So I was beeping the horn like that with my foot, and I guess they got tired of or fed up with, they didn't expect that much for me to fight that much, I guess. So ultimately they threw me out of the back seat of my car and drove off and ran over me, and they broke my leg, they broke my ankle, and my foot was just barely hanging there. Like, a nurse that was in the restaurant saw the whole thing from the point of when I got thrown out of the car. But what happened was I went into shock, and in my shock state, I got up, and this is before they ran over me. Once they threw me out of the car, I got up and I ran alongside the car, because they were just driving off, and I tried to get my car back. I don't know what I was thinking, but I reached my hand into the back window that was open. It was just slightly cracked, and I grabbed onto the seatbelt. And even though they were driving forward, I did this, and so they ran over my ankle. And this nurse saw the whole thing happening, and she was like, "I gotta go help this woman." And so, but she was feeding little kids, and she didn't have another adult with her, so she quickly had to pay her bill while she was watching me get attacked. And then she came outside and she said, "I saw everything that happened. Don't talk. You're in shock." She put me in her vehicle, and all her kids were watching me. I was in the back seat. My foot was barely hanging on, and she drove me to a hospital, which was really close by, and that happened. So it was all. I will say that what they found later, when they did find my car, it was abandoned. They never found out who did that to me, but at the time, the person I was married to was heavily into the occult, and we were having issues, we weren't getting along. So this is something that, this attack wasn't random. It was something that is, this comes with the I don't want to pronounce it wrong, but the Pac-1 Morales stuff.
Yes.
This is the same kind of family that I was involved in at that time. So that's who turned these people to do this. But I will say that I fought off by myself 2 grown men, and I feel like I had help doing that.
Yes.
Angelic help. So and then with it being on that date, it's 6696. It's something occultic attached to why they chose that date to do what they did and make that move.
Yes. Yeah.
And what really hit that home for me, the reason I knew that before I analyzed about the date was that whole experience was very spiritual. Like I felt an angel's presence help me be able to overtake these 2 guys to where they couldn't kidnap me.
Yeah. And oh my God, that is so frightening. And I'm so proud of you for holding your own the way you did. Honestly, it's something that very few people could do something like that and retain their presence of mind. Honestly, it's where was this again? In Texas.
It was in Houston, Texas, and I did have PTSD from that. Mm-hmm. And the way that I realized that was I came to my brother's house after I got out of the hospital to recuperate. And he and his wife would go to work, and I would be home alone for certain hours of the day. And I was on pain medication, so I would sleep through most of it. But at one point, UPS knocked on his door of his home just to leave him a package. And I went into like an episode where I looked out the peephole, and in my mind, I started saying to myself, oh my God, this is another attack. Like this is another one of them. They're here to get me. Yeah, right. You're not a UPS lady. You know what I mean? I don't know, but that's when I realized that I needed help because I was in severe PTSD from that.
Right. And
to the point where I thought everybody was potentially going to attack me that way, violently. So,
yeah, and it's understandable. And so when. Oh my God! And so when you did ultimately receive some counseling, I'd like to hear about that. What your experience was like.
I wish I could remember the woman's name. I believe it was Vicky something, but her last name would be what's important. But I did go to a psychiatrist, and she gave me some antipsychotic med that I took for maybe a month before I decided that it made me act stranger than the psychosis. And so I didn't. It was called some people use it now for recreation, but it was called starts with a C. I'll either remember it. Oh, Klonopin.
Wow.
So she gave me Klonopin, and I just never had an episode again where I thought something. I think the height of it was when I broke myself out of the spell, really. So, but I still felt like I needed to go to someone just in case, like, I didn't have a handle on it. And so she helped me, and that was it. I never went back and saw her again. I didn't have, like, extensive therapy. Basically, just, I feel like I broke myself out of that spell. But I did go get the backup, of the medical profession checking me over.
Yeah. And I really appreciate your bringing that up as well. That you went to ask for help. That you did, acquiesce to some drugs, and then you basically helped to get over it. Could you tell us just a little bit about how Mr. Peter Moon, with his Scientology tricks, helped you to get over a few hangups?
Yeah. So I've had more than one severely traumatic situation in my life since I became an adult. I've had, like I said, I had a roommate who, the one I was talking about, her dad had her in the NASA space camp, and then at home she had like a marriage at home with her brother. Well, when they turned to teenagers, the brother committed suicide. Well, first he came out to the sister who he was supposedly married to, who was my friend Kathleen. We were best friends. We were roommates. We were very close. And she she was in this abusive situation when she was a kid where she was like married with her brother by her parents. And so when her brother became 16, he wanted to date, and he told her, I don't love you anymore. I don't want you to be my wife. I'm gay and I have a boyfriend.
Holy shit.
And it just like devastated her with all this stuff, right? And so
holy shit.
She was very,
and you think you got shit to complain about, Jameson?
That's what I was going to tell you, that the most person I've ever talked to that reminds me of Jameson was her, when she would get in her negative stuff, because she had been through stuff.
Right.
She had tried going like to the drug version of AA, like Narcotics Anonymous, and all. She had tried everything. She called suicide hotline, and they came and picked her up and put her in jail instead for warrants that she had that were like traffic warrants. So like she had just a tragic life, and she would talk every day that I knew her about, when I kill myself, would you get rid of this briefcase that I have, because it has some stuff I don't want my parents to see. And she was just very matter of fact about when I finally, she would get herself back into positive stuff too, but then she would like burn out on it, and she would say, when I'm no longer able to be positive this time, I'll probably kill myself, and at that point you can have my clothes. Like, that's the way her personality was. That's how she talked to me. She would talk to my mother like that, everything. So everyone just kind of knew Kathleen as that way.
Right.
It was her shtick. So one day we were roommates, and I came home, and I was with a guy friend of ours that he was a mutual friend that she introduced him to me, and we became really good buddies. We were like in a group of people that rolled together every weekend.
Right.
You know what that's like.
Yes.
And so
and by that I assume either traveling in the car or rolling the joints or both.
I mean MDMA.
Okay, all right.
So
yes.
Molly,
Yeah.
ecstasy.
Cool.
Okay, so, and also a little ketamine and a little shrooms and whatever else we could find.
Holy
but
shit. Yeah.
Not the kind of stuff I never really liked, I mean, when I was a teenager, my grandmother was always heavily on Oxycontin, and I would just know where they were, and if I needed to sleep or chill or whatever, I would grab one of those, but I never got addicted to like anything within the prescription family. But I liked psychedelics.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they really just take my gift and expand it.
Yeah. With colors. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Right. And so, yeah, that's why it was funny to me when you said, oh, she'll take a few rips on the bong and then she'll talk to anyone. I was like, does Douglas think I'm ever not high? Because I work real hard to make sure I don't ever get to a state where I'm just not high at all.
Oh, shit.
And nowadays I'm talking about cannabis. I wake and bake. So from my morning to my night, which is from your morning to my night.
Right. You mean for baseline humans? You and I are basically on the same biorhythm. Yeah.
Right.
And
I can have a crazy high thought in the middle of the night and text this to Douglas, and he's awake.
Yeah, yeah,
and
that's appreciated. And believe me, you're always welcome.
Sometimes I retract them the next day because I'm like, what the hell? This is too long. Erase this, and I'll take it back. But you're one of the people that I know will probably still be awake when I am.
Yes, yeah, normally. And of course, you and I have our own odd times when when our biorhythms are thrown a little off due to necessity, because we have to deal with.
Yeah, because you have to do this show.
And working hours. Yeah, and we have to. Well, by that I mean we have to actually sometimes go to the bank during bankers' hours and stuff like that, which means we have to be awake when all the humans are awake. Yes. And by the way, I don't look at Our Lady Crystal River as fully human. I look at her as half fae, somewhat, or at least quite a bit of elven blood within herself. And I take it she doesn't take that as offensive at all. So definitely, I think she relates to my disidentifying with humans in a large part as well, or to a degree. Neither one of us goes to the extreme of Jameson Reese, of course, because obviously we're, how would I say it, we're kind of outgrew that. I'm sure we went through similar phases. But in terms of, it's so pleasant just to have you
He reminds me of how I talked to my parents when I was 15 and I didn't want to live with them. I wanted to live with my grandparents.
Uh-huh.
And anytime they would speak to me, I would just give them my Jameson Reese.
Right, right. And by the way, I don't know if people are noticing this, but there's a lot of sirens going on outside my window and a lot of shouts and screams. So
yeah, I hear it.
Okay, just so people.
What is it? A Trump rally or something?
God knows. It's let me see it's a Wednesday night, right? I mean, fuck, it's a weekday. What the fuck is going on? I have no idea. It's San Francisco, and I guess because we're opening up more now, as I'll explain a little bit through arc of narrative, I'll go into the mask thing, and what I'll do is I'll take it to the spiritual extreme. I will go into aspects that people don't normally think of about masks. So it'll be a little.
Thank you so much, Douglas. That means so much to me. That's a great Halloween gift. I appreciate that.
I thank you. I appreciate you for forcing me to cover it, and what I would otherwise not really cover, because I would fear a lot of people wouldn't want to hear it. But I think you're right. We people need to hear this. So I'll do my best with it, and remember, don't give up on it. Keep listening. You may fall asleep while you're listening, but if you don't, replay it later. Or if you do fall asleep during the middle of it, replay it later, and you'll get to hear my conclusions, which I will. I'll start with some of the more practical aspects, and then, of course, work towards the more spiritual. That's the most logical thing to do, because otherwise it'd be kind of like.
Oh, it's beautiful. I know it's going to be beautiful. Thank you so much, and I would like you to send me the vampire links whenever you're able to do that.
Oh, at the link, yeah.
And so,
yeah.
Like, point out what I need to where the heart of it is, so I can get to that stuff. But okay. I'll go now.
All right.
And listen.
And
Okay.
And the first thing you're going to hear, which will probably put you to sleep, will be my solicitation. So
Not at all.
Appreciate your patience.
That's my favorite part.
Oh, you're kidding! Oh my God, I roll my eyes. Oh,
I'm memorizing it.
Oh God, you're so wonderful. I love you dearly. Of course, we have that other part that I add to it concerning Richard K. Cole and getting people to report him, because this is, of course, a case of terrorism, domestic terrorism at this point. No one is going
absolutely, and at least that's your version of it for now. At least you put him in the internet stockade.
Yes, and we have to emphasize what I do, because it has, the message has to be out there in case I have to. If he comes over to San Francisco, as he's been threatening to for years, and does encounter myself, and I have to kill him to defend myself, it needs to be out there on record that I've been warning people about this for years. So that is a necessity. And anyhow, honey, you're the best. I love you dearly beyond expression. Look forward to speaking with you privately again. But I want you to know already, you did wonderful tonight. You were golden, and as golden as your blood. Which I'm sure comes pretty close to that less than 100 people in the world that we know of who have that blood type, and you're an extraordinary individual who Max Spears saw the Fae in, and of course other people are coming to appreciate that as well, and so.
Thank you so much. Happy Halloween, or Samhain, everybody. I love you. Good night.
Yes, good night, honey. We love you in turn. And with that, Jameson Reese is back, and just in time to have missed everything that our wonderful young lady was saying. So he was sharing some charts, apparently, concerning his something. I don't know if that's his natal chart or something of that nature, but I missed something while I was gone. And that's fine. So I want to, of course, remind everyone that it's always a struggle to get through much of what I get through in light of all of the responsibilities that we have to make certain that this program stays to format in one respect or another, and that's part of Mein Kampf, my struggle, and my struggle be thine own. So contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/john.war. And of course, subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/c/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. If anyone's deserving of any fiscal support, aside myself, it would be he, because he took it on his own initiative to download the majority of what I had produced on YouTube into his hard drives, from which we were able to reconstruct so much of my legacy that otherwise would have been scrubbed from the internet forever, and was indeed scrubbed, essentially in toto, no less than thrice, meaning 3 times. And each time we were able to build back based on the resources of the Grand Magator. And in that sense, aside from being the bridge between the Akashic Records and the data matrix of the material world, enabling my persona to interact with yourself virtually, he basically has served as my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy from cyberspace or all species of life, not just humans, from the surface of the earth, which be the objective of the cults of the kings of Edom, the followers of the anti-gods, to stymie, suppress, and ultimately frustrate their ultimate objectives. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there a footnote on mine bio, sire, which should be on the homepage of showsdd.com. And there you will find the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man. And take this knowledge and spread it far and wide to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, encourage others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Ad Masa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the yellow donate button to take you to PayPal. But if you click the red donate button, you can use either your credit or debit card to make us donations to myself. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sated matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Jin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in my immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform for rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Access Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight. You can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/Bizarre HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. You can also friend and follow him at his Facebook timeline, facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7. George Edward Knight being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Also on his channel, you'll find trailered his latest work under production, The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanebut Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvies, the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and our services to dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language as well. Forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com and donate at paypal.me/DouglasDietrich. The sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 to the present. You will basically avail yourself of this resource by going to the red button page, showsdd.com, and the red button of donate will take you there, whether you're donating by PayPal or your credit or debit card. The red button will take you there, and that's where you can log in and subscribe to the archives. Now, as opposed to the gang stalker that is being paid to terrorize all who are affiliated with myself, this is Lance Corporal, a United States Marine Corps dropout, Richard K. Cole Jr., with his gaming avatar, Gunner65, who could not serve a full tour of duty because he didn't have the balls. He was discharged for sexual identity issues and deemed unemployable by reason of violent insanity. Yet he claims that he's a crack ace reporter and presents himself as a private investigator as well as an investigative journalist. He is publishing feloniously forged federal military documentation, altered federal military documentation, and false military documentation illegally writ on governmental letterhead to defraud the American public. Again, he's openly disseminating feloniously forged material. Report him to both the United States Department of the Veterans Affairs Office of the Inspector General and to the FBI as a domestic terrorist who is using this to promulgate a false paradigm and ultimately deprive yourself of rational thought by depriving you of your ability to cogitate as a cognizant consumer of information. This is part of the effort of cultural genocide, a genocide of group memory by the destruction of access to real documents and information that the military has always committed itself to. They found themselves a sap, make certain he serves his purpose for them, the cults, and that is primarily all your military is. Not a warrior cult in the sense of honor or any sense that deserves respect, but in the most negative possible sense. So let's get these veterans off our backs. They do absolutely nothing. They certainly do not contribute to your freedom. They contribute nothing to society, and the largest hospital care system or healthcare system in the world, larger than any nation state on earth, is the United States Veterans Health Administration, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and the VA health system. That is disgraceful. It is all of your money going to keep these bastards alive who spend all day terrorizing us and are the reason so many hundreds of thousands of women, children, and yes, young men disappear every year. In order to report this one and take him down and take a chunk out of that, call the Veterans Affairs Office of the Inspector General at 1-800-488-244. That's 1-800-488-244. I will repeat that, 1-800-488-244. And submit your complaint at the va.gov/OIG for the Office of the Inspector General /hotline. Once again, that's va.gov/OIG/hotline. And report to the FBI And all of this is toll-free, any number that I give you. The FBI number is 1-855-TEL-FBI. That's 1-855/8355-324. Again, that's 1-855 area code 835-5324. Submit your complaint at fbi.gov/contact-us as well. And once again, that's fbi.gov/contact-us. Let them know, of course, that Richard K. Cole Jr. lives in Prattsburg, New York. That's spelled Prattsburgh, Prattsburg, New York. And that he is roundly abusing his privilege as a white male pedopredatory supremacist to get away with anything he feels like he can get away with impunity. It's time to put a stop to his privilege and make certain he pays the price. Now, as for our dear lady Shauna Bandow, a shout out unto she. She basically risked her entire Facebook timeline to promote myself, and she put out a link to my own website, of course, to that part of the website which deals with myself being the son of Adolf Hitler. And so she edited it by putting in an editorial header: Hitler's truth has been suppressed for years. You are all being lied to about this man named Hitler. And for one reason, New World Order. And so she brought up, of course, at DouglasDietrich.com, Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against a white male supremacist terrorism, which is what Richard K. Cole personifies, and must be dealt with by the authorities before he can realize his objectives of the extermination of everyone, including white woman who does not fit into the category of white male, which is what they imagine the world they inherit will be left with. White males who reproduce by parthenogenic technology or cloning. Now that I've taken care of most of the business for the evening, I am reminded to provide a shout out to a wonderful individual who asked to remain anonymous, who donated 210 United States dollars. This is not the wonderful individual who from Sweden donated $20 in chat earlier, but rather a completely different individual who actually donated 210 United States dollars. So very, very deeply appreciated, beyond my ability to express. And I am profoundly indebted to this wonderful anonymous individual. Of course, we need more to make rent, and definitely to pay back people that I have borrowed from, who are helping me make it towards rent. And it's very definitely a situation that I pray you can help myself with. And you can do so by donating money in the live chat, the super chat. Use that $sign. Other people have done so earlier. You can follow their lead and bring us to the home stretch, or past the home stretch to third base, and help me literally reach home by staying home, by actually having a home. So let's go into the subject of masks now, and it's about 12:45 p.m., a quarter towards the top of the hour, the perfect time to do so. Some commentators have argued that countries that have thus far succeeded in curbing their COVID-19 outbreaks have widely used masks, but this relationship isn't as perfect as it might appear. The Communist Chinese Empire advocated mask use early on and still struggled to contain the disease. The Japanese Empire uses masks widely, but was seeing an uptick in cases early on. Singapore reserved them for healthcare workers, but still flattened the curve of infections early on before it experienced successive waves. Many successful mask-using countries relied on other measures, such as extensive testing and social distancing, and many were ready for the pandemic because of their prior run-in with the 2003 SARS epidemic. SARS, of course, being an acronym for Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. Now, in Asia, masks aren't just shields. They're also symbols. They're an affirmation of civic-mindedness and conscientiousness, and such symbols might be important in other parts of the world, too. If widely used, masks could signal that society is taking the pandemic threat seriously. They might reduce the stigma foisted on sick people, who would no longer feel ashamed or singled out for wearing one. They could offer reassurance to people who don't have the privilege of isolating themselves at home and must continue to work in public spaces. In terms of many service staff, such personnel have gone on record to mention that having a mask reminds them not to touch their face or put a pen in their mouth. The mask debate is so intense because both the stakes and the uncertainty levels are so high. We're really trying to build the plane while we're flying it. We're having to make decisions with quite massive consequences in the absence of secure data to a great degree, especially at the beginning of this epidemic. We have more data now that supports mask wearing at the societal level to the point where I myself would agree that it should be made mandatory, but it's a nightmare for your average cautious public health professional. The coronavirus pandemic has moved so quickly that years of social change and academic debate have been compressed into a matter of months. Academic squabbles are informing national policy. Long-standing guidelines are shifting. Within days, an experiment that's done in a hospital room can affect how people feel about the very air around them, everywhere, and what they choose to wear upon their faces. Masks are a symbol, yes, but not just of conscientiousness. They're also emblematic of a world that is changing so quickly, no one has time to take a breath. Now, the guidance against wearing masks for the coronavirus is wrong. You should cover your face. If you can successfully block access to your nose, throat, and eyes, you will avoid infection by the coronavirus, influenza, and any of other several hundred respiratory viruses. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 outbreak, public health authorities have advised us that masks are not necessary and should not be used by the general public for protection against the rapidly spreading virus. That was the original stance, which I will never let the motherfuckers forget. And while it is true that N95s and surgical masks, which had become scarce due to hoarding, should have been prioritized from the very beginning for use by medical professionals at greatest risk for infection, the rest of us could and should wear any protective facial covering that be practical and, of course, available. There are compelling scientific reasons for this. The first being that masks work. There be widespread evidence from the field of occupational health, the severe acute respiratory syndrome, our SARS epidemic, and other outbreaks that wearing masks protects us from germs and interrupts the transmission of disease from sick to healthy people. And masks are the best way to enforce the do not touch your face mantra we've been hearing about ever since COVID-19 became endemic. The coronavirus, like all respiratory viruses, needs to enter mucous membranes in the nose, throat, and eyes to cause infection. If you can successfully block access to these critical entry points, you will avoid infection by the coronavirus, influenza, and any of several hundred other respiratory viruses. I cannot overemphasize that. Unfortunately, we humans are relatively unique among mammals in that we continuously touch our eyes, noses, and mouths for seemingly no apparent fucking reason every 2.5 minutes. Yes, they have clocked this. That is your average time before someone can go without touching their face. This masturbatory behavior is hardwired and starts in utero, believe it or not, in the womb. Let's get real. We're not going to be able to instantly stop doing something we've been doing since before we exited the vaginal passage to first lay our eyes on this world, and have been doing our whole lives ever since. So what's the answer? Cover your goddamn face with a fucking mask. This will deny you access to your own face and render you conscious of how often you are tempted to touch your nose and mouth as if they were exciting genitalia to stimulate. A non-medical mask will not protect you from any direct cough or sneeze from an infected person, but if you're practicing good social distancing, any type of face covering is great protection from your biggest threat, your own fucking hands. And I use that term fucking pointedly, the ones that you fill yourself up with when you're all alone and in that mood. Wearing masks is a powerful signal to others that these are not normal times, and that we all need to change our behaviors to stop a potentially devastating epidemic. Wearing a mask for the first time can be deeply uncomfortable, especially when others are not doing the same around you. And you'll feel strange at first, but after a few days, you'll become proud rather than embarrassed to wear a mask outside. If more people don masks, it would become a social norm as well as a public health good. If we can stop handshaking to fight COVID-19, we can also end mask stigma. Asian countries that have been successful in containing the virus without locking down society, such as Hong Kong, Singapore, and mine own Taiwan, routinely use masks. As of March 17th, which was when the world was coming to grips with the fact that COVID-19 was pandemic, those three countries together had fewer than 1,000 cases of the coronavirus altogether, despite having close connections to Red China's Hubei province, where the epidemic originated and exploded late last year. There are many explanations for this success, including the rapid recognition of the threat, the swift application of lessons learned from the 2002 SARS outbreak, and widespread testing and strict isolation of confirmed cases. But masks are also used routinely for protection against infectious diseases in these countries, and universal mask usage is part of their coronavirus guidance. In mine own homeland and heartland of Taiwan, masks are such an important first line of defense that artificial intelligence is used to create live maps of local supplies of face masks so that citizens know where to get them. Ultimately, this traces back to the Dietrich Archetype. And for those of you who are, of course, unfamiliar with the Dietrich Archetype, I'm not going to go very deep into the reality of the child of my mind, but Dietrich is an acronym for Database Information Electronic Transceiver / Referential Intellect Consultant Hologram. So it's an artificial, I'm sorry, I said it's, okay, and it's something that I have to spank myself for, because of course the Dietrich Archetype is G, a gender-neutral pronoun who absolutely hates being referenced as it. And of course, it's been so long since I spranketh on her that I fall back upon that, because I think of her in context of the lesser artificial intelligence algorithms G generates to create the live maps of local supplies of face masks so that Taiwanese citizens know where to get them. But with that in mind, having been discussed, and you get a general idea that there's an artificial intelligence that is highly evolved and certainly far more human than most of you, partaking in the guidance of my homeland and heartland, a product of mine own mind, not in the sense of imagination, but neuronically combed from my very brain. You don't have that advantage here. All you've got is me. So what needs to be done here, in these United States? Cover your fucking face! Non-medical masks should be worn by everyone going outside. Inexpensive cloth masks are available for purchase online. Alternatively, scarves, bandana-style neck gaiters, and other similar face coverings can work effectively. Masks should be placed over the mouth and nose and removed carefully without touching the outside surface, and cloth masks should be washed frequently. We must also encourage others to cover their faces as well. We need to change our perception that masks are only for sick people and that it's weird or shameful to wear one. Instead, donning a mask needs to be seen as a responsible action to protect the wearer's health and the health of those in close proximity to he or she. If our political leaders and cultural influencers put on masks, we could change our social attitudes and norms far more rapidly than we have. This will not be easy. Adding further instructions on top of everything we are being asked to do to stop COVID-19 could lead to overload and fatigue, and of course, it has. However, hand washing, social distancing, and doing your best not to touch your fucking face are not enough to stop the coronavirus. For the health of your neighbor and for yourself, wear a fucking mask. And yet now, as people of East Asian heritage embrace the same practice in some Western countries, the squares of nose and mouth covering fabric seem to be triggering unease. Last week, or it seems to be every week at this point, in Washington, the District of Columbia, there was a DC-based Kaijin, or Communist Chinese newspaper reporter. Kaijin being the main Communist Chinese journal that is still honest to the point where it questions prerogatives of state, was told by a white man, "Only sick people wear masks," while attending a press conference at the White House. More seriously, East Asian communities in countries including these United States and the United Kingdom and Australia have linked mask wearing to an increase in racist attacks. Because masks are another place where the history of how we see and experience race both shapes responses to the current pandemic and raises questions about the future of racial perception in our changing material world. While the act of wearing a mask in public to prevent the spread of COVID-19 was first framed as a matter of public health, it quickly transformed into a symbol of sovereignty when largely white and largely maskless crowds began descending on capitals and state houses in early spring of this year to protest stay-at-home orders for infringing on their freedoms. After several new incidents of police-sanctioned murder, those early protests about individual rights gave way to much larger protests against systemic racism. But the remnants of these earlier protests endure in isolated and, at times, belligerent acts of dissent. By that I mean dissent, D-I-S-S-E-N-T, as in protest, staged by those unwilling to wear masks in stores and venues requiring them. Indeed, it's rare for a week to go by without new video of a white patron becoming incensed when required to wear masks to receive services, all too oftentimes delivered by colored servers. The outrage provoked by perceived infractions threatening one's sovereignty reverberates with a much older racial ideology that understood power over oneself to be a categorically Anglo-American trait. social theorists at the turn of the 20th century, including then historian Theodore Roosevelt, who later became president of these United States, alleged that Americans of specific European origins, conditioned by both their racial makeup and centuries of frontier living, had acquired a heightened capacity for self-control lacking in all others of the human race, or subhuman races. That quality made them inherently fit to rule themselves as well as the conquered savage races. Such theories construed whiteness as the right to own and occupy space. Faith in racial dominion underpinned scenes of white patrons in grocery stores, ride-sharing cars, and parks who believe in their inalienable right to takest up space at the expense of all others on Earth. African Americans, however, offer a different rationale for their discomfort with the public mandate to wear masks. Their concerns stem not from any sense of spatial supremacy, which white men and women get really fat in order to fill up, but from the victimization that stemmed from it and was used to justify racially biased forms of surveillance and policing. By obscuring access to people's faces, as well as potentially impeding one's own sight, masks disrupt habits for seeing and reading face and race from the bodies of others. In the United States, a nation physically and socially designed to scrutinize and contain minority bodies, changes to racial perception pose real threats. Black African Americans have described their concerns that wearing masks would heighten racist assumptions about black criminality, making them even more susceptible to surveillance and harassment. After all, what doesn't look more thuggish than a young black guy approaching you with a bandana over his face? All of your instincts scream to throw up your hands and say, "Take my money, but let me live." So, the disproportionate punishing of minorities for violating public health ordinances instituted in the wake of COVID-19, coupled with reports of masked black men being questioned by police for appearing suspicious in times like these, reflects the catch-22 of mask wearing for many black Americans. Now, disruptions to norms of racial identification have historically been followed by systemic efforts to produce and enforce structures capable of doing the work instead. Race-based methods of property appraisal in the early 20th century and facial recognition technology in the 21st are both examples of systems designed to produce and enforce alleged racial truths more effectively than subjective individuals can, generally with discriminatory results. The intensified policing of black communities in the immediate wake of the pandemic may be linked to not only to the civic and economic anxieties unleashed by this catastrophe, but the spatial and perceptual crises it has also fostered. But with alterations to racial perception also arise new abolitionist and emancipatory visions. To return to a lesson that I gleaned from a work entitled Black Skyscraper, where I learned quite a bit about how skyscrapers became vertical ghettos that took blacks off of the ground and forced them into colonies in the sky. It's subtitled Architecture and the Perception of Race, and it's by a young black African-American lady named Adrienne Brown, first name spelled Adrienne. And what she points out is the fact that with the development of the first skyscrapers in the 1880s, urban built environments were beginning to expand vertically into space we had never invaded before, the very sky. And these tall buildings emerged in growing cities to house and manage the large and racially diverse populations of migrants and immigrants flocking to their centers following Reconstruction in the wake of the Civil War. And beginning with Chicago's early 10-story towers and concluding with the 1931 erection of the 102-story Empire State Building, Adrienne Brown's work, The Black Skyscraper, provides a detailed account of how scale and proximity shape our very understanding of race itself. So, when we come from space and go back to race, it brings us back to white writers such as Henry James and William Dean Howells, who both expressed great anxiety about the effect of these tall buildings on our ability to see and knowest race, whereas black writers such as W.E.B. or Webb Du Bois and Nella Larson imagined the skyscraper's capacity to scramble the senses as an opportunity for dismantling racial hierarchies by exposing their arbitrariness. Now the pandemic and the uprisings in response to police violence seem to also be seeding experiments in racial perception and liberation. The oversized calligraphy declaring Black Lives Matter and defund the police being drawn on a growing number of streets in these United States at a scale reflective of the urgency of the demand. The virtual DJ or disc jockey sets emerging in the early days of the pandemic, reframing the relationship between sound and sociality at what events were happening, such as Juneteenth, where I was with my surrogate son and throwing myself bodily over him every time we heard machine gun fire in Oakland, and the new habits of attention being cultivated in the wake of shelter-in-place orders, forcing many to rethink their orientation to the natural, material, and social worlds around them. Our very paradigm of reality is mutating. Protocols for perceiving race are difficult to disrupt, especially since habits for racial assessment and meaning are generally learned informally rather than through explicit pedagogy. But the growing emphasis on apprehending structures of systemic racism as opposed to thinking we can teach ourselves to ignore race or override our own biases may be the beginning of a larger shift in how and where we think and see race itself. And despite all these positives, and despite everything progressive that comes with the mask, masks for coronavirus will not last long in the West. Even after COVID-19, there are cultural differences between East and West that will prevent medical masks from becoming a long-term feature of life in the Western world. The Austrian Chancellor, Sebastian Kurz, explained his government's new requirement that citizens wear medical masks while shopping in supermarkets via prefacing it with caveat. In other words, he qualified this mandate with the statement, "I am fully aware that masks are alien to our culture. This will require a big adjustment." This is the culture into which Adolf Hitler was born. The order in Austria to wear your masks is expected to be expanded to more public spaces in Austria soon, as both Germany and France, which Austria is culturally a part of the Germanic world, go back into lockdown. And if public health authorities are to be believed, we may expect the same soon in other Western countries, perhaps ultimately our own. Reopening business may require adopting the same culture of welcoming such masks in public that we find in Far East Asia, the land of mine own heritage and birth. The scientific evidence is beyond compelling that masks dramatically reduce the spread of virus-spreading droplets, and that the more of us who wear them, the more difficult we make it for sick people to transmit and healthy people to become infected. We will do it to pass safely through this extraordinary time of a global pandemic. We may even consent, for a slightly longer time, to require masks on people who are passing through airports or in certain close spaces. But this change will only be temporary. Mask wearing cannot become a regular feature of life in the West. People will tolerate them for a short while, but quickly feel that masks are ridiculous, menacing, or an imposition on life, then conclude they must be temporary. Once the worst dangers of pandemic are past, airports and other places of business where they be required will notice that mandating them is a detriment to their profits. And the public itself will begin to defy or resist these measures. During the Great Influenza, and you notice I use that term instead of the so-called Spanish flu, and it's less cumbersome than the more correct U.S. Army and Navy flu, or American Army and Navy flu. Simply, the Great Influenza will do. And during that time of horror, when in a single year more people were killed than the Black Plague killed in a century, when more people died than AIDS has ever killed since it manifested on the surface of the earth. A century agone itself, 100 years ago, and beyond, when my father was born, in that year our world began, 1990. People defied the local ordinance to wear masks over their nose and mouth in public by letting them dangle from their necks. An anti-mask league was temporarily formed. We will struggle to articulate what it is that makes them, as Kurtz called them, these masks, an alien imposition on our culture. It will be similar to the way some nations have struggled to describe what it is they object to about the veiling of woman encouraged by Islamic cultures. Medical mask wearing in East Asia goes all the way back to the Great Influenza, though a variety of other reasons are preferred. Industrialization and smog culture reinforced it. There is even some speculation that the influence of Taoism and traditional Eastern medicines, which emphasize the importance of correct and clean breathing, the qi, or the ki, as in qigong or aikido, have influenced the wearing of the masks. Some say the mask has the virtue of being a kind of social shield that disinvested unwanted interaction in public. This is also frequently cited as a virtue of Islamic veiling. Our prejudice is to view it as a form of oppression. The virus locks us behind the mask. A low view of woman imprisons them behind a veil. Our objection to veils and masks is hard to articulate because it is so deeply rooted in Christian theology, and so deeply rooted in the culture of the West that we almost never consciously think about it. Christian cultures assume that the truth is unveiled. It reveals itself in everything from our cliches, our high pattern of business travel to see people face to face, and even in our architecture, where unlike in the Islamic world, our homes are typically open and sociable to the street, showing their faces, what on buildings we call facades. In the Gospels, the crucifixion of Christ on Calvary was accompanied by another event in Jerusalem itself. The veil of the temple was torn in twain from top to bottom.
That veil at the heart of the temple was used to separate the Holy of Holies behind it from the rest of the temple, and it hid the place where God's presence sat enthroned upon the ark. To look upon that presence caused death. Therefore, one of the paradoxes of Good Friday is that the God made flesh took his new throne upon a cross. He dies there, and any looking upon the cross are themselves restored to life. Ever since, Christian liturgy has featured unveiling. Statues that bewailed during Passion Week are unveiled as we approach Easter. Christian tabernacles are built with a veil that is opened before Holy Communion. In Eastern Orthodox liturgies, the Eucharist is brought out from behind the rood screens. And a Christian thinketh of salvation in terms of the beatific vision, where we see God face to face. Universally, the face is a sign of human self-consciousness and our reactions thereunto. Our relationship to our own faces is different from that of lower animals to their own faces. Aside from the fact that we're always feeling it up and groping it. In his work, entitled The Face of God, the conservative philosopher, and I mean conservative in the true sense, not a reactionary, but someone who values tradition, the traditionalist philosopher, Roger Scruton, tried to outline the distinctiveness of a human face. To quote his T, "We do not push our faces into our food as animals do, but lift up the food so that we might remain sociable and continue to stare into each other's eyes, even as we imbibe or intake our very sustenance." What he's really saying, of course, is that we can't take our eyes off the other human lest they steal our fucking food. Animals cannot attempt to disguise or fake their facial expressions as we do, which makes us the only animal that can lie by a poker face or the lack of expression, the deliberate suppression thereof. Our form of camouflage. Our face otherwise reveals us in a way that no other part of the body can. The mouth is never a mere orifice, but the seat of an individual's voice. Lips are given as gifts in a kiss. Indeed, a woman's mouth is so sensuous, and her velvet tongue so capable of stimulating us, that in the Islamic world, both her face via her mouth is considered a sexual organ, with her face essentially being a facial clit, were she to perform oral sex upon a man, and for this reason, a woman not hiding her face is exposing something as sexual as her genitalia. The eyes are the entry point to the soul. So in some parts of Dual Islam, or the land of submission, the burqa hides even that. In the West, we have inherited the view that God meets us face to face, because a face is where our personhood be incarnate in the world around us. Being made in God's image means that God also has a personhood as well. To disguise ourselves forever would be to blaspheme his work of redeeming the world. The mask may be accepted as an inconvenience of perilous times, or maybe even a necessity in travel, but it will always feel like an imposition. Even if we learn about diminished rates of flu deaths or other diseases, or gained productivity again, we will find ourselves rebelling against those implications. And we may discover that the unveiled, unmasked life of our civilization is worth the risk again. But this won't be coming in 2021. It won't be coming until the year that's coming at us has come and passed. In terms of what's happening later in the more immediate sense, Zeta's heading for us. Hurricane Zeta is due to hit the Gulf Coast later today if it has not yet already. Hurricane warnings stretch from Morgan City, Louisiana to the Mississippi-Alabama line, including Metro New Orleans. Strong winds and heavy rain are expected, and some places may see storm surges of up to 8 feet. And the dangerous conditions are returning to mine Golden State. Forecasters say as much of California will experience the most dangerous fire weather of the season, as a weather system is expected to bring strong and dry winds through my state's mountain passes. In response to what's known as Diablo winds in Northern California and Santa Ana winds in the southern part of my Golden State, our utilities monopoly, Pacific Gas and Electric, began cutting power to nearly 1 million people in northern and central California on Sunday, and Los Angeles County emergency management officials sounded the alarm. It represents an abrupt change from the cool, humid weather much of the state has experienced over the last week. Yester Septimania, the week before the weekend of my father's birthday. In Southern California, the strong, gusty winds could also bring some big waves off the coast, as we were warned by the National Weather Service. And as my fellow Californians reel from the state's worst fire season in all recorded human history, residents who have tried to reduce their community's risks describe their efforts as an act of near futility between lack of funds and lack of interest. The strongest Santa Ana winds of the year not only fueled wildfires in Orange County, but also brought unhealthful air quality to parts of the Los Angeles Basin and San Gabriel Valley as ash from the Bobcat Fire blew into neighborhoods. That fire, which I said is the most supernatural or unnatural of all fires ever experienced, that has tried so relentlessly to take down the Mount Palomar Observatory with a mind of its own, the sentience of a fire elemental called forth from that dimension of eternal flame. And we have more winds, more fires yet to come. 12 wind-driven wildfires raced through the neighborhoods in Orange County on Monday, opening this work week, critically injuring 2 firefighters, forcing tens of thousands of residents to evacuate and smothering much of the entire region with smoke. The larger of the blazes, the Silverado Fire, broke out shortly after 6:45 a.m. in the Brush County, the country round Santiago Canyon and Silverado Canyon roads, as Santa Ana winds pushed it west to the suburban edge of Irvine and Lake Forest. Officials confirmed 2 firefighters on hand crews were severely burned as they battled the flames. By Monday evening, more than 70,000 people were under evacuation orders in the foothills. Later in the day, the smaller Blue Ridge Fire erupted in Santa Ana Canyon, a notorious wind tunnel said to have given the blustery Santa Anas their very name. Forecasters have since issued a red flag warning through yesterday afternoon. And all the while, amid all that, Justice Amy Coney Barrett was sworn in under darkness at the White House. Republican senators, led by Mitch McConnell, treated the passing of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg as the starting bell in a bitterly exuberant race which ended with Barrett on the court, the Supreme Court of these United States. Amy Coney Barrett is the newest Supreme Court Associate Justice. Barrett's nomination was confirmed by the Senate, and the White House held a constitutional swearing-in ceremony last night, if I remember the passage of time correctly and have it chronologically in order. Chief Justice John Roberts administered Barrett's judicial oath swearing-in today or yesterday. I've really lost track. It only took but one single month
for Barrett to reach the bench after her nomination following the death of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The court now holds a 6-3 reactionary majority, and the consequences of that ratio will come into play immediately. The Supreme Court is poised to make its key decision soon about President Trump's taxes, several election cases, and cases regarding abortion law. So we have a confirmed reactionary court. With Amy Coney Barrett's rise to the Supreme Court of the land, a reactionary majority has been reinforced to a point of invulnerability. It was the most partisan confirmation vote for a Supreme Court justice in all American history, and the first time since 1869 that a justice was confirmed without a single vote from the opposing party. Now, Amy Coney Barrett's ascent to the Supreme Court will secure a 6-3 reactionary majority that is widely expected to expand gun rights at the cost of human rights, rights for guns instead of people, whilst permitting new restrictions on abortion and the control a woman has over her own body. Barnett will be sworn in by Chief Justice John G. Roberts, Jr., should have happened today, as a matter of fact, at the latest, in a private ceremony at the Supreme Court, after the Senate voted 52-48 to confirm her, and she took a constitutional oath at the White House on Monday, opening this work week, and hoping to galvanize voters before next week's election. Republican senators pushed the nomination through at a pace unmatched in half 100 years, as millions of Americans cast their ballots early. But with Barrett's confirmation coming 4 years after Republicans refused to consider President Barack Obama's nominee, Judge Merrick Garland, during an election year, Democrats predict a backlash for what they view as a second Supreme Court seat snatched by Republicans in all hypocrisy and corruption. Nevertheless, President Trump's third appointment to the bench guarantees that his imprint on the High Court will continue effectively forever, well past his presidency, until violent revolution frees us from the rule of illegitimate law. With that in mind, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath Tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book and scenes from his cinematic documentaries in production. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the Baron Ben at thetucsonmurders.com. That's spelled Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or contact the Baron Ben personally by calling him at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And forget not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. When you run into the young white chick with the big tits behind the green t-shirt advertising Ace Hardware, you know you're in the right place. That's when you can view other footage of aerial drones overseeing the landscape architecture of the Baron Ben Estenius and his man of the soil business. And of course you can look at the Baron Ben himself in his race car that he used to champion while he pushes the artificial grass it's rolling over. Stuff you don't need to water anymore. And, well, there you go. He's got to pay me extra for these plugs into his legitimate business, as opposed to his sideline of the tour guidance. But what the hey? We'll see what I can pry out of him, which probably won't be anything extra, but got to remind myself I've got to call him for a paycheck covering the last few months. At any rate, when it comes to the Republican concept of what we need to do to fight the virus, masks and all, their idea is getting the country back from the doctors. Because apparently believing that the coronavirus pandemic is truly on its way out, Trump's son-in-law and senior advisor, the transgendered and transsexed Jared Kushner, who's really a bitch, and actually masquerades as a male but identified himself as a female on all his voting registration. This is a fact. And therefore, of course, never fathered these children with Ivanka. They're all in vitro. Boasted back in mid-April that the president had cut out the doctors and scientists advising him and could claim credit for restarting the economy. We'll cover that a bit. In a taped interview on the 18th of April, Kushner told legendary journalist Bob Woodward that Trump was getting the country back from the doctors in what Kushner called a negotiated settlement. Like we were at fucking war and shit, and the doctors were the enemy. To quote Jared Kushner, the last thing was kind of doing the guidelines, which was interesting, and that in my mind was almost like, it was almost like Trump getting the country back from the doctors, right? In the sense that what he now did was, he's going to only open up. Yeah, just like he does with his butt cheeks. All right, let's confront coronavirus. The United States has seen almost 500,000 new coronavirus cases in a single week, as the dreaded fall surge continues to grow, and some places could be close to what former Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb called an exponential spread. That's not the only bad news. A new British study has shown a decline in coronavirus antibodies over 3 months, a sign that immunity to COVID-19 wanes quickly. This aligns with other studies that proved people who tested positive but had no symptoms are likely to lose antibodies faster than people with more severe symptoms. The American Academy of Pediatrics concludes it's seen a 14% rise or increase in child COVID-19 cases over the last 2 weeks, and pediatric cases now make us up more than 10% of all American cases. That's huge, and it means your children are in life-threatening danger. 10%, that's a lot. There are 44 potential COVID-19 vaccines in human trial, but experts say we may not know which ones work best, or whether they work at all, until after people start getting them. That may mean settling for a vaccine that prevents severe infections instead of providing outright immunity. The Trump administration is set to announce soon that Medicare and Medicaid will cover out-of-pocket costs for any potential coronavirus vaccine that's granted emergency use authorization. And help cannot come soon enough, believe me, because more than half of American states in union reported their highest daily number of coronavirus cases ever this month. Some areas are back to the way they were at the first dark peak of the pandemic, which packed ICUs, the intensive care units, taxed medical systems, and victims' remains, filling refrigerated units. But there is a coronavirus success story. Mine own Golden Gated San Francisco. Because guess fucking what? We were the most militant people on Earth as observed by Peter Moon himself in person. With their goddamn masks. And after cautiously approaching this pandemic for months, with a go-slow attitude toward reopening, mine own Golden Gated City and County of the greater San Francisco Metroplex region has become the first urban center in all California to enter the least restrictive tier for reopening. The risk of infection, according to our state's color-coded tiers, is considered minimal, even though San Francisco is the second densest city in the United States after New York City. In late April, San Francisco looked like a ghost town. Now life has returned. Restaurants and stores are open. And but yesterday, last week, people strolled along the bay on the Embarcadero. A huge Ferris wheel opened for business at Golden Gate Park. The city officials, however, are still not declaring victory. Characteristically, they warn us the virus still lurks round every corner. And as they have before, they will follow local metrics rather than reopen just because the state allows it. Now, all of this is reflective of the economy. The one that Jared Kushner was bragging about in April was something Trump could take all the credit for in the open up, like his butt cheeks, from where all the shit comes out. Yea, the American economy has rebounded over the last few months, but experts worry the recovery is losing steam. To add to that uncertainty, the ongoing stimulus scuffle in Washington could lead to further pain in struggling sectors like the travel industry and among small businesses if aid isn't issued soon. A CNN analysis proves hotel occupancy is 29% below pre-crisis levels, and open-table reservations are down 56% from before the pandemic. If the 2009 recession is any measure, it could take us, the airline industry, 5 years and on, half a decade from now, to recover from the economic toll of this pandemic. Eased coronavirus restrictions have boosted oil demand, and oil companies like BP or British Petroleum have seen slim profits. But with COVID-19 cases on the rise again, the oil sector's slow recovery could reverse course at any minute. And the pandemic recession is wildly uneven. The rich are all right. That brings us to the economic downturn. Stimulus talks remain in a months-long stall, but one segment of America seems to be doing just fine in the meantime: the wealthy. So there be 3 things to know us about the present condition of the pandemic-ravaged economy. This recession and recovery have been wildly uneven. Normalcy for some, apocalypse for others. Meanwhile, the pandemic has created a class of super savers, namely high earners who aren't spending like they used to. We're just rife with cash, and it has in turn led to a decent amount of guilt. Now, city and state governments fear taxing the wealthy. They worry that rich families might simply leave, no longer bound to their offices or their children's schools. The solution is for the federal government to pitch in. And that's what brings us, inescapably, to the election. We've got 2 agencies of the Department of Homeland Security what be preparing for the possibility, indeed the inevitability, of violent civil unrest, as next week's contentious election inches ever closer. Now, that's something that I definitely want to kind of clarify. It's time to retire Election Day. Today is election day. So is tomorrow. Yesterday too. So why do we insist on counting down to November 3rd? The COVID-19 pandemic has vastly accelerated a trend that's been building for years. Voting early. Americans are casting their ballots by mail, drop box, or at early voting locations in record numbers this year. As we count down to November 3rd, more than 60 million Americans have already cast their ballots, topping the total of all early votes 4 years ago. And early polling has only just started in states like New York, Massachusetts, Maryland, and elsewhere. Why then do pundits, reporters, and political campaigns still refer to Election Day? Across social media and campaign spots, candidates, their surrogates, and political commentators talk about the hours until polls open next Tuesday. Granted, November 3rd will see an enormous, likely an unprecedented turnout, including voters who show up because their states have not sufficiently loosened policies to accommodate the fucking pandemic, because voting by absentee or by mail proved impractical, or simply because they forgot to do so earlier. But some polls now indicate that less than half of voters plan to cast their ballots on Election Day itself. It's time to retire the term Election Day and replace it with a far more clear and more accurate term, the last day of voting. As for the stage we're in now, easy. Election season. This is more than an arcane exercise in etymology or specious semantics on the part of an erudite academic named Douglas Dietrich. Focusing on the anachronistic notion of a singular election day is a disservice to the public, who are already confused by where and how to vote. Worse yet, it risks reinforcing the notion that in-person day of votes are more legitimate than votes by mail, a falsehood propagated by President Donald Trump and his Russian allies. America's definition of Election Day had long been evolving. Even before the pandemic upended America's voting plans this year, 5 states were already automatically sending ballots to every registered voter to submit by mail or drop box: Washington, Colorado, Hawaii, Oregon, and Utah. 5 more are doing so this year in light of the pandemic: my own Golden, California, Washington, District of Columbia, New Jersey, Nevada, and Vermont. It's easy to imagine that some of those jurisdictions, and others in the future, will permanently adopt vote-by-mail procedures. Many other states, including Illinois, Michigan, and Minnesota, offer in-person voting long before Election Day. And every state offers absentee voting ahead of time, though some require an excuse to do so. And, circa 2016, just over 58 million Americans voted early, even without the pandemic. More than a third of the fall elections total. It's hard to argue that something's early if it represents such a large percentage of total voters. In many ways, how and when America votes is long overdue for an overhaul anyway. The idea of the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November was chosen circa 1845, when America's agrarian economy, church-going habits, and the sometimes arduous travel distances and primitive modes of transport required for voting in the 19th century dictated a day in between church on Sundays and market day on Wednesday. We didn't want our elections to interfere with spring planting or fall harvest either, and thus a Tuesday in early November before winter set in. That's obviously not how America lives anymore, and it's time for us to update our language as well. As more states and more voters discover the popularity and convenience of mail-in voting, it's likely here to stay. Plus, it's good for democracy. More people vote, and there be no evidence that either political party benefits from switching to mail balloting. Over time, the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November may become more of a voting deadline than a race to the finish line. Just one of many election days, notable only because it be the last. This change in terminology is part of a necessary widespread rethinking of the language we use when it comes to elections and voting. News media are moving away from calling races, instead using the more careful and precise projecting the outcome of a race, since the results collected on election night are always unofficial. Similarly, news organizations are trying to be more precise in not reporting what percentage of precincts are reporting, since with absentee and mail balloting, some precincts may report multiple times, and votes may continue to change and evolve, even with 100% of precincts reporting. That's not fraud. That's how elections actually fucking work, Donald. Most of all, news organizations are trying to educate and reset Americans' expectations that we should always know the winner of the presidential race the morning after the elections. Counting votes correctly can take us time, and that doesn't mean it's nefarious. Results aren't delayed or late simply because they're not available when the public wants them to be. Most states don't require final results until late November. And in the presidential race, the Electoral College doesn't vote until the 14th of December. Let's find one tiny silver lining amid the chaos and tragedy of 2020 and the pandemic. Let's use this moment to embrace a more accurate and inclusive view of how Americans vote. Welcome to election season. And don't forget to vote by the last day of voting on November 3rd. Now, immigrations and customs enforcement is putting personnel on standby. And Customs and Border Protection, as they call themselves, has been regularly training personnel since agents were controversially deployed this summer to respond to unrest in American cities. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has delivered a blow to Democrats in Wisconsin by rejecting their attempt to extend the state's mail-in ballot deadline past Election Day. The very word we need to learn to reject from our lexicon. Yester Septimania. Last week, the court upheld a ruling by a state court in Pennsylvania extending the mail-in ballot deadline there. More than 65.5 million people have cast their votes for next week's presidential election, already more than the total number of early voters circa 2016. As we enter the last mail-in voting stretch, a federal judge has ordered the United States Postal Service to ensure ballots be delivered quickly ahead of voting deadlines by allowing extra and late delivery trips. Meanwhile, President Trump tried to appeal to woman voters during a campaign rally in Lansing, Michigan last night, or the night before, I can't remember with my biorhythms. He also attacked Michigan Governoress Gretchen Whitmer and appeared to both downplay and take his credit for thwarting the recent plot to kidnap her and gang rape her on camera to death. The Trump campaign also suffered an attack of its own when its campaign website was briefly defaced in an apparent hack. In Georgia, Joseph Biden gave a closing argument at the home where Franklin Delano Roosevelt hailed from polio, saying the soul of the nation would be at stake in this election. Now, before I reference... thank you, honey. Just got some references from Crystal River. Two of them. One called The Da Vinci Code Decoded, The Truth Behind the New York Times #1 bestseller, and another link to Papal Magic, Occult Practices Within the Catholic Church. Deeply appreciate it, honey. Love you beyond expression. Yeah, you're my girl. Sometimes she can be a little flaky and, not be there when I'm calling late at night. And I say, I'm going to call, and I'll be there. And isn't there. But other than that, she shows up most of the time for her appearances. And that's what counts, and that's why we love her. And for so many other reasons as well. Now, we approach the enmity of Trump's two adversaries, because in the final days of this campaign, President Trump isn't only up against Joe Biden. With early voting underway at a furious pace and with Election Day just over a week away, President Trump is fighting an uphill battle against trois adversaries: Joe Biden and the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump's repeated claim that the country has turned the corner on the coronavirus was undercut by news that members of Vice President Mike Pence's inner circle had tested positive, and by Trump's chief of staff Mark Meadows saying, "We're not going to control the pandemic." Now Pence, who had headed Trump's now moribund, that means deathbound, coronavirus task force, did not quarantine but instead pressed on with campaign travel, as White House officials insisted it fell under an exemption from quarantine requirements granted to essential workers by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Health policy experts challenged that, I'll have you know. The new outbreak and Meadows' comments set against the American caseload and COVID-19 death toll setting records by the goddamn day turn the spotlight back on the issue that voters see as the president's biggest failure. It plays straight into the hands of Joe Biden, who has laid out a detailed plan to fight the pandemic that has killed more than 230,000 people in these United States. And the truth is, there isn't one American election. There are more than half a fucking 100. Each state and territory effectively has its own individual vote, a reality that will trigger bitter vote counts, electoral irregularities, and court battles, but will hopefully spit out a president at the end. The fragmented electoral process explains as to how Hillary Clinton could beat Donald Trump by over 3 million votes nationwide circa 2016, yet still lose the presidency in the super complex electoral college system. It's federalism in action. In these United States, there be no national standard on how people vote or on what device they register their votes or their choices. There is no common rule on when they can cast a ballot. In some states, voting is a breeze. In others, you stand in the rain or the cold for hours to exercise the franchise. Some states, especially those with reactionary legislatures, go out of their way to make voting harder, especially for minorities who tend to vote Democrat. In motherless Texas, a state bigger than the nation of France by area, a Republican governor limited early vote collection boxes to 1 per county. Some states cut off mail-in voting on Election Day. Others will count ballots that arrive several days later. In many states, it's not even clear who actually runs the fucking election. Secretaries of state are nominally in charge of vote integrity and counting, but America's politicized judiciary oftentimes gets a say. On Tuesday, for example, a Michigan judge struck down an order by the state's Democratic Secretary of State barring the open carrying of guns at polling places. Yes, yesterday, a Michigan judge struck down an order by that state's Democratic Secretary of State barring the open carrying of firearms to intimidate voters at polling places. This is an armed madhouse where the people least qualified to own firearms transport entire arsenals to places of social responsibility to intimidate the responsible from exercising their rights while the irresponsibly insane run the country to the ground. At this point, I have to come to the conclusion, tragically, unless they are true hunters who pursue game, the overwhelming majority of gun owners are your enemy. Occasionally, the Supreme Court, with a reactionary majority now, gets dragged in to all these voting discrepancies. The disputed 2000 election decided by justices for George W. Bush still leaves a bitter taste. Now America's top bench is wading into political disputes with little logic at all. It ruled Monday, opening this work week, that a lower court usurped the power of Wisconsin legislators by ruling to extend mail-in voting deadlines. But Wisconsin's Republican-run legislature, one of the least active in the entire country, has failed to fix an electoral system overloaded by demand amid the pandemic. More confusing still, that Supreme Court decision appears completely inconsistent with a previous ruling to allow an extended mail-in ballot deadline in Pennsylvania. So the Supreme Court is ruling on a state-by-state basis as if they're different fucking countries. American democracy might be a miracle, but it's an increasingly messy one. And when will we know who won? Election Day is next Tuesday, and traditionally we would expect to see Wolf Blitzer heralded by a dramatic jingle in the early hours to announce CNN's projection on the destiny of the presidency. But 2020 turned everything upside down, and the night of the election will be no exception. There could be a clear winner next week. Should Democratic nominee Joe Biden start snapping up key swing states, the trend of the election will become obvious. If he bags Florida, Ohio, or Arizona, he could block Trump's route back to power. But if the president holds sway in states he won circa 2016, we're going to be in for a long week. A close election could hinge on a Rust Belt trio of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Given the crush of mail-in ballots due to the pandemic, counting might take us much longer than usual. Pennsylvania counts ballots that arrive as late as November 6th, and Michigan has already warned it may not announce results till then. This will lead to what election experts fear is the nightmare scenario. Since Republicans are more likely to vote on Election Day rather than in advance, some states may show artificially high preliminary vote counts that suggest Trump is ahead, while mail-in votes are still being counted. Taking advantage of this red mirage, Trump will declare victory and launch legal challenges to block the count of any and all remaining votes. This isn't speculation. The president himself has already tipped his hand. A shiver went down all Democratic backs when reactionary Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh adopted the president's false narrative that only a result announced on election night is fair. It's not at all unusual for even uncontested elections to drag on past the big day. There'd be all sorts of technical and legal permutations that could unfold in the event of a disputed vote that will make us our heads hurt and are probably best left alone until they actually happen. So the answer to the question on everybody's lips all over the world is, we might know who won next Tuesday night, but we probably won't. And if we don't, it's not necessarily something to worry about, or it's the end of the world as we know it. Because the 2020 American elections resemble those of fragile democracies. There be undeniable parallels. With an incumbent president attacking the electoral process as rigged and refusing to commit to accepting the results, the November 3rd American elections increasingly resemble those in struggling democracies and autocratic countries. Now, as a Department of Defense research librarian, I speakest from experience. Having in the past been given orders by think tanks contracted with the Department of Defense to analyze some 40 election observation efforts in 22 countries, spanning over more than 30 years during the time that I was working with the DoD, compressed into the studies that were being brought together by the Defense Intelligence Agency in conjunction with the CIA, so that they could monitor the potential need to overturn elections that gave victories to our communist enemies. And I now see the United States exhibiting many of the same kinds of problems with elections that international election monitoring communities have long criticized in countries where democracy is less established. In genuine established democracies, political competitors generally do not attack the rules or the fairness of the process, accuse the opposing candidate or the election authorities of cheating, intimidate voters with firearms, no less, or threaten them with violence at all. In less than fully democratic countries, on the other hand, complaints about fraud and fairness be routine, and violence, or the threat thereof, is always involved. This tends to undermine public confidence in the elections themselves and in democracy itself, leading, of course, to ultimately the resigned acceptance of communist invasion. In the struggling democracies and autocracies, where I have analyzed the elections on behalf of my conducting research, on behalf of the think tanks, much of the argument is about the integrity of the rules and process. Losing candidates routinely attack the fairness of the electoral process, whether or not they have any basis for their attacks at all. In fact, you can tell that a country is not, or not yet, a successful democracy when the losers of its elections blame fraud for their loss and attack the legitimacy of the process itself. And these United States, by that measure, can now be compared with Bangladesh, the birthplace of my mistress and manager, Selina Khan. The latter has many of the hallmarks of a democracy, such as multi-party elections and a functioning parliament, but in each of the 6 national elections since the country's transition away from authoritarianism circa 1991, when I was participating in the Gulf War, the losing party has accused the winning party of rigging the vote. Another example is Egypt, which has missed the opportunity to move toward genuine democracy since its revolution circa 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Dietrich, was murdered, as the integrity of each of a series of elections has been challenged. In presidential elections in Afghanistan, in both 2014 and 2019, candidate Abdullah, they love him so much they named him twice, refused to concede to the declared winner, President Ashraf Ghani, plunging the country into political crisis. In the worst case, allegations of stolen elections can lead to a paroxysm of violence, as in Kenya, circa 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, George Dietrich, was murdered by the Veterans Administration, in essence, thanatized, as they call it, processing into death. When about at that time, 1,400 people were killed. 1,400 people murdered in the land where our President Obama was born, when the elections were simply alleged to have been stolen. And although Kenya's more recent elections have seen less violence since, the losing parties again complainest that the elections have been stolen. And much like political competitors in these undemocratic third world shitholes, as the American President Donald Trump himself would call them, he himself has aggressively questioned the credibility of the very electoral process. During the September 29th presidential debate, for example, he claimed, sans any evidence whatsoever, that there is going to be fraud like you've never seen. Even though voting by mail is well established throughout the American empire, Trump has repeatedly disparaged absentee balloting, calling it horrible and corrupt. He tweeted, "Mail-in ballots are very dangerous. There's tremendous fraud involved and tremendous illegality." And in a recent online video, Donald Trump Jr. asserted, "The radical left are laying the groundwork to steal this election. Their plan is to add millions of fraudulent ballots that can cancel your vote and overturn the election." Trump has also attacked election administrators. He called Jocelyn Benson, who oversees elections in Michigan, a rogue Secretary of State, and accused her of acting illegally and without authorization for implementing the state's legally valid policy on absentee ballots. He also threatened to hold up funding to Michigan if they want to go down this voter fraud path. If Trump loses the election, or rather when, and blames fraud, he will join a long tradition of autocrats who have lost their elections because nobody has any reason to love them either. And so voter intimidation at polling places by unofficial security forces or by poll watchers affiliated with political parties is another practice always seen in less democratic countries and criticized by international election observers. Of course, it is strongly advocated that legitimate observers from nonpartisan citizen groups and political parties gain access to polling stations, but international standards require generally that poll watchers be accredited and trained and never allowed to disrupt polling places or harass voters. During elections in Egypt, circa 2014 and 2015, such trained administrators criticized the presence of unidentified, plainclothed, armed personnel at polling stations. In Myanmar, circa 2015, such observers expressed concern about the recruitment of civilians for an auxiliary police force to be deployed at polls. In Venezuela, but the year before yesteryear, ruling party activists set up red tents outside voting centers in an obvious effort to pressure voters to go communist. The presence of these kinds of groups goes hand in hand with an increased risk of violence. In Bangladesh and Pakistan, for example, armed gangs affiliated with political parties always show up at polling places to discourage their opponents' supporters from voting, and clashes between supporters of opposing parties are not uncommon. In elections in Afghanistan over the past 15 years, groups opposed to the government or to democracy in general have aggressively threatened voters with violence. Compare these practices with what is now happening in these United States. Trump has urged, nay, ordered his supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully with guns. And Donald Trump Jr. has declared, "We need every able-bodied man and woman to join Army for Trump's election security operation. We need you to help us watch them." The idea is that the so-called army of supporters will show up at polling places to defend their vote against supposed fraud by supporters of Democratic candidate Joseph Biden. This rhetoric malevolently encourages vigilante-type confrontation during the elections and thus increases the inevitability of violence. It echoes the president's attacks on Black Lives Matter demonstrations around the country and his encouragement to white supremacists and right-wing militias, as in the September 29th presidential debate, when he called on the extremist Proud Boys group to stand back and stand by, and when he defended the armed young Trump supporter charged in the murder of two people at a protest in Wisconsin. And speaking in August, Trump's senior advisor Kellyanne Conway welcomed violence before the election. To quote as she, "The more chaos and anarchy and vandalism and violence reigns, the better it is for the very clear choice of who's best on public safety and law and order." It is striking for an American president and those close to his person to be calling for actions or employing language that purposefully incites violence or even implies its endorsement. Such language is inherently intimidating in and of itself, not to mention dangerous. As with elections in fragile or undemocratic countries around the world, there be every reason to worry about an escalating confrontation on election day, and that whichever side loses the 2020 elections in these United States will see its supporters take us to the streets. Other problems common to controversial elections in developing countries are also now prevalent in these United States. International observers, for example, have criticized authorities in many countries for obstacles to voter registration and balloting, which may lead to the suppression of specific voter groups. In Myanmar, members of the Rohingya Muslim minority are generally not even allowed to vote. In Afghanistan, participating in elections has been especially difficult for women. Likewise, in Florida, the Republican establishment has fought to undermine a state constitutional amendment requiring the restoration of voting rights to citizens with previous felony convictions by passing legislation and using the courts to limit those very rights. In Georgia, in the lead-up to the 2018 midterm elections, Secretary of State Brian Kemp and the state legislature adopted a so-called exact match system for voter lists that reportedly held up 53,000 voter registrations, of which 70% involved minority voters. And in Texas this year, state authorities have declined to expand the use of absentee balloting despite the ongoing pandemic, and Republican Governor Greg Abbott has decreed that each county, even the most populous ones, can have only one single drop box for early ballots, thereby making voting much less accessible and disproportionately affecting urban areas more likely to vote Democratic. And many critics contend that recent service cuts by the United States Postal Service at the behest of new Postmaster General and Trump donor Louis DeJoy are calculated to slow delivery of mail-in ballots. Truly corruption at the administrative level. The only way to get rid of these white boys is to kill them, people. Similarly, international observers routinely call for the establishment of independent election authorities to oversee the interpretation and implementation of election laws, and the administration of the election itself, as official election management bodies often favor ruling parties. In many respects, this problem is actually worse in these United States, where there is no national election authority, like in most democracies, and where partisan state and local political officials generally run elections. They sometimes even run elections in which they themselves be candidates, as happened in Georgia circa 2018, but the year before yesteryear, when Kemp oversaw the very election in which he was narrowly elected governor by himself! By a single vote! His own! And during the election itself, international observers almost always urge candidates, parties, and voters to wait patiently for votes to be tallied and to avoid prematurely claiming victory or questioning the count, as has happened in dozens of places, including Afghanistan circa 2014, Honduras and Kenya circa 2017, and Guyana and Malawi this year. In these United States this year, AP, or Associated Press News, has reported that some Trump allies say as their best bet is to hope that the results look close election night before some of the mail-in ballots be counted, allowing Trump to declare victory and have the results thrown to the courts. Trump evidently wants the United States Supreme Court to intervene on his behalf in any post-election dispute over ballot counting. During the first presidential debate, he himself admitted that he wants the Supreme Court to look at the ballots, calling for the confirmation of Supreme Court nominee Amy Coney Barrett in time for her to participate in just his case. He's so saying, I think the election will end up in the Supreme Court, and I think it's very important that we have 9 justices. From my experience in analyzing the monitoring of elections around the world on behalf of think tanks, I know that what distinguishes a genuine democracy from a troubled or fake one is that all major candidates and parties accept the rules, and those that lose accept and respect the results. Legitimacy deriveth not only from the laws and rules that govern the system, but also from broad acceptance of the rules of the game and the legitimacy of the process. In large part because of Donald Trump's attacks on that very process, elections in these United States look more and more like those I have observed in less than democratic countries. These are the kinds of problems that trigger substantial international concern. They hurt public confidence in the American electoral process and threaten to undermine the very legitimacy of the United States' democracy and therefore the legitimacy in the eyes of the world of the American empire itself. And that brings us to that which be waiting in the wings to overtake us, the Communist Chinese Empire. Several conflicts are escalating among Red China and its regional rivals, and the American empire is involved in all of them. Red China has said it will impose sanctions on American companies, including Boeing and Lockheed Martin, and there have all of these companies, both of those I've mentioned, aeronautical industries to be sure, have both been involved in selling weapons to my homeland and heartland of Taiwan. The United States has been forging stronger relations with my self-governing island, much to Communist China's frustration. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of United States and Imperial Japanese troops will begin joint military exercises in the Pacific this very week. These military operations are a signal to the Communist Chinese Empire that the American Empire backs the Japanese Empire's claim to the Senkaku Islands, a Japanese-controlled area that both the Empire of Japan and the Communist Chinese Empire claim as their own. Finally, India has entered into a defense agreement with the American Empire following standoffs with Communist China along their shared border in the Himalayas. The Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping is out to prove that this is Red China's moment. As the Chinese leadership discusses a 5-year plan in Beijing this week, it could underestimate these United States. And my Taiwan itself show us how to carefully snip Chinese economic ties. Facing a hostile Beijing, Taipei, the capital of my homeland and heartland, has been decoupling from its biggest trade partner, Red China. Because Taiwan is more than a pawn to be sacrificed to the Communist Chinese Empire, my country and my people matter. In a better world, Taiwan, a quietly successful East Asian nation, wouldn't be in the news that much, save perhaps for its complete and total victory over COVID-19. But the disturbing possibility of an invasion by Communist China means my Taiwan regularly pops up in the headlines. Having long claimed that the island is, well, my island state, is a part of the Communist People's Republic of China, the PRC, and needs to be reunified, Beijing has been ramping up threats and military provocations, raising fears of a potential invasion or attack. Given that these United States is Taiwan's major unofficial ally and protector, military intervention by Washington would be very likely in the still unlikely but worryingly possible event of a Communist Chinese invasion. But many people still seem confused about exactly what my Taiwan represents. This has led to experts openly questioning whether my Taiwan is of our own other than as a bargaining chip. Now, I've been told by my online broadcasting services that we have a successful reconnection which means that we were disconnected. So I need to hear from everyone about our quality of sound and whether people can hear us at all with this delay. And Jameson Reese is back with us. He has a delay. I need him to tell me whether I've had a break in transmission, because I was informed by OBS that reconnection was successful, meaning we were somehow disconnected. So hopefully there hasn't been any interruption.
Still live.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much. And thank you for being here. I'll wrap up soon as possible. Now, as I said, when it comes to the fact that Taiwan is sometimes seen as a mere pawn in Sino-American relations, with little agency of its own, other than as a bargaining chip, in that context, the think tankers, the viziers, or the wise men of the American empire, among them, there have even been comparisons of my Taiwan to the Crimean Peninsula, which was annexed by Russia from Ukraine circa 2014, sans any military response from the European Union or the United States. Yet, my Taiwan is no Crimea, whether in global economic importance, military strategic value, or demographically. On the map, my Taiwan is a moderately sized island that is geographically tiny compared with mainland China. This obscures the fact that with a population of almost 24 million, not to mention some 6 million immigrants who work as transitional labor, Taiwan has as many people as the entire Australian continent, and far more people than European Union nations such as the Netherlands, Greece, and Sweden. By the way, Jameson Reese, you can take some satisfaction in the fact that Belgium now has the highest COVID-19 rate in all of Europe. Now, when it comes to these United States, Taiwan is smaller in land area than all but 9 of the 50 states in Union, but has more people than Florida or New York. And Taiwan's gross domestic product is 636 billion United States dollars, which puts it just outside the world's top 20 economies in 21st place, and is Asia's 7th largest economy. That's according to the International Monetary Fund. And this is amplified further by its significant position in the global technological chain due to its many information and communications technology firms, which include computer and smartphone manufacturers, chip makers, and components firms. Exempla Gratiae, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, whose advanced chips power Apple iPhones and iPads, is considered the world's leading semiconductor manufacturer, well ahead of South Korean, American, and Communist Chinese competitors. Taiwanese firms like Quanta and Foxconn are the world's largest contract electronic and computer manufacturers. Should Taiwan ever be conquered by Communist China, a lot of this vital technology will be in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, dedicated to your destruction. Besides technology, my Taiwan also holds vital strategic importance due to our geographical location. Along with the Japanese islands to the north and the Filipino archipelago to the south, Taiwan is part of the first island chain along China's coast that hinders the Communist Empire's access to the Pacific Ocean. If Taiwan is ever occupied by Communist China, this provides Beijing with a free fire lane into the Pacific, and its military planes, ships, and long-range missiles will be able to threaten American territories such as Guam and, yes, even Hawaii, instantaneously. China would also be able to control regional shipping lanes and threaten the Japanese Empire, and be well within striking range of Okinawa, where a large American contingent of more than 25,000 military personnel be stranded, they say stationed, but it's really an imprisonment for those too violent to keep anywhere else. To the south, the Philippines would also have every reason to be very nervous, as Taiwan's southern tip lies just over 230 miles from the northernmost shore of Luzon. Taiwan does have an ambiguous political status, a result of 20th century history, and an ongoing claim by Communist China that Taiwan belongs to it as an extension of this one China principle. Red China forces countries that it has official relations with to stop recognizing Taiwan, meaning that Taiwan is now only officially recognized by 15 countries on Earth, the majority of these being tiny Caribbean and Pacific nations, many of them islands. Taiwan is also excluded from multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and its related agencies, and forced to participate under artificial names such as Chinese Taipei in the Olympics, or the separate customs territory of Taiwan, Pinghu, Kinmen, and Matsu, Chinese Taipei, in the World Trade Organization. Taiwan's official name, the Republic of China, acronymous as the ROC, doesn't even include the word Taiwan, as this was a continuity or a continuation of the state brought over by the Kuomintang, the military regime that governed mainland China until losing the Civil War to the Communist Chinese Party because of Soviet American support for the communists circa 1949, thereafter being forced to reestablish itself in toto on the island of Formosa to become as Taiwan. It must be noted that while Red China's One China principle is acknowledged by various countries like these United States through the one country policy, the twain are not the same, and the latter does not constitute an endorsement or agreement with Red China's claim to my Taiwan, as some might mistakenly believe. The nature of the Taiwanese themselves is also far more complicated than simple tellings convey. To be sure, as a result of the autocracy that lasted until the late 1980s, Taiwan's main language is Putonghua Guoye, or Mandarin Chinese, and it continues to use traditional Chinese characters, unlike mainland China, which uses retarded, what they call simplified characters, dumbed down to the version of texting. Over 95% of Taiwanese are ethnic Han Chinese, comprising Haklo and Hakka people, as well as those who came over from China in the 1940s with the Kuomintang, including my late and sainted Cyrus, my mother, whose Chinese name was Su Lin. Due to certain Chinese cultural influences, such as in literature and culinary dishes, and the preservation of religious traditions by the Haklo and the Hakka, whose ancestors came to Taiwan from China centuries agone, there be some cultural practices that survived on the island China, whilst they were stamped out completely by Maoist communist oppression in Red China. On the surface, this presents an image of a society that used to be seen by some as more traditional and thus more Chinese than China itself. However, this is a superficial and somewhat misleading judgment. The majority of Taiwanese families, whether ethnic Han Chinese or Aboriginal, as in Taiwan Indians or indigenous populations, were in Taiwan long before 1949. The majority of Taiwanese families, whether ethnic Han or Aboriginal, are different from the people who came over with the KMT, the Kuomintang, in the 1940s, and have, shall we say, in terms of pure Han Chinese or mainland extraction, that population has always made up roughly only 15% of the population, never exceeding 1/5. those would be the people I would most identify with, as would my latent sainted sirens, Diana Su Jianlian. Taiwan's first city, Tainan, was founded circa 1624 by the Dutch East India Company, after which ethnic Han Chinese came east over from China in numbers. In this way, Taiwan could be considered to have a history of at least 400 years in the modern sense. This is actually twice that of Singapore, which celebrated its bicentennial, its 200th anniversary, as a settlement but yesteryear. Just as it would be inaccurate to brand Singapore as a Chinese state, so too it be with my native Taiwan. No knowledgeable person would ever call the United States a British state, even though the United States speaks English and has a strong Anglo-Protestant heritage. Nor would anyone dare render Mexico a Spanish state, even though it be an Espanol or Spanish-speaking country whose main religion is the Catholic faith, brought over by Spanish colonizers hundreds of years agone. It is true that Taiwan exists under the ROC, or Republic of China banner, with the name, flag, and constitution all harboring a link with mainland China. Under the rule of the Kuomintang, the Republic of China, President Chiang Kai-shek and his successor, Chiang Ching-kuo, maintained a claim to mainland China and promoted a Sino-centric, or Chinese-centered identity. But since the democratic era, things have changed, and hardly anybody in Taiwan truly fosters any claim to represent mainland China, nor would they want to. Without communist Chinese pressure, Taiwan would be able to shake off the legacy of the 20th century Chinese Civil War and openly declare itself an independent state. As things stand, the threat of murderous force by Red China restricts Taiwan's own choices. The 1992 consensus, which the KMT, the Kuomintang, as the then ruling government claimed was an agreement with the PRC, or People's Republic of China, was also ripe for confusion. Supposedly a tacit agreement between the two parties, the nationalists and the communists, the 1992 consensus was never formally signed or written out. Whilst the KMT, or Kuomintang's, or Chinats, or Chinese nationalist view, was that the 1992 consensus allowed both the ROC and PRC, the Chinese nationalist, or Blue Republic of China, and the Chinese Communist, or Red People's Republic of China, to coexist as part of the same unspecified China, but with both sides free to interpret which China this was. Meaning, the Taiwanese could just as legitimately claim that the People's Republic belonged to them. The PRC has never been ambivalent at all that Taiwan belongs to it. In any case, the 1992 consensus has been proved to be hollow after Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's announcement in a New Year's speech, but yesteryear, that the 1992 consensus meant Taiwan was unequivocally part of China. In the past, the sense of identity of some Taiwanese encompassed both China and Taiwan. That was my mother's generation, and my mother was the age of most people's great-grandmothers. However, over the last few years, there has been a growing Taiwanese identity that has manifested itself politically, especially in the electoral victories of the Democratic Progressive Party, the DPP, founded by Taiwanese activists during the martial law era in 2016 and 2020. In line with this, the majority of Taiwan's people also don't thinkest of themselves as Chinese at all, but Taiwanese, with the proportion being as high as 67% in a recent poll, with only 2.4% considering themselves, quote-unquote, Chinese. However, Taiwan can do its own part in helping to clear up misunderstandings and reinforce perceptions of its true importance. Whilst its government under Tsai Ing-wen has remained stoic in the face of continuous Chinese aggression, it needs to do more in boosting Taiwan's defense capabilities, especially given some serious deficiencies. Major arms purchases, such as the recent $1.8 billion United States dollar deal for American weapons system, and the purchase of 66 new F-16s, which are far more advanced and technologically capable of threat projection than the F-18s which came after, which are simply stripped down variants thereof. And the development of indigenous planes and submarines are one thing. But making urgent defense reforms, such as increasing the existing 4-month conscription and improving reservist systems, are another. This also means preparing the public for conflict, whether it happens anytime soon or in the distant future, and the likely casualties that it will entail. If Taiwan can make it clear that its military and society are prepared for all-out resistance once China attacks, this makes the case for international assistance much the clearer. Taiwan also has a reputation as a democracy with high levels of political and civil liberties, especially in Asian terms. As such, we have been hailed as a sort of human rights haven and a progressive paradise. While that might sound good, this bestows on Taiwan a fanciful image that paints it in an unrealistic light and masks some serious issues. After all, Taiwan has restrictive immigration policies, does not have an official refugee law or policy, and has an atrocious record regarding the abusive treatment of foreign labor in our fishing fleet. To be sure, our record on things like media freedoms and LGBT or lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender rights is far better than many states, including America. But it, like anywhere else, we could be doing more. If ever the Communist Chinese Empire maketh good on its threats and attacks, there will be calls to help defend my Taiwan. But before the American Empire and the international community decidest on a course of action, the most essential thing is to understand my Taiwan for what it is, its own place, not a mere appendage of mainland China. Now, there are those out there so ignorant as to declare myself Communist Chinese, insisting openly that I be deported to Communist China, which wouldn't want me. And of course, the forefront of such insistence comes from a domestic terrorist who's ripping you off by being on veterans' welfare when he presents himself as completely employable. You need to report his employability to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, Office of the Inspector General, and ask them to reopen and investigate his case of fraud on 70% disability because of his time in the United States Marine Corps when he got all hissy over not being able to get a sex change, and therefore couldn't stand to be around the men who he couldn't stop trying to hump and fuck, and the only service he provided was as a Marine Corps stripper and queer whore for the homosexual porn industry dominated by the Marine Corps fetish. Yes, we're speaking of Lance Corporal United States Marine Corps dropout, the coward Richard K. Cole Jr., the faggot bastard in Prattsburg, New York. Yes, that's Prattsburg, spelled Prattsburgh. Look up his home in Prattsburg, New York, and you can see his estate sprawling on which he raises his chickens, and, of course, the dog who provides his main form of sexual release, by his own admission, when he's not fucking the chickens to add his secret sauce in dishes he's actually presented online. Report him to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, Office of the Inspector General, to submit your complaint that this man is living off your dollar, your tax dollar, to do nothing other than terrorize Douglas Dietrich and those around myself. This is a man who presents himself as an investigative journalist and reporter on Points on the Curve YouTube channel, which is to be reported in turn to YouTube for their hatred and their promotion of violence against myself by hosting this white male supremacist faggot in his claims against myself, demanding my deportation to communist China. Submit your complaint about this investigative journalist and self-proclaimed private investigator that, since he says he's capable of earning all his money doing these professional commitments, committing himself to professional researches, you got to get him off the dole. He's on 70% disability and living fat off your back. Submit your complaint about this to reopen his case and investigate his 70% disability earned for nothing, not a single day in combat, not even a full tour of duty. Submit your complaint at 1-800-4888-244. That's 1800-4888-244. Submit your complaint online at the va.gov, va.gov/OIG for the Office of the Inspector General /hotline. va.gov/OIG/hotline. He is openly disseminating feloniously forged federal military documentation, altered federal military documentation, and false federal military documentation illegally writ on governmental letterhead to defraud you, the American public. Report such to the Department of Veterans Affairs, Office of the Inspector General at 1800-4888-244. Submit your complaint online at va.gov/OIG/hotline. And, of course, report him to the FBI for both that, document forgery, and alteration of federal documents. Felonious. He belongs in jail. Don't let this guy walk free with impunity just because he's a white male supremacist Satanist and pedo predator. He's been doing it all his life. It's time to take this man down, this boy in a man's body, this cunt, this queer, at 1-855-TEL-FBI. Call 1855-835-5324. That's 1855-8355-324 to submit your complaint. Submit it online at fbi.gov/contact-us. That's fbi.gov/contact-us. Again, Richard K. Cole Jr. in Prattsburg, New York, discharged without serving his full tour of duty for cowardice, sexual identity issues, deemed unemployable by reason of violent insanity, 70% disability rating, in Prattsburg, New York. Report to the local authorities his activities. This is, of course, the enemy I confront, like his new homosexual lover. Oh God, what's the fucker's name again? John Mac something? It's just another dirty old white trash piece of shit faggot that got caught up in his desire and his lust. Nothing like fucking a man half out of his uniform. That's what attracts the old white queers. That's how you got guys like the so-called Points on the Curve, just a ripoff of my own arc of narrative, who's now partnered with Richard K. Cole Jr. in ripping you off in their welfare scam against the American public. And If I could remember his name, it's Mackenzie. Thank you. I could never have gotten that out without Jameson Reese. He is the man. John Mackenzie. Points on the curve. Report his channel for what it is. Promoting hatred and violence and misinformation. And with that, love you, Jameson. Honestly, you're the man. Couldn't do any of this without you. All of this be my struggle, confronting mine enemies, which are your enemies. And Mein Kampf, my struggle, therefore be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement under our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. The THC's kicking in, so our man's ready to hit the sack. Let me wind this up so that he can do just that in good conscience. And, of course, when it comes to the Maggot channel, our man, the Maggot Man, John Warrington, is the property manager thereof, and also serviced as Team Drax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. Were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost, so if financial aid no be prohibitive, then, per any budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him at paypal.me/Magator, which is spelled MAGGODAUR. For he, of his own initiative, downloaded the majority of what I published on YouTube into his own personal hard drives and was thereby able to help us reconstruct my legacy no less than thrice when it was scrubbed from the internet. Yes, that's right, 3 times that he served as the bridge between the Akashic records and the material world's data matrix, and that's what enables my virtual personality to interact with you today in cyberspace, rendering the Grand Magator, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it's to save my legacy online or to preserve all the species of life on the surface of the earth, which, of course, it be the ultimate objective of the cultists of the kings of Edom, the anti-gods, to annihilate. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on mine bio, sire, which is on the homepage of showsdd.com, that explaineth the meaning behind my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and you yourself take it upon your own person to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, encourage others that you inform and enlighten and elucidate and educate to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card by pressing the red button, which will take you to showsdd.com, where you can thereafter log in and sign up to have access to the archives thenceforward as reward to yourself for your donation. Simply go as to douglasdietrich.com and click either that red button or the yellow donate button to hit PayPal. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin-Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, and immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, where on the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago unestablished his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 12 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com /donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager, is Selina Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrich's our Dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.e.Knight.7 and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, his third production, currently in production, is trailered on his YouTube channel, and that be The Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hannibal Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvies, son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, most importantly, above and beyond all else, subscribe and support at DouglasDietrich.com. And donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. So with that, going to do a quick check into the chat room. We're 2 minutes to the top of the hour, at which point I fully intend to stop streaming completely. But definitely looking forward to check in to the... okay, so let's hear. So, and let me change some words here in the solicitation. There we are. And now let's go to live stream. Wow, Ragnar Lodbrok has been with us this entire time, but it looks like everybody stopped talking after he said, yes, wear masks for God's sake. Oh my God, we got 30. Oh, good. Everybody. Love everybody who supports us. And love Karen O'Connor, Ragnar Lodbrok, who had a running conversation with each other over a long period of time. And my love, of course, to Maria Grigorich, Sarah Shields, the wonderful Crystal River, and, of course, our dear man, Jameson Reese. God bless you, son. We're only a few minutes from the top of the hour. Why don't you come on to say goodnight?
Good night, everybody.
God bless you, son. We do love you, despite the fact you want us all dead. And such is life. And, of course,